It will once we turn our lights on.
Oh, okay. It can cause serious health problems. Good morning, Chatty House.
Nope.
Good morning, Chatty House.
Nope. There we go.
Hello. What's happening? What's going on? You guys were in here early today. Jeremiah Price wins the belt at 8:11. What is happening?
What's up, guys?
I hear that through your headphones.
Huh?
I hear that through your headphones. Whatever that was.
This?
No, I could hear like a commercial. It's gone now though.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah. What's going on?
Here we go.
Echo is back. That's not good.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Thursday. Best day of the week.
Best day of the week, Kyle.
At least I think it is.
That's what Kyle says.
Yeah, because Friday is not a real day. Like everybody, the vibes are always good on Friday. And on Thursday, everybody's just chilling. Like on Friday, everybody's just chilling. Thursday, it's like, yeah, you get over. Thursday to me is actually what Friday is.
I lost days of the week like 14 years ago when I started covering a professional basketball team. I don't even know what day of the week it is ever. I just know that I got to show up on Monday morning and then it just kind of goes. And then one day I realized that it's Friday and that I don't have to go in the next day.
Great.
But then I could have basketball to go cover the next day. So it's not
Right.
like there are no days of the week.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And then during the off season, you're just chill. It's just days.
Oh,
There's no
yeah.
basketball.
Yeah, the day's just like
there's a vacation in there.
Yeah.
It's just it all mixes together.
Every day
Welcome in, everybody.
it's a day that I go out and work in the garden. That's what every day is.
We have the second half of the NBA season is here. We have Kings-Spurs tonight. We will take a look ahead to that game, but then we will also have a big look ahead to the Kings second half. And this is a huge show for us, James.
Yeah.
Because we are taking this to 2:00.
Yeah, it's like a jumbo show.
Yeah, it's a double insiders. And I tried to just re-rack our first 2 hours. I said, can we do the first 2 hours and then we'll just play them back? And Charlie, our boss, said, absolutely not.
You got to sit in the chair.
You're fired. Charlie's fired me like 9 times in the last 3 days.
He also had already told you that he had your replacement, that he's already waiting,
Yeah, I'm sick. I have the plague and I'm at home. I wasn't that sick. I'm being dramatic. I'm at home with the plague, and Charlie's like, don't worry about it. Don't come back. We got your replacement.
We're already interviewing for your replacement.
It's like I got 4 people lined up.
Amazing.
That's fine. So we will be taking you up to 2:00, and then D'Lo and Casey will be in here to do a 2-hour edition of their show.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to take it easy.
Hours.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, it's gonna be head down the rest of the way. You know, they're getting geared up for the second half. They're doing deep research. They are grinding tape. They are reading stats. They are neck deep in League Pass right now. Whatever the all 22 version of NBA games is, the all 10.
Okay.
That's what they're watching.
Well, that makes sense. They've got to get, they have to raise their saturation level.
Of course. Yeah. Kenny's also, while he's doing that, he's got some college hoops on in the background.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, he's just multitasking and doing all this while we're sitting here on a radio show.
Every year, right about this time, late February, I'm like, this is the year I'm tapping in early to college basketball. So when March Madness comes around and bracket time comes up, I have a little bit of, because I did that 1 year in college. It was my first year of college. I had nothing going on, right? And so I would just have on me and my roommate, who's a big sports fan. We're still friends to this day. We would just have ESPN on. That's just what was on, just all the time. We watched the same Sports Center 4 times in a row. Like we were those people. And I watched this game. It happened to be Cleveland State. And this is 2009. This is February of 2009. And Cleveland State beat somebody. And they just looked really good in this random game I happened to be watching.
Okay.
And when the tournament came around, they were the 13 against Wake Forest, who was the 4. I think it was a 13-4.
Okay.
And I was like, I watched Cleveland State one time, and man, they are hecka good. I'm picking the upset. And then they won. And I was like, I'm a genius. I've figured out brackets. But guess what? I'm not going to watch any. I'm watching no college basketball. I'm lying to you if I'm like, yeah, I'm going to grind some college basketball.
Okay. So as someone who's covered the draft forever,
Right.
Like
right.
I've talked about this before. I started my first draft Bible in like 1998. Maybe it was before that. 96, 98. Zydrunas Ilgauskas. Whatever year Zydrunas Ilgauskas was coming in the draft, I built out a draft Bible, and I like a Daisy Penwheel printer. I printed out every page of I researched every player from, probably had 80 prospects, and I had a stack like this big, like in a binder. I 3-hole punched it,
incredible.
and I had a D-ring binder so the pages wouldn't get messed up. And I built out, and then I continued to do that. Like I studied the draft forever.
Yeah.
And I think the worst thing that you can do, I like people might like completely flame me for this, but the worst thing you can do is watch too much of a player in a college level, because what you end up doing is you see them play against like some team. They're just incredible, but the team has no defender. They have no one that can stop them. They don't, or they're a run and gun style, like whatever. So you get infatuated. You fall in love with players way too easy. And so for me, it's easier to go back when I'm doing draft prep, and I'll watch some games, but a lot of time what I'll do is I'll watch body mechanics. I'll watch shooting mechanics.
Sure.
I'll watch, I'll look into all their advanced statistics, but I like to more see the player and see how they move and see
get a vibe.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you can do that a lot better if you don't have this giant idea of who they were against, like
Alcorn State
or North Dakota State on a Tuesday back in November, and you get all like, oh my gosh, this kid's going to be incredible. And then you watch him play against like some big time college players, and you're like, oh, that's not going to work.
And they're just very generic.
Yes. Yeah.
I get caught up. I get in with NBA draft stuff. It's weird because with NFL draft stuff, and we'll talk about the Kings second half here coming up, but with NFL draft stuff, I nitpick like crazy. Every time I watch an NFL player as I'm preparing for the draft, and I don't do like a full, I go and I look at where the Niners are picking players who might be available in that range, and I go and I deep dive, those players, positions I think the Niners need, this and that. And I will find every reason to be like, yeah, this guy isn't good because of X, Y, and Z. Versus in the NBA, I'm going to do any kind of deep dive, but I have a general idea, especially like of the top players, especially the guys who are really good in the tournament, things like that. And all I see is ceiling. I'm so bad. Every player, I'm like, that guy's going to be awesome. Every player in the draft, every top 25 guy, I'm like, yeah, I could see it. Like, I'm in.
Oh,
it's just, it's very, very, it's the same process, but a very different approach for your boy.
Well, I get that. And then I would say the other element that when you're going through and doing draft prep, like I do have places that I can go, people that I can talk to give me more insight into a player, especially if you're talking about top 10, Kings are in the top 10 forever. Like I've got ties where I can reach out and someone will say, okay, look, like, no, this isn't a guy you want to run your program. Yeah. Or, hey, this is one of the best kids ever. Like the stuff with Scoot Henderson coming out of like the G League Ignite was like, my goodness, like the nicest kid of all time and such a hard worker. And he's going to be a beast. He could take a little while to get there, but which we're seeing, but he's going to be like excellent. Yeah. And so those are things that you try to tie in, but then you hear bad stuff about kids and, You hear things coming out of the combine about, interviews or but lots of things. And, I've said on the show, like there was a player that someone said, told me, well, like we had like 5 different teams interview him and every single one of them came away thinking that he was racist. And I'm like, what do you mean racist? They're like, he like said things in his interviews that came across very, very poorly. And I'm like, oh, okay. That's like really
wild.
Yeah, just wild. And you're like, okay. And, like sometimes these things play out once they get to the pros and sometimes they just go away.
Mhm.
The story on Anthony Edwards. Well, okay, he doesn't take anything serious. Like he's not going to ever be able to get to the next level because he doesn't seem to care enough and he thinks everything's a joke. And that's just his mechanisms for coping. And he's perfectly fine. But, I think it's interesting. I also like to compare players, like the way they move to other players.
Yeah. Player comps are fun.
Yeah.
My favorite thing about, especially in the NFL, so Danny Kelly, who's been on the show before, he's a fantasy analyst, but he also does draft stuff for The Ringer. And when he does comps, he does like, not like they're funny, but they're not direct player to player comps. It'll be like shades of this guy with go-go gadget arms or something, that kind of silly comparison. My favorite thing with comps is when people are like, well, this guy he's like LeBron James. No, he's 6'8" and he can move a little. That does not mean he's LeBron. Like,
No.
let's relax.
No.
Like chances are that player is going to be somebody very mid or worse.
Yes.
So find me mid or worse. Be like, this guy is Ramon Sessions. Like, okay, I get it now. I totally get it. No shade at Ramon Sessions. He's just a random player that always comes into my head.
Former Kings.
Good player, good career, good player, but not Hall of Famer. That's what I was going for.
He was not very effective or impactful as a Sacramento King. For whatever reason, he came to Sacramento and like it didn't work.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure why, but it didn't seem to work at all.
Yeah. I don't know.
One of those many players.
All right. So here's what we're going to do for the Kings second half. We're going to look ahead to Kings-Spurs tonight.
Okay.
We're going to take a look at the Western Conference as a whole because it is nuts right now. 4 through 8 in the West is separated by 4.5 games. That it's going to be crazy.
That's
so we're
wild.
we're going to dive into the West. We will talk about the 49ers potentially closing out on a defensive coordinator hire.
Oh,
I've been busy all morning, so if that happened this morning, I missed it.
okay.
We'll talk about Domantas Sabonis being doubtful. We've got a 5-game stretch coming up for the Kings. We're going to do that throughout the second half. We're going to take a look at these 5-game stretches because you mentioned yesterday that's how Mike Brown breaks up the season. And so for these next 28, we have 5-game stretches and then a 3-game sprint to the end. So we're going to do that throughout this show. We're going to look at each 5-game stretch. What do we want to see from it? What did we see from it? And we'll go through it like that. And then we will have keys to a Kings second half. We always give you keys to a Kings victory before each game. We're just going to go through and talk about things we need to see in the second half. And we'll be doing that throughout the show as well. So a ton of Kings stuff coming up for you. It feels like a new season. This genuinely feels like, okay, restart. The first half was fine. It wasn't a disaster, but it wasn't what we hoped. Like, okay, now let's get serious. That's how this feels to me.
Yeah, I totally get that. It does feel like it's like almost like a rebirth. Like you get some sort of new adventure here that we're gonna like the journey of 28 games and like what it looks like, how a team handles the sprint to the finish.
I kind of feel like I'm being suckered in, and we can talk about this because we got a break here in a second, but I feel like I'm being suckered in a little bit where my hopes and my vision for where the Kings are going in the next 28 games is I have a very high opinion of what they can do in these next 28.
Okay.
But I feel like that's based on maybe my preseason thoughts about this team and not what we've seen through the 54 game sample.
Interesting.
I feel like I might be getting bamboozled a little bit. We'll talk about that. Coming up next, we're the Insiders hanging out with you till 2 today. 10 to 2. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and Casey right here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader.
So the year before Ramon Sessions came to the Sacramento Kings for the Milwaukee Bucks, he averaged 15.8 points, 4.8 assists, 3.1 rebounds. He's a heck of a ball player. Shot 46% from the field, 35.7% from three. He gets to Sacramento, and it's like someone dropped a piano on his head.
What are we talking about?
Ramon Sessions.
Mm.
He shoots 34.4% from the field as a King. 21.4 from behind the arc. The Ramon Sessions experiment lasted until I don't even know if it made it to February.
I think it was before I muted James's mic.
Okay, cool. And I don't hear rejoiners or anything else.
Correct.
Okay. That's the way it's going to be?
You can put them in 3. And you'll hear
Oh, got it.
Okay,
Is
cool.
3 it's what's also going to the stream?
Yeah, 3 is what's feeding the stream.
Okay, so I can't put spots in his ear.
No, but if you want to be able to, I can change that right now.
Why don't we change it later?
Let's get through today's show, and then we can
Yeah.
talk about it after.
Okay.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Sorry. I'll just stop listening.
Oh, no, you're all good, dude. We appreciate it a lot. Guys the best.
Yeah. Man, I forgot about this.
Hey, Charlie.
Good morning. Just wanted to say hi.
Hi, Charlie.
Letting in all the rip.
I already said hi to Charlie. The Kings traded Ramon Sessions on February 19, 2015 to the Wizards for Andre Miller. I forgot that Andre Miller played in Sacramento. Or did he not? Oh, no, he did. He played 30 games. Wow.
Brother, please, the adults are talking. It's my job. Get out of here.
I don't even know who you're talking about.
Some dude I shouldn't have given the time of day to.
Really? Ramon Sessions was JaVale McGee's college teammate? Is that true?
Andre Miller is one of my favorite players of all time.
Yeah.
60 seconds.
He had that old man game.
Dude, the best. So in the 2013 playoffs, 2013 playoffs, he hit a game winner for the Nuggets against the Warriors in game 1. And dude, it's him ISO'd on Draymond and just little crossover, got the shoulder inside and scoop layup. Just the most old man bucket of all time is incredible. He was so fun to watch.
I fully forgot that I covered Andre Miller. Seriously, I don't think I would have remembered that at all.
So one of the workflows we're gonna have to do is with I'm gonna have to really stay on top of time, and I'm gonna tell you 10 seconds, and everything's gonna be hot, and we got to stop talking.
Cool. Yeah, yeah.
All right, 10 seconds.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen. Brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hey, you're welcome, stream. You just got that music because I forgot to take it out. That's fine.
I enjoyed it, Kyle.
Yeah. Little Stray Kids, God's Menu. You're welcome.
There we go. It is weird when I don't hear anything.
Wait, you didn't hear that rejoin?
No, I did that time.
Oh, okay, good. Woo!
But I didn't hear the intro in the beginning.
Yeah, so you should have just heard it just now.
I did.
Okay, great.
But
so that's the change in workflow for me.
Yes.
Is you will hear that. I'm just hitting the wrong buttons.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's why James doesn't touch buttons.
We're working through some new stuff in the studio. We appreciate everybody hanging with us. Whether you're on ESPN 1320, maybe you're listening on the free Odyssey app, which we highly encourage you to do if you cannot be listening on the radio. And shout out to everybody in the chatty house on youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. I think I'm being bamboozled by the Kings a little. And I think by you, honestly.
I
you
don't.
got
I don't make the news. I just report the news. I don't know
No,
what
you
you're
get
talking
no, no,
about.
no. So you went to practice a couple days ago.
Yep.
Came back and you're like, man, vibes are good. They know what they got to do with the 3-point defense. They know they're mentally rested, physically rested, a little banged up here and there. Everything's good to go. They're rolling. And I'm just like, all right, I'm buying back in. I've been pretty out. No, I've been pretty out for the most part because I just don't. The lack of competitiveness has been too common, and the inability to close games, the letting go of the rope, all this, it all felt very negative all year.
Okay.
And then they finally get a really good win against the Nuggets to close the first half. And it's like, man, that's kind of what you expected from Sacramento this year. Was the ability to go into Denver second night of a back-to-back and pull out a game like that. And now they're 3-0 against Denver this year.
Yes.
And that's huge. So I felt great about that. But the more we sit here and talk about it, and the more we look at these next 5 games, Spurs at Clippers, Heat at Nuggets at Timberwolves, it's like, man, we have 54 games of evidence that this year's team is just kind of what it is.
Well,
And
yeah,
there's
but,
not some huge turnaround coming.
yeah, but I think the question that we have to ask is what they are.
But that's the problem, is the fact that we're sitting here on February 22nd and we're like, don't know what this team is really.
No, I mean, that's really difficult because we look at let's just isolate this 4 games, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think that there should be one blowout win, one blowout loss, a really good, highly contested game that the Kings win, and a highly contested game that the Kings lose.
Mhm.
And they'll go 2-2. That's when you look at these 4, and the problem that we have, Kyle, is that they could get blown out by the Spurs,
Right.
blow out the Timberwolves,
Yep.
have a highly competitive game and lose to the Clippers, and a highly competitive game that they win against the Miami Heat.
And then the Nuggets are in there too, where you're at Denver.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's what, and I think that's a little bit the problem.
Yeah, we have no idea.
But it's not, we're supposed to have an idea though. This was supposed to be, oh, they're running it back. This will just look like last year's team. And it hasn't, but I think there's still part of me that's hanging on to that. Because before the year I'm going, yeah, hey, they should be able to win 53, 54 games, be in that range.
Mm-hmm.
If, things kind of click and they go right. And they just haven't. But I think I'm still anchoring to that instead of looking at what we have. And the fact that you look at these next 5 and you go, yeah, can they go 3-2 in their next 5 in a stretch that includes at Clippers, at Nuggets, at Timberwolves, 3 of the top 4 teams in the West?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, sure. They could win all 3 of those games, but they could also in this same stretch go 2-3 and lose to the Spurs and lose to the Heat and beat Denver for a 4th time. It just, that's a problem for me. Well, that I don't know what they are.
I think more than a problem for you, Kyle, it's a problem for them. Because because that's a reality of who they are as an NBA team.
Mm-hmm.
So for us, it's one thing as people who watch them, who cover them, who talk about them on the radio, to be confused with who they are.
Mm-hmm.
It's a whole other thing for an NBA team to not be able to show an identity through 50 games.
Yeah.
And that's where we are. And so we all think that there could be like this epiphany moment where just all of a sudden they look like the Kings of last year. Mm-hmm. And De'Aaron Fox was just slow playing it for 6 weeks.
Sure.
And now he's ready to run you over.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to be a top 5 player in the NBA in the second half or in the final 28 games. Like, all of these things are possible, but the problem is we don't know. And there's no way for us to predict that. And it's not even like this next stretch, right? Again, Spurs, Clippers, Heat, Nuggets, Timberwolves, those 5 games, right? If they make it through that and they're 2-3, that's okay. It's a tough stretch, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the next stretch where you're playing the Bulls, the Lakers, the Spurs, the Rockets, the Bucks, the Lakers again, the Knicks, the Grizzlies, the Raptors, the Wizards, Orlando, like that group of like 10 games right there that they can't slip up. If they do the same thing, if they go 4-6 or 5-5, like their season's almost over.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're a play-in team for sure.
Mhm.
but that's probably all they are.
Yeah.
They're a play-in team that's going to get bounced quickly, and there won't be an extended playoff run, or maybe even a playoff run at all.
Mhm.
But we have to see how they play. We have to see if they have this moment where it all of a sudden looks like the Sacramento Kings.
And we'll talk about what they have to do differently, but securing Bagley in the Chatty House. And that's shout out to Securing Bagley for sticking with that name.
Yeah.
That's incredible work by them. Did they not know they were bad at 3-point defense before the break? And that's what I was saying a little bit ago was, hey, maybe they figured this out now that they've had the break to kind of sit and get this. But that's kind of my problem is this point that they bring up that did they not know this before the break? Like they did. And it's just maybe it's just not there. Like maybe they're just going to be 8 or 9 over, and that's just
that's who they are. They
that
just
team.
get stuck. They're like a
Yeah.
45 win team.
Yeah, and their 3-point defense is going to be bad, and they're going to have these stretches from De'Aaron Fox where he's an MVP caliber player for a couple games, and then he'll be just okay for a couple of games, and then you'll get 5 points from Keegan Murray for 6 straight up, and then there's 30 from him, and then there's Harrison like it's just I don't, and this is I guess what we're going to try and hash out today. It feels like this turnaround that I'm trying to anticipate is fictional. It's just made up based on what should happen. Like, yeah, De'Aaron Fox should be playing like an MVP candidate.
Yeah.
And Domantas Sabonis too. And that he's been just such a constant that he doesn't get involved here in this conversation.
Yeah.
But it's like Keegan Murray should be taking this step forward. And Harrison Barnes should be figuring out how to be productive while also letting Keegan Murray take this step forward.
Mhm.
It's all this like it should. But that's been the case since October.
Yep.
And now we're here in February.
Yeah, I
I think I'm bamboozling myself into thinking like, yeah, they'll just go 20-8.
Yeah, you go 20-8 and you're in. Like
Big time.
You're going to be a 5
by
seed.
a lot.
You're going to be
Yeah.
a 4 or 5 seed. Yeah, and I would point out too, like the 3-point defense thing, it really became like glaring starting like on January 1st, around the beginning of January. And I know when they got back from the trip where they played Cleveland, and Cleveland's not a horrible 3-point shooting team, I don't think.
Mhm.
But the fact that Cleveland hit 23 threes against them, when they got back into town, that's when I asked Mike during pregame about it. And he started breaking down all these things. And then the next day at practice, he started, throwing people around in practice,
Sure.
like in the media scrum, like showing what he's looking for and all this stuff. That's when it starts to open up like, hey, there's a problem here. And it only gets worse from there. And my point is that when you're in the middle of a season, it is very difficult to right a wrong on the fly, to fix something as dramatic as this, is something that's gone so far astray that you have to reset what you're doing and like get back to the basics with your players and make sure that they understand the basic concepts. And then maybe there are some conceptual things that schematic things that you can start working through and building on. But like, I feel like it's something that popped up and all of a sudden got out of control so fast.
Yeah.
That it wasn't just like they weren't allowing 39.7% in December. And then all of a sudden they're allowing like 48% over a 6-week
really bad.
stretch. Right.
Mhm.
And that's a problem. So that's why the All-Star break is a big deal. That's why like pulling back and giving yourself a minute to really examine what's happening and then get back to the drawing board as a coaching staff and then sit down with your team and have some heart-to-hearts. And you're coming out of the break refreshed with a new mindset of how you're going to attack one specific thing.
Yeah.
And I think that's the one good thing I would point out about this final 28 games is that the Kings have a very small grouping of things that they know that they have to get better at. And that's what they're going to attack. It's not a global, holy cow, we're not very good. How do we fix this?
Over that 3-point defense that you just brought up, 36.2% in October. That was just 3 games.
Yep.
November, 38.3. December, 36.9. January, 42.7. February, 42.7.
Oh,
Consecutive months allowing teams to shoot 43% from beyond the arc.
wild.
That's hard to do.
Yep.
All right. You know what's not hard to do is go to break. So
There
we're
it
going to do
is.
that now. We talked a lot about identity just now. What is the Kings' identity and how do they get there? Let's talk about that next on the Insiders. This is ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
All right. Yeah, Jim, maybe, but they really have worked on it. So we'll see. It's possible, though. The Spurs will light them up. Devin Vassell is a hell of a ball player.
Yeah, he's really good.
Yeah, he's developed. Although I mean, he hasn't taken the like straight climb that he was doing before. But you know, like last year, he came before he got hurt. He was so good. Kind of petered out here. He's at 18-9 a game, shooting 36.9 from three. I think everyone's adapting to what life with Victor Wembanyama looks like.
Hey, did you know about panda diplomacy?
No.
So I read this on the internet, and I've not gotten a chance to verify it. So if somebody in the chatty house can verify this, that'd be dope. Let me find it because this is just incredible. So it turns out that China, the country of China, owns basically all but one panda in the world,
Okay.
and every new panda that's born is a Chinese citizen.
Oh.
And China loans pandas to countries for their zoos based on how much like they like that country. And from, again, I have not verified this, but I'm telling you what I read on Twitter. So go verify this for yourself. Apparently, allegedly, the Chinese government was not thrilled with the US recently and pulled all our pandas, or most of the pandas.
They absconded with our pandas, including the
And,
San Diego Zoo, I'm reading.
Well, right. So China is now sending 2 pandas to the San Diego Zoo as an act of panda diplomacy toward the US.
But are they giving us the good pandas, or are they giving us
Just like a crappy panda?
like crappy pandas?
Right. Are we getting Kung Fu Panda, or are we getting like current Pablo Sandoval? Are we getting Red Sox Pablo Sandoval?
That's right. So that's a good question. They send us a bunch of skinny pandas. We're like, we didn't ask for skinny pandas. We want the pandas that roll down hills and fall out of trees and stuff. We don't want no skinny pandas. The Giants didn't just sign Pablo Sandoval, did they?
John Bull is on it. And now, because of this, I may or may not be punching him in the face. I also got to figure out if I'm allowed to stay till the end of the game tonight.
Oh, that's funny.
I'll let everybody in on that bit if you've missed it. Okay, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right, we're back. I'm still figuring out workflow. It's fine. So you can't hear the music, because if you hear the music, the stream hears the music. And if the stream hears the music, we might get dinged for like copyright violations.
Violating things.
Right.
Yes.
So that's the goal to not do. So I'm slowly working through this and figuring out the best way to make sure that this is all on the up and up.
Okay.
Hey, so if you're not familiar with this bit, I'm going to the Kings game tonight, mostly because of Victor Wembanyama. I would like to go see him in person.
Yep.
And if you're not, also if that's, I don't live in Sacramento yet, so I don't for me to go to a game and then be back out here by 5 a.m. is like a whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to like jump through hoops to make sure I'm able to go to a game. So I was like, hey, I'm gonna jump through some hoops because Victor Wembanyama is in town, and I'm making sure I'm there. The problem is if I go to a Kings game and stay the whole time, they don't win.
Yeah, we do have this problem.
Like literally, the every time I leave at halftime, no matter what the score is, yeah, Kings win. I stay the Pistons. We talked about this when they played the Pistons at home. I was like, I'm going tonight and I'm staying the whole time. Because dang it, it's the Pistons. They're winning this one. And then they lose by like a lot. They lost by double digits.
They did, and I blamed you completely.
As you should.
I think it was your fault.
Right. And so, but now I'm jumping through all these hoops to make sure that I'm out here. And so I was in last Friday.
Okay.
I was in West Sac. I was out at Drake's.
Yep.
Or Drake's Barn. And the Kings won. I saw the beam in person for the first time. But I've never been in the building when it gets lit. I don't get to see the whole show. Yeah, I've seen a video of it. You showed me a video of it, but I've never gotten to be there for the whole what's the word I'm looking for?
Pageantry.
Pageantry. Thank you.
Yes. It's glorious, Kyle. It's
I'm
glorious.
sure it's sick, and I really want to see it. But also, I'm an extremely superstitious person.
Yep. Because we're baseball fans. We're superstitious.
Right. Not a little stitious. And so if I leave at halftime, I now have to go figure out what to do for the second half of the game. And do I stay in Doko?
Go to the watch bar.
Do I go to Tom's Watch Bar? Shout out.
Yeah.
Do I go to Sauced? Do I go to wherever wants to sponsor the program?
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what you should do.
If you want to sponsor the show and be the place that I catch the end of Kings games because I'm not allowed to stay the whole time. So I'm going to try it again tonight. I'm going to try and stay the whole time.
Okay.
If they lose tonight, now granted, it looks like Domantas is going to play. He's doubtful.
He's doubtful.
With an illness.
With an illness.
If they lose tonight, I just may not be able to like do this again. Like at that point, it's real.
It's like a real thing.
Oh boy.
It becomes like Wade Boggs and chicken wings.
Maybe I'll try what?
Wade Boggs had chicken wings before every game ever.
And that was just his thing?
That was his thing. Wade Boggs and chicken wings. You've never heard this?
Never heard this.
Like
I've heard of Wade Boggs and drinking.
This is one of the great superstitions. He had to have his chicken wings before every game. Wade Boggs.
Huh.
Like 300 hitter.
Yeah, really good. Really
Third
good
baseman. Yeah.
Claimed he could foul pitches off on purpose.
Oh, I'm sure he could.
All because of the chicken wings.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the vibe. Maybe I need to eat chicken wings before I go in.
Maybe that's what we try to break the curse by Kyle's chicken wings.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
But then every game you have to have chicken wings.
That'd be fine. I could eat wings every single day of my life, bro.
We figured this thing out.
Where.
We have figured it out.
I don't even care where.
Yeah.
No, and it's like, so I think what I'm going to do is if maybe I'll plan to stay the whole time and we'll see how some things go. And maybe I'll try and exit and watch the end at Doko and watch somewhere there.
Well, but if it's like a 20-point game and like you can stay.
If they're controlling it.
Yeah, we have to like.
Okay. So here, the Spurs are up. Kings are up 20 at the half. Spurs come out in the first 4 minutes and go on like a 15-2 run. Do I bounce?
Probably.
Do I have to leave?
I think you do.
Okay.
I think we'll have to play like we can go by feel, and I can just look at you and say, Kyle, it's time for you to leave.
Just it's time to go.
Kyle,
6 quick thoughts.
Time to go.
Things played fine, but this jerk.
6 quick thoughts. 1, Kyle had to leave. That's right. Kick you out, Kyle. That's what we'll do.
Mondo says, wear a wig so superstition doesn't notice me. That's a great idea.
Oh,
Sal is requesting that Sal is going to the game.
okay.
He's requesting I buy him a beer for making the team lose,
Okay.
which maybe find me at the in the draft house. What else? There was one more in here. Scooter 916 says I can't stay because the Kings can't afford to lose.
Okay.
And I kind of see that. Honestly, I kind of agree.
If
Like,
you're
they
a
need-
jinx and you got to go, I mean, I understand that.
no, I'm going to try it one more time tonight.
Okay.
Unless Domas isn't playing and it's like tight at halftime, I'm out of there.
Yeah.
I will figure my life out.
Okay.
I will not be the reason.
Yeah, because I mean, again, Domas, like the illness thing popped up out of nowhere like yesterday.
Yeah, he wasn't in practice. Right?
Yeah, it wasn't in practice. And again, he was doubtful as of last night. We'll see what it looks like today. I know, like, while I was on with Kenny and Damian yesterday, we thought that Fox was going to be questionable or a game time decision as well. And then he did not appear on the injury report. So it appears that Fox is A-OK.
What an odd thing.
Yeah, the only other players out is Sasha Vezinkov. And of course, they did send Colby Jones to Stockton today. Yep. There's your guy. There's your guy.
Trash. Bebe wants to know if they can have my seat if I leave. That's up to James. That's up to James and
It's
the
up to
guy
me.
and the guy checking
The media
credentials.
credential guy would be like, "Hey, who's that?" I'll be like, "It's Bebe."
That's Bebe from the chat.
That's
You don't know them?
It's Bebe's keys.
Bebe, they're in here. Sit there and watch hoop with James. It's a really fun time.
Yeah.
A lot of prize picks action.
A lot of prize pick action.
I'm just in there. I'm like,
Oh.
this foot on the line. And a three. Come
Foul
on.
him.
Come
Foul
on.
him.
I need a rebound.
Keegan
Shout out
Murray
to prize
dunk.
picks too.
That's right.
Oh, you love the Keegan Murray dunk.
Keegan Murray dunk.
There's nothing worse in prize picks. Daily Fantasy Sports, by the way. If somebody's listening to this who's in sales and would like to cut this and send this to them,
Yeah.
feel free. Prize picks. Daily Fantasy Sports. You pick 2 to 6 players. It's a statistical projection. You pick more or less on that stat projection.
Yep.
And then you watch the winnings rolling. So there's nothing worse than when you have the more on De'Aaron Fox points and it's 26.5.
Yeah.
And he has 26. And they inbounded to him late. Kings are up 5 with 20 seconds left. Team's going to play the foul game. They foul him, send to the line. You're like, bang, 2 free throws. Let's take this home. And then he misses both. And he doesn't go to the.
I mean,
and then
you
he
know
doesn't
how
score.
much I lost on the one.
Oh, I wasn't gonna call you out specifically, but if you're gonna own it,
I mean, he finished with 29 and he needed 29 and a half. If he gets, and then he gets fouled in the key and they don't sit him to the line. And I'm like, what's happening? Then he steals the ball to end the game against the Golden State Warriors, steals the ball from Steph. And then like, he doesn't go down and score. He just went down and like threw the ball up in the air and
Yeah.
the Kings win. Right.
Oh,
I needed 0.5 of a point to win $2,000, which on a $20 bet, like what in the,
that's so.
it's not a bet, it's a play. But it's
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not a
not a bet. Yeah,
not gambling.
it
It's
was
daily
not
fantasy
gambling.
sports.
No. Yeah,
Anyways.
it was a bad beat. It was a bad.
It
beat.
was really tough.
I
You sent me that. I was like, oh
I
no.
I
Jesse.
still came away with
Oh,
200 from that night. But
oh,
yeah,
that was tough. We love
Prize
prize
Picks.
picks. What's your no, never mind. Listen to the Kings Beat podcast for James's code
yeah, there we go.
and get your first deposit match up to $100.
Kings beat.
King's identity. We just talked about that a lot in the last segment. We talked all about how this team doesn't really have one. Last year it was high octane offense. They weren't going to play a ton of defense, but it was really hard. It was really difficult to outscore them anyway.
Yep.
And you knew on a night in, night out basis, that's the Kings you were going to get for the most part.
Almost every single night. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
was
very
pretty-
few games did they
Just
not
total
show up.
stinkers. Yeah.
Yeah.
This year's been kind of the opposite, where you might get that version of the Kings that's going to go into Minnesota on the 5th night of a road trip.
Yeah.
At the fifth game on a road trip and go into Minnesota and win that one. but then come home and lose to Charlotte, a shorthanded Charlotte team.
Oh yeah.
And that's just been kind of the pattern all year. So what do you, James, believe if you were to sit down with the team? I know this wouldn't happen, but if Mike Brown said, "Hey, get in here, what should our identity be?" What would you tell him?
Well, I would tell them that it doesn't matter what it should be, that they have to find it, whatever it is. Because my problem isn't so much that they aren't living up to an identity or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's that they don't have one.
Mm-hmm.
And last year it was so defined. And I would even say last year's identity, I wouldn't even say was just that they're offensive juggernaut and that's their identity. Their identity was that they were gritty and they showed up every single game and they never let off the gas.
Yep.
And they had like 2 games that we can circle on this whole schedule where you're like, okay, what happened here? But outside of that, they were so consistently good. Win or lose, they were good.
Mm-hmm.
And if they got beat, but they got beat playing all the way down to the wire, and it was a great game.
Yeah.
That just doesn't exist this year, where you're left wanting at all times, thinking like, who are you?
Mm-hmm.
And how do we find you? And how do you define who you are? Because that might be the better question, not to have me tell them who they should be, but for them to convince me that they can be this or that. Like, go ahead and tell me what you think your identity is and who you need to be and who you're going to be in the final 28 games. I don't know. It's a good question. Maybe we'll ask this of Mike Brown in pregame. Like, what is it that you want your identity to be in the final 28 games?
And the thing is that may be where the disconnect is, because I'm guessing Mike Brown would tell you like a fast-paced offensive team, move the ball offense, and then a tough, gritty defensive team that creates offense out of their defense. But it's just like they're not going to be that. I just don't think they have I don't think they have the dudes defensively to be that team that he wants them to be. And I think that's where kind of you're going to see this roster go as they add size and they add athleticism, particularly on the wings.
Mm-hmm.
I think that may be the trend a little bit, where you see them build specifically, and you talked about this yesterday, I think it was a great point, where you're building your roster around De'Aaron Fox is your number 1 dude on offense. Domantas Sabonis is your number 2 dude on offense. Keegan Murray is the 3rd guy. Malik Monk's there off the bench. Everybody else is tertiary. Everybody else is knock down a corner 3 if it's there. Every once in a while, it may be, hey, somebody's in foul trouble. You got to come in and contribute a little more offensively. But on a night in, night out basis, it needs to be, that's their offense. It's De'Aaron Fox, Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis, Malik Monk, and everybody else is that gritty defensive stopper that Mike Brown wants. And I think De'Aaron can be both. I think Keegan Murray can be both. And that's a nice foundation, but you need more than that.
Yeah.
I think for the rest of this year, zooming into what this roster is, if I'm Mike Brown, I'm sitting there going, you know what? Go try and catch, I think it's Boston is number 1 in offensive rating. Go try and catch them.
Okay.
Go out and just score. If it's 145, 135 every game, fine. But I think that's how the best version of this team, I think that's what it's going to be, is one that, hey, just go put the ball in the hoop and figure that out. That's what I would prioritize first, is figuring out what to do offensively to fix whatever the heck has been going on where they're so up and down, and figuring out what they're doing defensively in the offseason, because I think that's what it's going to take.
Yeah. I mean, for this team right now to be, and I don't buy what they sell. What they keep saying is like, look, we're not that far off of who we were last year. And that's just not the case. Last year, they finished the season, I think it was 118.2 was their offensive rating. This year, they're 116.6. And I hear a lot of this from them, like, hey, the league has caught up to us a little bit. Other teams are doing some of the things we were doing last year. They're pushing the tempo. They're doing all this stuff. Like, look, the Kings offense right now is 14th in the league. That's not acceptable. And it's not because they're a bad shooting team. It's just because they're not playing the same pace, the same speed, the same energy that they did last year. So So Kyle, I get what you're saying. Like, go out there and be the team that you were last year. I just don't know that it's there. I don't know.
Oh, okay, but why?
Well, it's a good question because
Thanks.
I'm not sure. You're watching them play, and just something like whether they mix too many things up schematically or
Mhm.
whatever. But they have these rules. Like you need to. It's not just that you need to set a good screen; it's that you need to cut hard and you need to cut with purpose, right? So if you're gonna do a back cut, like it needs to be like really quick, really active, and like, hey, let's go, right? Well, last year we got to this point in the season where they kept doing this, and I
Mhm.
think again, Harrison Barnes talks about this. He does a lot of things that people aren't even watching. He's like, how many times I do like a really really fast cut,
Mhm.
and it clears out space, and De'Aaron's able to get around the corner. Domas is able to set a screen and clear out somebody. All these things, right? But where is the moment where the offense? I think this is probably my problem that I have with what I've seen. It's that the offense was supposed to organically grow from what it was last year.
Mhm.
And that's easy to do. You have an offense, it's moving, it's going quite quick. It's going you're having all these pieces moving all over the place.
Mhm.
Well, year 2 should not have been scrap part of the offense. It should have been adding the new wrinkle to the wrinkle to the wrinkle, right? So
Mhm.
we saw it for one game. They ran the same play like 5 times in a row where Harrison Barnes has been cutting all night long but not getting any
Mhm.
passes. All of a sudden he stopped in the middle of the key, put his hands up. They kept feeding him right over the top for a
Yeah.
wide open layup. Where is that play? Where is the play that comes off of that play, which is
Mhm.
Harrison Barnes gets it, everyone collapses, Harrison Barnes fires it to the corner 3 for a wide open look. Like
Mhm.
all of those things we haven't seen the organic growth, which is it's really weird
Mhm.
because it's not how a basketball team usually develops. What happened with the Kings is it's almost like they're like a 6'10" like 5-year-old, and then they kept getting shorter
Mhm.
because that's what it feels like. It's like they aren't who they were, and it's less and less and less of who they were. And so I definitely think that they're gonna have to figure it out, that they're gonna have
Mhm.
to like get down to the nitty-gritty of what it is that happened to their offense and how they but I think the best thing to do is to push the tempo,
Mhm.
fly around the court, try to find that rhythm of who you were last year, and then again start building off of that. And the defensive side of the ball, these things can be separate.
No
You
doubt.
can
No
improve
doubt.
on the defensive side of the ball without giving up the offensive side. It just might mean that De'Aaron Fox can't play 36 minutes. He's got to play 33 or
Right.
32.
Right.
That somebody else has to step up and in his place play the same tempo, do the
Mhm.
things that he's doing without being a 30-point per game guy.
Mhm.
And the same thing with some of their other players that are playing huge minutes.
Do you think there's any? This is something that I keep coming back to, and I don't. it, it's not like quantifiable, but do you think there's been I know that you just talked about schematic stuff,
Mhm.
but it is okay. Keegan Murray needs to take a step forward, so he needs to be more involved. And also, De'Aaron is playing like an MVP candidate, but hang on, take a hit the brakes a little bit on that because we need to get Keegan Murray involved, and then everything's also running through Domas. And now, hang on, we need to get Kevin Huerter going. He's not hitting his shots, and now we need to get Kevin Huerter going. And then Malik Monk is on the floor, and hey, all right, he's going to be the driver when he's on. Do you think that it's almost like too many cooks where there's not? It doesn't feel like there's defined roles necessarily. It's like everything is too, yeah. Hey, everybody's good. Everybody come in and just kind of float around, and everybody will be involved. And some nights you'll get 18 shots, and some nights you'll get 6, but everything's cool because the offense is. I think there needs to be a more established hierarchy of who is doing what offensively.
Yeah, I mean, probably. You're probably right. And then I'd also point out that like when we talk about like
Mhm.
Malik Monk in a like real functional basketball
Mhm.
is better. He himself is better with JaVale McGee.
Mhm.
The team is not.
Mhm.
The team is better with Alex Len.
Yeah.
And then we talk about,
Interesting.
like, so there's these things where you're trying to balance like how you grow as a team, but how you highlight individual play.
Yeah.
And on top of that, like you talked about let's get Keegan Murray more involved, right?
Mhm.
So Keegan Murray starts getting a lot of those plays at the top of the key where
Mhm.
he's coming off a high DHO, a dribble handoff,
Mhm.
and setting a screen. Domantas sets a screen, but also hands it to Keegan. Last year, it was Kevin Huerter doing that play, and Kevin Huerter rounds the corner and travels on the play like a good 10 feet away
He
from
gets
Domas.
horizontal.
He gets like this huge amount of space,
Mhm.
which draws everybody over, and then he's shooting this shot, right?
Mhm.
Well, that's not what Keegan does. Keegan
Mhm.
comes off the screen, turns around right next to Domas, and fires.
Mhm.
So, like, there are different ways that they're doing the same exact play,
Mhm.
but that's how individual players work. Like,
And that's where so you have drawn that up for me before.
yes.
And the question for me is, why doesn't Keegan just do it like Kevin Huerter does? If that's what makes the offense more effective, it seems like it would be pretty easy to be like, hey, bro, when you take this handoff, don't plant your feet in a little C shape and shoot it right there where you now have two defenders and Sabonis doesn't have an opportunity to get into space. You need to take it and get wide. You need to make that like at first base, when you turn it first, you make the banana shape.
Yeah.
You make that shape and get out wide, and that's going to open things up offensively. Why doesn't that just happen?
Okay.
It's probably easier said than done, but
Well, yeah, but I can answer that because that's not who Keegan is. And that you might go, well, okay, but maybe that's who he has to be. It's like,
yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
but
You nailed it.
okay, but how many times did Clay dribble the basketball, Clay Thompson, when he scored 60 points?
Like 11.
Okay.
9.
And how many times do you think Steph Curry dribbles the basketball when he scored 60?
Way more than that.
400.
Yeah.
Probably, right?
A lot of times.
Like there's different styles of players. And you can't ask Clay Clay is going to do the same thing that Keegan Murray does. He might get a little bit wider, but what Kevin Huerter does is just different. And so
why run the play
have
for
to
Keegan
adapt.
at all?
Well, because you need that guy to continue to grow and to be the player that you want him to be if this team is going to take the step in year 3 and year 4. Again, this isn't about building a playoff run for 1 year. It's about building a playoff like a dynasty of playoff runs.
Sure.
Like whether you're going to be a championship contender or not, we don't know yet. It depends on how the ceiling and some of your players develop. But for right now, what Keegan Murray needs to be, he's not yet. And he's growing into that player. But then at the same time, he becomes this defensive juggernaut. And he doesn't have the legs either because he's playing all this crazy defense. He's defending guards. He's defending point guards. He's defending everybody.
So do we have to recalibrate what Keegan Murray's role is going to be then? Because if that's it, to me, that says, hey, if he's going to be this awesome defender who's going to make life difficult on the best guard or wing on the other team, and he's just going to not be an afterthought offensively, but be more of a catch and shoot guy, where, hey, now he's hanging out in the corner and he's going to blaze away from 3. He'll create a little bit, but his role is largely going to be this kind of secondary or tertiary scorer on the perimeter instead of this. Hey, get him the ball. He's going to create. He's going to get in the post. He's going to do all these things offensively. Like that to me means you just need to recalibrate what you think Keegan Murray is, or is the best way he's going to help your team.
Well, but I think that's the problem. It's that you're looking at, can Keegan Murray be both of those things? But can he be both of those things 2 years from now? I mean, because let's be honest, like Chris Middleton has been a great defender for a long time. He's not anymore. He's solid, but he's not as good as he was.
A lot.
Yeah, but like there was a period of time where he was great on both ends of Klay Thompson, great on both ends of the floor. I mean, Kawhi Leonard is the guy, right?
But go ahead. Sorry, keep going.
Well, my point is that those guys have figured out a way to balance being a great scorer and a great defensive player. The problem that I think, in all honesty, that the Kings have, it's Keegan Murray and who else? So there isn't a moment where you can say, hey, Keegan, you just got hot and, player X, we're going to need you to go defend a couple of players on a few possessions in a row to give Keegan a break on the defensive end. They don't have that player.
Sure.
They don't have somebody else that can step into Keegan's role and allow Keegan to go be the offensive player. So I think the answer, Kyle, is that it's about balance, and you got to figure it out slowly. But I also think that if you look at Keegan Murray as a set shooter in the corner versus Keegan Murray running off multiple screens and coming off the top and trying to do what Kevin Huerter does, a lot more energy is expelled doing that.
Sure.
A lot more energy is expelled by him getting the ball at the top of the key and then racing to the basket and making whatever move he's got than him standing in the corner. So you might need to figure out a way to, again, invert your offensive players for a couple of possessions to give him a break, to allow him not to be that guy. And same thing with Fox. When Fox is cooking, you probably need somebody else to step up and play defense and allow him to keep cooking, because he is he's putting so much energy out on one end of the floor that you have to be cognizant of that. And you hope that he can get to a point where he can play full bore for, every minute he's on the court, but that's not a reality in today's NBA.
I want to keep going with this Keegan Murray thing because you brought up the Klay Thompson, Chris Middleton comparison as two-way players, and with Keegan's importance to the Kings in the second half, if they're going to make some kind of run. I want to focus on that as we continue looking ahead to the second half of the Kings season, which begins tonight at Golden One Center. The Kings welcoming in Keldon Johnson and the Spurs. The Purple and Black pregame show. That's with myself and James. That begins at 6 o'clock right here on ESPN 1320. But we'll also have a little Kings-Spurs look ahead for you during the show as well. So all that's coming up next on ESPN 1320.
Okay. How do you want me to send a link? Do you want me to send a link, or, well, I say we send a link and see if we can get video, or do you want to use a phone call?
Yeah, if we can do video, that'd be great.
Okay.
That'd be A+. I also forgot to tease that. That's my fault. I did a bad job.
It's okay. No, let's tease it when we come back, because sorry. Settings. No.
All right, good news, gang. I think I have this worked out. Where I need to fire this hotkey. James, you will not hear the music, but it will record and not hit the stream, but then you will hear the now back. You will also hear that, Chatty House. You'll hear the now back. And then that way I have to push fewer buttons in the middle of the show. Hell yeah. Boo to Drake's Brewing.
I don't know what that means.
Drake's Brewing had been a sponsor of Fans Fest, and today, 2 days before the event, they pulled out as a sponsor.
Oh no.
And Drake sells a bunch of beer inside the Coliseum. So
that's why.
According to Last Dive Bar, who's one of the organizations running the event, our coordinating team was only provided with, quote, unforeseen circumstances as a reason as to why they were pulling their sponsorship.
Well, that's lame.
Boo.
Well, it's an opportunity. Someone else jump in.
Hope so.
You're right over there. You okay?
About a minute.
All right.
I'm going to text you right now.
Oh, so I don't know him.
Well, that was just what I'm.
Yeah. No, that's okay. Sorry about that.
That's last I heard. That was, man. Okay, here we go. Gonna shut it down.
All right.
Hey, welcome back in. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. This is the second hour of our show, the second of 4 hours today.
4 hours
Right,
later.
we're taking you up to noon, and then we're also taking you up to 2. I was going to do a whole thing where if I didn't have how far inside baseball do I want to go here? I have additional responsibilities here at the station.
Okay.
I also work for 98 Rock. I work at 98 Rock. I don't work for 98 Rock. I work at 98 Rock.
Okay.
And I have some added responsibilities this week on their morning show, so I'm not able to get in here and get set up. My original plan was I was going to open the 12 o'clock hour with the D'Lo and Casey open. I was going to hit all the drops that they hit. I was going to do that whole spiel, but I don't have time to set that all up during our show.
Got it.
Unfortunately. Yeah. It's all right.
All right.
I might find Damien's drops anyways, and at noon do the acknowledge me one.
Okay.
And the in God mode himself. I might
Okay.
have some fun with it. I don't know.
All right. I don't know. I can do
I'm gonna do.
the acknowledgement like
no, you just got to do
poses and
You just got to go yes sir when I say your name. That's easy.
yes sir.
You nailed
Okay,
it. Look at that.
there it
Okay,
is.
cool. It'll be D'Lo and Casey featuring Kyle and James. Starting at noon. We're taking you up to 2 o'clock just for today. That's just for today. D'Lo and Casey, as far as I know, we'll be back from noon to 4 tomorrow, but they will just be 2 to 4 this afternoon. So thank you everybody for riding with us, whether you're in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Maybe you're listening on 1320 AM. We appreciate you for sure. And everybody on the free Odyssey app as well. We appreciate the heck out of all of you. Want to remind everybody as well that Kings-Spurs tonight, purple and black pregame show with me and James is at 6. And tomorrow, because there is a Kings game tonight, tomorrow we'll be giving away a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. And you'll have an opportunity to win a Kings jersey with your entry.
Okay.
So make sure to tap in for the Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game tomorrow.
It's exciting.
It's a 24-hour tease, baby.
24-hour tease.
I'm locked in. We were talking about Keegan Murray in the last segment because we're talking about the Kings' second half here. And we are looking ahead to these next 28 games and what are the keys for a Kings turnaround so they don't look like they did in the first 54, where not to say they were bad because they're not a bad team, but they were inconsistent. And I think one of the things that the team is looking for, I think you and I are looking for it, and I think Kings fans, of course, are looking for it, is this Keegan Murray breakout that comes with a little more consistency.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen peak Keegan Murray this year be better than peak Keegan Murray last year. But largely, like, you go look at the numbers, it's just kind of the same guy. He just shoots it a couple more times a game. And he's way better defensively, which is what we were talking about in the last segment.
Mm-hmm.
And you brought up how good he's been on that end. And I said, well, then maybe you need to shift what you think he's going to be as a player. Maybe he's more of a defensive stopper and a catch and shoot 3 guy instead of this like offensive force. And you mentioned Klay Thompson and Chris Middleton as really good two-way players who figured out how to be really good two-way players. And there are a lot of them. I'm going to leave Kawhi out of this discussion for now because Kawhi Leonard is just different. Like, Kawhi set a really, really high bar for the two-way player.
Of course.
Bucket or realm.
Yeah.
But the thing I come back to with Klay Thompson and Chris Middleton, really good offensive players, but the maximized version of Chris Middleton was playing off of Giannis and Drew Holiday. And the maximized Klay Thompson was playing off of Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Kevin Durant for a spell. And that's where I had a vision of, and maybe I've been wrong this whole time. I had this vision of Keegan Murray being like the number 2 scorer on this team, where Domas is rebounds, it's assists, he's going to score a little bit, but hey, when the Kings need a bucket, it's going to be the De'Aaron Fox and Keegan Murray show. And I think I'm recalibrating that as we go through this year. And maybe that's not the best version of Keegan Murray, unless he is Kawhi Leonard and he is going to be this awesome two-way player who can create and shoot threes and do all this stuff offensively and then be a lockdown defender on the other end. I think that's going to be something that I'm looking for in the second half, is if they really find a little bit different role for him that better suits the team overall.
Okay, so we've talked about the dynamics of team building quite a few times here, right? And here's how I would answer that. I think he can be anyone he wants to be still. I think he can be a 22 point per game scorer and an elite defender and a guy who gets 6 rebounds a game. I think he can still be all of that.
Okay.
But Kyle, at the end of the day, the Kings, as they're currently constructed, might not allow that to be the case. And so the next iteration of this Kings team, I believe, will have more in 3D. It's more 3-and-D players. And if you have more 3-and-D players, and some of those players can take some of the stress off of Keegan Murray and allow Keegan Murray, number one, more shots, but number two, the opportunity to not always be the primary defensive player, then that's where I think you can take another step. So again, we can start looking at other players that he could like sort of become, maybe a guy like OG Anunoby, right?
Sure.
But again, a 16 to 18 point per game scorer, not a 20 to 23 point per game scorer.
Yeah.
And it's okay if
that's a
who he ends
sizable
up being.
difference.
Yeah, but it's okay if that's who he is. If he's the third best player on your team and he's your third best scorer, but he's your best defensive player, I mean, that's okay.
And that's kind of, and that's what I'm getting at. If I came across this way, it's not what I meant. I didn't mean like, man, I am downgrading what I think Keegan Murray is.
Yeah.
That's not it at all. He is just better defensively than I thought he would be.
Yep.
And
than anyone thought he would be.
He's been excellent.
Yes.
And frankly, last year it's like, man, he kind of looks like he's moving in mud. I don't know if he's going to be able to hang with elite athletes in the NBA. And in one off season, he's turned himself into this really good athlete and very, very good defender. And that to me just means, hey, maybe he does as a ceiling as an offensive player. Maybe he is the third option. And that's not a bad thing. It just changes what I think the Kings need to do around him. He's still very much a key piece of their core moving forward. I'm just not necessarily looking for him, particularly in the second half of this season. I'm not necessarily looking for him to be a 20 point a game guy, which I thought he would be by the end of this year. He would do it for stretches this year, and he just hasn't.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's going to adjust. He's going to make the adjustments. Having a week off, I think, does reset you. And I think we're going to see a more aggressive, but also well-rested version of him. I think his 3-point percentage will slowly start to climb. This is a guy who, for his career, is going to shoot close to 40% from three. He's a spectacular 3-point shooter. The fact that he hasn't been spectacular this year or consistent this year is, I think, more a function of like who the Kings have to ask him to be because of, what's going on the court. And he's still caught in the middle between being a 3-and-D guy and being an offensive defender guy. Yeah. And those are like, I think that there is a distinction that like to be a Kawhi Leonard or to be an OG Anunoby, that's one thing, but to be a like Robert Covington, that's totally different.
Robert Covington.
Right. But that's a different where you're a guy who isn't going to be asked to do anything other than hit some open threes and then defend the daylights out of everybody that you're in front of.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, No, Keegan's going to be, in my opinion, much better than that.
Okay. Okay. Right? Same. I agree.
But what I'm saying is that there's a big step that has to happen in order for him to balance. It's like the work-life balance. He needs to find the offense-defense balance. And in year 2, I think everyone thought he would take this leap offensively because that's who you thought he was. But then he comes out and he's this great defender, and the Kings don't have great defenders. And you're trying to find a way to balance those two things. And he's getting beat up. He's a little slow to the punch over the last 2 weeks, which caused him to be in foul trouble. And you can see that he just kind of wore down a little bit. We're going to see a refreshed, ready to roll version of this coming out in the second half, in my opinion.
Keegan Murray, 14.8 points, 5.3 boards, 1.7 assists. OG Anunoby in the last 4 seasons, 16.4 points, 5 boards, 2.2 assists.
Yeah.
He's shooting 38% from 3. Keegan shooting 35 this year. But I'm with you. I don't foresee Keegan Murray ending this season at 35%.
No. And not only that,
the bigger concern for me is the fact he's actually shooting fewer 6.3 threes a game last year to 6.2 this year.
Yeah.
That's weird. I don't like that.
No, you got to find him more shots. But I like the fact that he's doing other things. He's not just a 3-point shooter.
Yeah.
All right.
Keegan Murray. I'm having an existential crisis about Keegan Murray now.
All right. Kyle can have an existential crisis about Keegan Murray. But we got to go to break, and you can think about it during the break.
I don't want to. It's not. Yeah, no. We gotta go. We gotta go. I don't want to. I like Keegan Murray a lot. I think he has a very high ceiling as a player. That's the bottom line. More Kings second half stuff coming up, and the 49ers closing in on a defensive coordinator hire. We'll talk about that next on ESPN 1320.
See, John Bowles also an existential crisis expert. Hey, can you kill Mike's for a sec? I need to tell you something. What are you guys talking about in here today? You're all weird.
Hang on. I need to turn the mics off for a second.
All right.
Not to say anything, but just to do something. All right, we're back. We're not back. The show is. Our mics are on.
Our mics are back. It's funny. I had lost somebody's phone number on my phone. Couldn't find it. But then I got that somebody gave me their phone number. I text them. But now I can see all my text threads from them before.
Oh, weird.
Even though I can't find their phone number on my phone anywhere.
Oh, weird.
Totally bizarre.
So it was in there somewhere. You just couldn't find it.
Yep.
Oh, Was it the number I sent you?
No.
Mm.
What was the number you sent me? Oh, no. No, but that number led to the other number.
Mm.
Cryptic.
One of the best. Okay, 10 seconds. Mics are hot.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
11:30, it's happening. At 11:30, the great Kings legend, Scot Pollard, is going to join us on this very program, and I'm fired up about it.
I'm working on it right now.
Shout out to you. That's great work by you. Scot Pollard coming up at 11:30. Really, really excited to chat with him. Really excited that he is capable of talking on the radio.
Yes.
No, 4 days removed from getting his heart replaced. 5 days.
Absolutely amazing.
Incredible.
It's I'm super excited to have him. We're I'm waiting for confirmation, but like we've had confirmation all morning that he's going to be on the show. He's gone through it, man.
Yeah.
I'm really intrigued to check in with him. I've known Scott for a long time. And it's one of those things where, I mean, you don't wish something like this upon anybody. Absolutely horrific, what him and his family have had to go through here. And, right now it's a feel good story. And I know he's got a really strong message to send out to everybody about becoming a donor and what it means to someone like him.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just absolutely amazing.
Yeah. Really, really, really excited to talk to Scott. So stay locked in. That's coming up at 11:30 o'clock right here on this very program.
That's
The
right.
Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320. I'm done having a Keegan Murray existential crisis.
You're done?
Yeah, I've decided I'm done.
Well, that's why I brought you Jamba Juice, so you could.
No, I
move
appreciate
past.
the heck out of that, dude. Seriously, go ahead. Sorry.
It's going to be one of those days. I know it's one of those days. And so I figured, maybe that would help you like get over the top here, give you a little boost.
It's been doing great. We love Jamba Juice.
Come
Jamba,
sponsor this show.
It's actually called Jamba now. Just Jamba.
Oh, they've dropped the juice?
Yeah, just look at the cup. It's just Jamba now.
Wow.
That's like there's a coffee chain that used to have 2 words in it, and now it's just 1 word.
Mm.
More Boston related than West Coast, but it's fine.
Yeah, because it's like Jamba.
That's why I prefer Jamba, because they're everywhere.
Okay.
Anyways, we were talking about King's identity earlier, and Malik Monk is the curator of vibes on this team. But no, check that. I don't know if Malik Monk is the curator of vibes, because it feels like he just kind of goes at his own pace. And sometimes when the vibes are high, the team very much follows him. And I wonder if that's enough, because it hasn't been so far, is having that one guy who's like, yeah, hell yeah, vibes guy. And I think that's a little bit of the problem with this team, is there's not that like emotional focal point.
And
I wonder, is that player on this team?
Are you asking if they miss Matthew Dellavedova?
Yeah, honestly, like it's not like it's as a bit, yes, but as not a bit, kinda. It's like it's impossible to quantify, and it's different for every team, right? Because like winning begets culture, right? You don't if a team is full of dudes who are having a great time and they're losing 75% of their games, it's like, wow, those guys don't take the game seriously enough. But if that same group is having a great time and they're winning 75% of the games, it's like, wow, look at the culture.
Yeah.
Like that's it. But at the same time, I wonder, we talked about Mason Jones and how big of a deal it was that Mason Jones came up and was as noticeable as he was on the bench, doing regular bench stuff, being the first one out there, doing dances on the side. Like that should be a thing that like is just happening all the time. And when he came up, it was like, wow, this is different. This is new. And I can't help but think that somewhere along the line matters in the scope of what we've seen from the Kings through the first 54.
I think, Kyle, it's possible that the better you get as a team, like sometimes you become more like it's a professional work, like we're all about business type deal. And you get away from that. And I'm not saying that you always do, because I think there are teams that have that guy. But again, I don't know who that player would be. Like, could it be like Juan Toscano Anderson on the Warriors on a championship team? Maybe. I don't know, but not every team has that. But I also feel like this team doesn't have, like, we talk about identity. I would even say, hey, like, does this team have a soul? Can we see the soul of this team? And I think it's a different way of looking at it, because I don't feel like they've talked about it so much early in the season, the connectivity. Like it's one of their like shirts is be connected and all that stuff. I don't feel that. I don't feel the same connectivity that I think we saw from the team last year.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. Maybe it's just that it's year 2 and that they're trying to figure out what year 2 looks like for them. And, it's just not the same. Like none of it is the same. Nothing has been as easy. And I'm not saying what happened last year didn't take work, but it did all of a sudden. Like I talked about it so many times. Not only were they number 1 in the history of the NBA in offensive rating, right? But on top of that, it goes so far beyond that. They're a team that was just assembled. Like they traded for Sabonis at the end of the season before. He played like 10 games with De'Aaron Fox. Fox gets hurt. They don't play that much together. Played a little bit with Harrison Barnes, but then Domantas took some time off with baby. Like then they go into the offseason, and even at that deadline, they added Trey Lyles, right? You go into the offseason, you add Keegan Murray, you add Malik Monk, you add Kevin Huerter. The synergy that they instantly found on the court was stunning. Like you do not see a team that gets assembled out of nowhere, thrown together, everyone just thrown in the pot, and have them come out and be that good offensively so quickly.
Sure.
It didn't make sense. Right. And that's what it was like. Okay, so what are they going to look like in year 2? Well, year 2, they don't look like the same ingredients worked. So I'm confused with kind of like,
is it a regression
where they are?
Do you think they just dramatically overperformed last year?
No, because like I think what they did was like sustainable. Like what they were doing was like it was every single game they were very similar. Like they were that team. Like, and I think maybe you did tinker too much in the offseason. You tinkered too much, but you didn't tinker with the lineup.
Right. And that's what I keep. Okay, they threw some wrinkles into the offense. We talked about yesterday. We spent an entire segment talking about how high IQ this team is offensively. And so Mike Brown wants to spin a couple of wrinkles off of their offense, and suddenly they can't do it anymore. That does not make any sense to me.
Yeah.
Which is why it feels like there's something more to this that goes beyond X's and O's. That goes beyond like, yeah, hey, Keegan Murray, if he was hitting more threes, if he was hitting 41% of his threes, maybe everything looks different. If De'Aaron Fox was shooting even 78% from the free throw line, they have a couple of more wins and maybe everything looks different. And maybe that's really what it is, like make or miss league, and they've just missed more often than they've made. But I just, after watching what happened last year and watching the vibe on the team last year and then coming into this year, it looks like more than just, oh yeah, hey, their offense is a little different and they're struggling with it.
Yes.
And I wonder if they have the emotional focal point to dig themselves out of that.
No, it's true. But I'd also say the other thing is a couple of guys on this team that were part of the run it back have felt the entire season like they're going to get traded at any time.
Well, trade deadline's gone.
Well, yeah. And that helps.
Hurrah.
Yeah, I mean, no, that should help. They should
Yeah.
look different after, a reset. But really, there are a lot of guys that are like, hey, we thought we were part of the team here.
Mhm.
We thought we were part of the club, and you're out here
Yeah.
pitching us for Pascal Siakam or OG Anunoby or whoever it is, and our name's getting brought up every single day.
Is there okay, we have to break. We have Scot Pollard coming up next.
Mhm.
I want to continue this
Okay.
because I want to look at what you just said from a different angle. We will do that. We'll have Scot Pollard in here on ESPN 1320. That's coming up next. Kings second half. Do the Niners have a defensive coordinator? What the heck's going on in Santa Clara? We'll have that for you at some point. Tons to get into on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
What's up, my man?
There you are. I can hear you.
Oh,
Can you
let's
hear
see if I
me?
can get
We're
your,
not gonna. I don't think we'll be able to hear him with the.
let me see if I can get your mic.
Check. Checkity check.
Oh, we don't hear you yet, Scott. Hang on one
Okay.
sec.
What's the plan at 12? Are we switching the board? You guys can go.
Are you here?
Yeah.
Do you want to just switch the board?
It's fine. It's up to you guys. Whatever works best for you guys.
Honestly, it's whatever works best for you.
Okay.
We may not be able to hear Scott while we're at break.
Oh, okay. Scott, we might not be able to hear you while we're at break.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. He can
both-
hear me. Cool.
Both of
Hopefully
you.
you're feeling good.
Both of you. I can hear.
Oh, now we can hear you.
There. I just heard myself.
Awesome.
All right.
How you doing, big man?
I'm okay.
All right.
Considering I got a new heart just a few days
Let
ago.
him know the stream can hear him too.
Oh, the stream can hear you too. So just so you know, you're hot, and we're not on the radio, but you're hot on the stream. We have what we call the chatty house here. There's a lot of people.
Okay.
Cool. Move you back here. Yeah, look at that. Look at those sutures in the middle of your chest.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I hate to tell you, that's gonna leave a scar.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it'll look really cool.
That's the rumor. Chick sticks cars, so I'm good.
That's right. That's right.
Mrs. Pollard really likes it. So
Yeah. I don't think you can see a lot of people in the chatty house, but a lot of well wishes for you. Yeah. Like everyone's like a bunch of stuff rolling in here. I don't know if you can see stuff that I pop up on the screen there. But
no.
okay. Yeah, we'll how long till we're back on, Kyle?
About a minute.
1 minute until we're back on the radio.
Okay.
So how long do you want us to keep you? 5 minutes, 8 minutes, 10 minutes?
Let's keep it between 5 and 8.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
And feel free to interrupt me because I know I'm a talker.
Oh no, we know you're a talker.
I have hard hitting Kansas basketball questions.
Uh-oh.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's awesome. We can actually hear you in the background. We can hear your monitors.
You can hear me beeping?
Yeah, we can hear you beeping.
There's that.
Oh, that's amazing, dude.
And then this is the drug side. Or
Yeah,
wait,
the drug side.
No, it's all over here. That's the drug side too.
Oh yeah, you got
That's the
everything. Look at
drugs.
that.
Yeah, everything's on the right side now.
Bags of medicine.
Yeah.
All right.
$30 seconds, boys.
30 seconds.
That's the big one. What's this one? I can't even see what that is. I don't know. I think it's just a bandage. I think it's just a bandage. They took I had a port in my neck and they took it out when I left ICU.
Got it.
I think that's just the bandage covering it up, keeping it clean.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right, we are back in here, taking you up to 2 o'clock today. That's James. I'm Kyle. And joining us now, Kings legend, Scot Pollard, in the building right here on ESPN 1320. Scott, what's going on, man?
It's a testament to how old I am when you start referring to me as a legend. So thank you.
That's been the case for a long time, though. No, you're doing great, man. Appreciate you. Thanks for hopping on with us,
Scott. We've got you from a hospital bed. And for those of the people who don't know out there, your last couple of months have just been wild. And I know I've as much as possible tried to let you have your space. I'll reach out to you on occasion just to well wishes and stuff. But what has this journey been like for you over the last, say, 2 or 3 months to get to a point where on Saturday you got a new heart?
So I'll give you the quickest version I can. My doctors in Indiana started talking transplant after September meeting last year. And right away we started talking about trying to get listed at as many hospitals as I could to increase my odds of getting a donor fairly quickly. And so I had got listed in Indiana at St. Vincent's Hospital there with my cardiologist, Dr. Chowdhury, in charge. So that was all listed. And then about a month later, I was able to get in with the University of Chicago and Dr. Gene Kim and his staff there. And then I left there, went back to Indiana for a couple of days, and then we drove down here to do the same thing at Vanderbilt Hospital. And apparently my heart was declining more rapidly than anybody expected. So they kept me. They said I won't say it live on radio, but they said I didn't look very good, and so they kept me here. And everybody agreed that this was the best place for me. They lead the nation in transplants year in and year out, very consistently. I believe Duke may have had 2 more hearts last year, but overall, nobody does more transplants of all the organs and hearts as well over the last 5 years or so than Vanderbilt. And so very fortunate that this is the place that my heart decided to keep me here, and that I was able to get a transplant so quickly because of my size. That was going to be a big challenge, is trying to find me a heart that was big enough to pump this big body. And they did so in an incredibly short amount of time. I've got a friend in Indiana that just had a transplant last summer, and he was in the hospital for 2 months waiting. And that's just a testament, not to the care or the quality of the facility, but just the volume. And when you have volume like Vanderbilt does, they have access to more hearts. And so I was able to find a heart here much quicker than anybody expected, but probably the staff here probably expected it. But everybody else was going, it's going to be a tall order, big boy.
Do they have to find a heart from a person who was also 6'11"?
No.
Or is it a range?
So that's the thing that really scared me going in, because my dad died on the heart transplant list because in 1991 when he passed, it did have to be from a similar sized person. Like, that's the technology they had. But nowadays, it definitely need to be a big heart. Can't just be a normal size heart from a normal size person. But it didn't have to be a 6'11", 300-pound guy either. And it's a big, strong heart. I feel better overall, even though I'm healing and I'm in pain and stuff like that from the surgery. I feel much better, much more mentally clear now than I did a week ago before the transplant. And that is also a testament of how my athlete brain was just like, it's okay. We're going to be fine. You're going to work through this. You're going to outwork the body. You're going to, push that thought out of your mind and just get better. And there was no getting that heart better. That heart was done. And so again, very fortunate to have found a donor in that amount of time, because apparently I was slipping pretty fast.
Hey, Scott, I think your wife, Dawn, has done an incredible job of not only racing you all over the country and being sort of your rock, but also keeping everybody updated on social media. And we saw this scene where you stood up for the first time, like less than 24 hours in, then you go for a walk. And I think that, first of all, you just people forget how big of a man you are until there's a doctor and a nurse trying to peel you off of bed and trying to get you up. And then you're walking down a hall, and I think everybody else is thinking the same thing I am. How are they going to stop him if something happens? Like, please stay upright. Just how crazy has it been, sort of your recovery so quickly, and again, the support of Dawn being there for you every step of the way?
Well, she has been incredible, at tremendous strain on her work life and parenting life, both of our parenting life, but more her, because she's just trying to take care of me right now. So we've got the good fortune of having a really good family and friend network that's been able to chip in and help out with the kids. And she's actually driving back to Indiana right now to drop off number 4 because her mom's going to come in for a while and watch him there in Indiana. So then she'll be back here tomorrow. But also, we've got friends from Boston that are in town, Dr. Wei Chi Wong and Dr. Jordan Shin. They're keeping an eye on me while my wife is out of town. But yeah, regarding the rehab, when she's filming, she's also pushing a chair, a tall chair. In case I start feeling bad, I plop back down in the chair, and she's behind me every step of the way, literally right behind me. So I'm verbal when I'm walking and taking these walks. If I'm feeling bad, I start sitting. I go, hey, chair, sit down. But it's been remarkable how much I've been able to do. Not every day is better than the last one, but like I said earlier, overall, I feel a lot stronger and a lot healthier than I did pre-transplant, and that's just because I got a better heart.
Incredible. Scot Pollard joining us now. Really appreciate your time, man. Do you have what is this process now look like for you moving forward?
So I'm probably going to be in the hospital here for another week or so. I've got a few more treatments that I'm going to end up getting without going into too much detail. And then as soon as those treatments are done and I'm healed from them, I should be able to get out of the hospital. But then I'm going to be in Nashville for an indeterminate amount of time because I have to keep coming back here for follow-ups. They're going to do biopsies on my heart. They're going to do echocardiograms on my heart. They're going to check for rejection. They're going to make sure my meds are right, and they're going to adjust them. And so I'm going to have to be here for at least 6 to 8 weeks after I'm released from the hospital, and maybe more depending on how my progress is. But we're hoping to shave that off as quick as possible, and so I'm healthy as possible. And they'd say, you know what, you're a good candidate to go back home, and you can do your follow-ups in Indiana with the staff there.
All right, Scott, we don't want to keep you all day. I mean, you literally are in a hospital bed with a new heart, and we appreciate you dropping by and joining us and doing this. But there's something that I know, you've had a platform for a long time, whether it be as a Sacramento King or Indiana Pacer, all of the teams that you played for, Boston Celtics, but also as an incredible character on Survivor. And at this point, I think you have a message that you want to put out there for people about not just yourself, but what someone else's sacrifice meant for you in this situation. And why don't you go ahead and tell us what being a donor means for you now?
Well, it saved my life. This man that donated his organs to other people saved my life. And the thing about it is being a donor is the message, and we're going to keep harping on that message. But sorry, can you guys still hear me?
Yep.
Okay, sorry. The message Don and I are going to keep putting out probably for the rest of my life is being a donor, and how you can be a hero to several people and their families by giving something away that you just don't need anymore when you pass. And it's not hard to become a donor. It's easy to become one. And don't think that for a second that your organs aren't good enough or they won't be viable or whatever. Let the doctors make that decision, because they do a ton of testing. They make sure that your organ is going to work well in somebody else's body. And it's not just a heart, it's heart, lungs, kidneys, spleen. It could be retinas of your eye, skin. There's just so much that you can do as a donor to improve other people's lives or save their lives. And so that's our message, and that's why I'm doing these interviews, is because we just want to make sure that as many people hear that message that, you're not going to need them anymore, and you can really save lots of people's lives. It's really cool. And I've been educated myself on this, and I'm just trying to pass that message along. And again, I'm going to be passing that message on for the rest of my life.
Man.
All right.
We
Thanks so much for joining us, Scott.
Yeah,
I mean,
really appreciate
again,
it.
lots of love here in Sacramento for you and your family, and we totally appreciate you and all your time here.
It's been really humbling, guys. The fans reaching out from all the different teams I played for, as well as Survivor fans that have been mean in the past, because I was a villain on the show. I understand, but those death threats have died down, and now it's like, good job, we're happy for you, so proud of you. You're a real survivor now. I'm like, okay, now I am. Gotcha.
Scott,
it's all fun.
I'm now following you on Twitter as well. So congratulations on that. That's big time.
Thank you. Yeah, that's all I care about is Twitter followers.
Yeah, that's right.
Clout. I'm superficial like that. That's all I want.
You did all of this for clout.
That's it. I didn't even need a heart. I was like, you know what? I got to get my social media accounts booming.
That's right. That's right.
That's all I care about.
Awesome. Hey, man, thanks so much. We're going to keep track with you along on this journey. And you're welcome back anytime, man. We're praying for you and super excited to see the smile back on your face, man. That's good to see.
It is. It's good to see it myself. I'm not looking my best right now, but I'm feeling a lot better than I did a few days ago. So,
Excellent.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
All right.
Thanks, Scott. Appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you.
Scot Pollard. Man, what a guy.
What a dude.
It's incredible. Dude has a new heart. He's just like, yeah, I'm going to
Crazy.
get up and walk around. I'll do a radio hit.
Dude,
Yeah.
yeah. Incredible. So, big shout out to Jody Bacon, who, everyone here in Sacramento, if you've been around the Kings for any amount of time, you know who Jody is. She has been running the GoFundMe account for Scott. If you do want to help out with Scott's family, I mean, I think everyone has to understand what this means for their family moving forward. He won't leave that city for a long time. And then when he does, he's going to need all kinds of care going forward. And sure, people have health coverage and stuff like that, but that doesn't always cover things like your spouse staying in a hotel down the street from the hospital. It doesn't cover all the trips. It doesn't cover co-pays and all the medications that he's going to be on the rest of his life. And so if you're someone who dives into the GoFundMe thing, jump on board. We'll put a link here in the chat house. And really remarkable story, Kyle.
Yeah, I'm really thankful. I did some radio with Scott a while back, and just such a generous, kind, fun-loving person.
Yeah.
So seeing him get this kind of treatment, seeing the outpouring of love for him, and then seeing him on the road. It's a long road to recovery, but seeing him heading that direction is A, remarkable, but B, just it's great. It's trying to come up with something better than happy. But I'm happy to see him on the right track.
Yeah, me too. And I think people need to, like, he's got a young son, right? So, he's got a lot to live for. And this is a journey for him going forward. It's not like he got a new heart and everything's okay. And, he goes on his way for the next 35 years. And, I think it's really poignant when he talks about, his father having the same sort of the same genetic problem that he had. And then his illness was kicked off his heart deteriorating was kicked off by a viral infection or something that kicked in and attacked his heart. And next thing you know, this is where he was. And I talked to my good friend Sean Cunningham over at Vox 40. He did a video interview with him last month, and like Scott had to stop every like 30 seconds, 40 seconds, because he couldn't breathe. He had to like stop and like take some deep breaths and be able to, so he could keep talking. And that's why we haven't had him on before. And even like Scott was going to be part of, like I had invited him on a happy hour for the Kings Beat. And he said, look, man, I can't I can't talk for more than like 5 or 6 minutes. That's all I got in me. And I was like, whoa, like, because he's a long-winded dude. Like, I've done plenty of interviews. He's been on my podcast multiple times. He's a good dude. So like nothing but well wishes for him and the family.
Yeah.
Kyle, we gotta get back to basketball.
I guess.
I guess.
We got 6 minutes left. We can just talk about Scott if you want.
Yeah.
No, really glad that he's on that track. And I mean, he said in that interview, if everything goes perfect, he's looking at like 6 weeks. And that's if everything goes perfect, that he's in the hospital. I don't know if you've ever been in a hospital for multiple days at a time. It stinks. And 6 weeks plus, like, man.
Well, that
on top of all the stuff he got testing.
And he's 6'11", 300 pounds.
Yeah.
Like, there isn't a real hospital bed built to fit you.
No.
Yeah, that's not fun. So it's good to see him taking this step forward though, and being able to heal up and hopefully move forward.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, James, for facilitating that, and again, thank you to Scott for taking the time out to join us for today. All of a sudden, basketball seems really secondary.
Yeah, doesn't it? Yeah.
All right. Anyways, what about the shooty hoops, James?
Well, I mean, in all reality, though, like if we go back and we look at like the great Kings teams from the late 90s and early 2000s, it's guys like Scott who brought this thing that we keep talking about.
That's a great point.
This this vibe, whatever it is. Yeah, the chemistry. And part of that was Vlade, and part of it was Chris Webber and what he brought. Some of it's Doug, some of it's Bobby Jackson, some of it's Mike Bibby, and like all of this collection of talent that was there. But sometimes it does take a guy who's like him, who's got an edge, but who's funny. I know he's always been a little bummed out by the way he was portrayed in Survivor. Like he and I have had this conversation before. I'm a huge Survivor fan. I love Survivor, and watching him on Survivor was spectacular. And he's not the only former Sacramento King that was like invited to go do Survivor over the last like decade. But
who else was it?
Doug was invited as well.
Oh,
yeah. At one point, I think they wanted him and Jackie to do like one of the husband and wives ones. Yeah. So, but I think the way he was portrayed was as a villain. And I think he has had death threats. He has had people who hate him.
Insane.
And it's what I think what people don't get is that you're literally with these people out on an island for 24 hours a day for, at that point, it was like 39 days. Right. And so, and he made it deep into the show, and he had someone who was a little unstable with him, but it made more sense for the editors to cut some of the bad stuff about his interaction with that person, as opposed to all of the good stuff with that person as well. And so he ends up looking like a villain. And I think some people go into a show like that trying to be a villain, and other people get portrayed as a villain.
Right.
And it's unfortunate, but I think a lot of people have given him a hard time after the fact. And it's not something you would think about going into a show like that. Like you're thinking there are some people going like, oh, I'm going to try to be a villain, but then they don't understand what that means after the fact.
Yeah.
And social media and like running into people on the street.
It's funny because Survivor is so far off my radar.
Yeah.
As a cultural thing. I understand it's a massive cultural thing still. I'm not trying to knock the show.
Oh yeah.
But it's funny because it's so far off my radar that the idea of somebody receiving death threats over it is like, that's a television show. That's just
yeah.
Well, but I mean, people get death threats over sports too. So I guess it's kind of the same deal.
No, it is. And I think for me, like watching him go through that journey as always being a guy who, funny hair and crazy mustaches and like big personality, and then to have it switched on you, I think was very difficult for him. And it's not something that I think people think of at all. And, but
yeah,
I think we're all a little different away from, the microphone. We're all a little different in general, when you get away from work life, or, when you go out to dinner life, like every bit of your life, you're different. And then to have it all put out there is just really, really strange.
Yeah, no doubt.
So,
I don't want to talk about the Kings this segment because we have like 4 minutes left.
Yeah.
5 minutes ish.
Okay.
4 or 5 minutes. The 49ers defensive coordinator thing is weird.
Okay.
And we'll get back to the Kings, but I wanted to figure out a place to put this, and I'm going to do it right here.
Yep.
There's been like no reporting, no firm reporting. Usually when a team is hiring a coach or coordinator, right? There's, hey, this person is on the short list, or they're interviewing this person, or keep an eye on X, Y, and Z person. There's been nothing. We got a report from Tim Kawakami, a report I put in heavy air quotes because it wasn't like, if Tim is going to report news, he will say like, he will hard report the news, but he was more or less like, it sounds like they might be closing in on a defensive coordinator, and it may or may not be announced soon. Oh, okay. That's weird. And he talks to people, like Tim knows people, so he heard something, but nothing from. And then Mike Silver yesterday reports that in NFL coaching circles, the thought is that the Niners are going to hire internally. But that's not, hey, the Niners are doing this firm report. It's, yeah, hey, people around the NFL just think they're hiring internally based on who is and is not getting interviews. So I started looking. I don't like it. I don't like anything that's happening here for San Francisco, because they need to get this like correct.
Oh no, this has to be a home run.
Like, they have to nail this.
Yeah.
And because Steve Wilkes, here's the whole thing. Steve Wilkes is a good defensive coordinator. He did a not bad job this year. And in my mind, he should probably get another defensive coordinator job and someday get another head coach job. That's where I'm at on Steve Wilkes. The fit wasn't great with the 49ers, and they weren't going to maximize the talent they have moving forward under Steve Wilkes. I get that. I understand it. And that's why they made the move they made. But now that means that whoever you now hire, whether it is Daniel Bullocks, who's their safeties coach, or whether it is Johnny Holland, who's been in the league as a linebackers coach for forever, and he's been with the Niners since 2017. Whether it is Nick Sorensen, who's their passing game specialist and Nichols coach, who's only been with the team for 2 years, but he's came up in the Pete Carroll system in 2013 was where he got his footing in the NFL as a coach. And that's what the Niners are looking for. Whoever it winds up being has to be one of the 2 or 3 best defensive coordinators in the league. There can't be any slip up. The Niners defense now next year, there is an immense pressure for them to be the best defense in the league or one of the 2 best defenses in the league. They can't again be like, yeah, they're good, but they're going to have these hiccups here and there, and they're going to have a 3-week stretch where they're just not trying, and then effort's a problem in the NFC title game. That cannot happen anymore. And I would hate to be whoever's following Steve Wilkes.
Yeah. So Kyle, you did a good job of laying this out. You had a list that you created, and you broke down on Niners Wire all of the potential guys and whether they would be like just in-house and whether they could be considered or not, including Mike Brown's son, who's on staff.
Yeah.
And so these things, this is such a big hire, and you can see how one guy can get it wrong. And that's a tough thing. Like it's just very specific. Like the whole season, it doesn't matter what the end result was. When you look at the fact that the Niners lost in the Super Bowl and barely lost, but the entire season felt off. And their statistics from the year before, almost identical. And in a lot of points, they were better this season than they were the year before under DeMeco Ryans. But it didn't feel right. It didn't, like, the whole time it was wrong, and you could feel it. And it's weird how it just stood out so much all the way throughout the season.
Yeah.
That you got to hire wrong. Yeah.
Even though it was like ostensibly working.
Yeah.
They were the number 1 seed. They went to the Super Bowl. They gave up 19 points in regulation in the Super Bowl. But it was just a little off. And now they're in this space that how secretive it's been has been weird.
Yeah.
The fact that they're leaning toward an internal hire, I think is I mean, I get it, because you want somebody that you've been around and you're confident that they know what you're looking for, but also, like, it feels like if you're letting go of a defensive coordinator who did the job that Steve Wilkes did last year, it's for somebody who is like, hey man, we went and got Pete Carroll, or we had Bill Belichick, and that's our new defensive coordinator. Man, if you're hiring like Nick Sorensen as your defensive coordinator, who's never been a coordinator before,
Mike Brown talks about this all the time. The going from good to great, is not easy. And finding a way to take that step from good to great, and I think that's, and even from great to like beyond great, which is where the Niners are. When you make it to the Super Bowl, you're elite, and everything has to be right.
Yeah, man. All right, let's get back into the Kings. Our 2 hours are up. We got 2 more hours to go. That's right. We're taking the first 2 hours from D'Lo and KC today. That's James. I'm Kyle. Dude, I'm so confident in us right now.
I'm going to go stretch or something.
We got so much to do. I got to go talk to Jesse.
All right.
I got to figure out what the heck we're doing. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're the insiders. We're not going anywhere. We're rocking with you until 2, and then we're handing it off to D'Lo and KC right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Theater. I'll be right at the back.
Sweet. What's going on, everybody? Yeah, if you guys don't mind, hit the thumbs up button for us. I'm trying to right now. I'm trying to share the link to Scott's page. Well, for the family page, because I mean that's the end of the day. That's kind of what you're doing here. You're helping the family more than you are like an individual. Oh, I think I did it. Oh, let's see. Oh, yep. There we go. Sweet. All right. You guys hit that thumbs up button if you don't mind. Me and Kyle are still figuring out being in the same room. Hopefully that all figures itself out over the next couple of days. Because we're just kind of winging it at this point. And big shout out to Jonathan, who's helped us every step of the way. RP, I've not done prize picks for tonight. I will though. Oh yeah. I will. Gonna pick some straight up losers because that's typically what I unfortunately do. But I'm having a good time. Come on. And I'm really close to even like throughout the whole thing, so. That's a good point. Someone does bring up getting Hafunga back will make a big difference. Tyler. What's up, Tyler? How are you? I was actually going to stand up and stretch during this break, and now I have not. So hopefully Kyle's back soon. 4 hours in the chair.
It's on me, boys.
You're back?
Yeah, we're back. Huge shout out to Jesse, because I no longer need to record our show.
Oh, he just took over the board?
No, he is going to put together our podcast.
Oh, all right. Nice.
I genuinely cannot tell you how helpful that is.
Yeah. The back has been okay.
Oh, hey, shoot. Oh man. Thanks, Jesse. I was muted on the stream.
All
That's
right.
fine. I hope everybody heard our things.
Are we back now?
No, we're back for sure. We've been live on the radio. That's James. I'm Kyle. We are hanging out till 2:00 in case you're on the stream and you missed that. We are in for D'Lo and KC until 2. D'Lo and KC will be here at 2, and they will take you up to 4:00.
Wait.
And then tomorrow, everything will be back to normal. James and I will be 10 to noon. D'Lo and KC 2 to 4, noon to 4, and that's how it's going to go.
Yeah.
I just wanted to push the buttons that D'Lo pushes. I can do that one for the stream.
Okay, Lake Show.
I also, the stream didn't hear this one. Didn't hear the
ultimate needle mover in God mode himself. Acknowledge me.
There you go, everybody.
There it is.
Now we're ready to go. Ready
Now
to
we're
go in
ready.
the noon
Let's go.
hour.
Let's do this.
Kings-Spurs tonight. I messed up again. The thing we just talked about.
Yep.
I messed it up again.
Of course you
That's
have.
fine. We'll fix it. We'll figure it out. Oh God, it's my first time doing a radio show. What do you want? We talked a lot about Keegan Murray earlier. We have not talked at all about Domantas Sabonis.
No.
And it's partly because Domantas Sabonis has been such a steady force for the Kings
Mm-hmm.
that I don't feel the need to, because I know I don't have to sit here. If I was doing a national radio show, I would feel way more obligated to sit down and be like, hey, here's what Domantas Sabonis has done this year. Here's what he's been doing. Here's why it matters. Everybody should be taking notice of this. I know that nobody listening to this needs to hear about how good Domantas Sabonis is. We all know. I know it. You know it. Everybody in the chatty house knows it. We got it. And that's why it's weird. Like, he's been as good as he's been this year. Bona fide MVP candidate, at least for me. And doing things night in and night out that it's like, hey, here's the last player to do this. Wilt Chamberlain in 1968. Every night.
Oh, yeah.
And so I don't,
Well-
I feel bad because I feel like we should be talking about him more, but I don't, it's at the point, I don't know what to say. Like, we know that you're going to get an awesome Domas performance night in and night out, and that's what it's going to be. The issue is that hasn't mattered because of all the other stuff that's going on that we have talked about.
Yeah, I totally get it. I mean, I'll just say this. He's the most consistent player I've ever covered in 14 years. There's no one else who every single game you expect a double-double, and in most games you expect a triple-double. There's not. And I don't think, like, because he's so consistently great, it gets ignored. And I don't want to get to a point, Kyle, where we do just like gloss over his greatness and we ignore the fact that he's one of the best basketball players in the world.
Sure.
I think too often it happens, though.
No, I totally, I understand. And that's where I don't think it's not necessarily glossing over it.
Mm-hmm.
It is, and we can do a deep dive. You put the numbers there and we can dive into them, but it's just, he's been incredible this season.
Yeah.
You have this note here that I think is unbelievable. Most assists per game by a rebounding leader in NBA history.
Yes.
So the person leading the league in rebounds, their assists per game. Wilt Chamberlain in 1968, 8.6. Domas this year, 8.3. Wilt Chamberlain, 7.8 in 1967. And then Domantas Sabonis last season at 7.3.
It's crazy.
It's night in and night out. It is not, oh yeah, hey, some nights he has 15 assists, some nights he has 3.
No.
Some nights he has 25 rebounds, sometimes he has 6. Like, nah, man, it is just mark him down 20, 14, and 11 and go from there. The thing is I don't mean to gloss over it. It's just that, okay, that's established. We know what we're getting. And when we're having a larger conversation about the Kings, I feel unjustified looking at the second half of this year and going, how do the Kings get back to their identity? How do the Kings get back to a point where, hey, over these next 28, they go 19-9 or they go 20-8.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel justified in going like, well, they just need more from Domas. I have my gripes with him offensively here and there for sure. There are times I would like to see him be more aggressive, but that's like, yeah, hey, in spots where like a team tries to go small, and we've seen him do that. We've seen him make that adjustment. So I don't I'm not going to sit here and go like, well, I need 30, 18, and 14 from Domas, actually. That's crazy. That's ridiculous.
And I think, I mean, if anything, maybe if he took like 1.5 shots more per game, you would be
preferably from 3.
You'd be more comfortable. Well,
Yeah.
no, I mean, but even if you figure it out, like he's as a player, he's shooting like 63%, whatever. So you're looking at like 0.9 points more per game is what he'd average, maybe a little bit more. Like this is like a player who is doing things that realistically we haven't seen. And you can say, well, Jokic is doing well. I don't know that Jokic is doing it in this same exact way. You brought up the rebounding numbers on the season. He has 6 games out of 54 where he hasn't had 10 boards. And of those 6 games, 2 of them he had 9, 3 of them he had 8, and 1 he had 5. And the one he had 5, it was a bad loss to the Clippers, and he sat early. And you can almost do the same thing with assists, right? He's got 10 or more assists in 21 games this season, but like the numbers are just incredible, man. And it like scoring, it's the same thing. He has a bad game every once in a while. You know, he's got a 9-point and 8-point game this season, but 17 or more in 38 of the Kings games.
Jeez.
38 of the game, he's got 17 or more. Like he's just so incredibly consistent. We talked about it. We're not talking about writing something down in pencil or writing something down in pen. We're talking about like etching it on a trophy. Like these are the numbers he's going to give you every night. Where Mike Brown walks into the night going, my team is going to play at a mid to high level playoff team every night because I have this guy. And then the other players around him, you need to keep getting better and better.
Right.
So you can be great. But this guy is going to carry you to a playoff seed every year. To me, it's wild.
And I think that's what's glaring about like the things we've talked about earlier is they have a player who's been this productive. And frankly, I know De'Aaron Fox hasn't been at his peak, but he's still been a really good player. And it's like, man, they have these 2 guys and they are still sitting here in a spot where after 54 games, we're like, I don't know. Like that's kind of wild. Like you shouldn't have a player. And here's let's see, this is what I didn't want to do. I didn't want to fall into the rabbit hole, but now we're doing it. Sabonis this season by month. 17.7 points in October. Then 18.9, 20.3, 20.8, 21.8. Just gotten a little better every month. The rebounding has been 15, 10.9, 13.1, 14.5, 14.4, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
But then assists 5.7, 7.2, 8.2, 9, 10.3.
He's averaging 10.3 in the month of February.
21.8, 14.4, 10.3. Those are his
a triple double.
Points, rebounds, assists in February, in 8 games in February.
That's wild.
It's crazy. He's so freaking good. What I want to know is what the heck happens to him on. Hang on, I'm trying to do a funny. Hang on. I want to know what the heck happens to Domas on Saturdays, where he's only averaging 15.8, 12.5, and 7.2.
It's not Saturday, Kyle.
What is the problem with Saturdays?
What happens on Friday night?
Yeah.
Is the question.
Just
Kyle.
out getting after it. Only averaging 16, 13, and 7 on Saturdays. That's the real problem with this team.
That's right. That's right. Amazing.
I love the idea that Domas just stinks on Saturdays.
Well, and I also, the one thing I'll mention real quickly, I love the fact that the Kings locked him up and he's not going anywhere. And we're not embroiled in the middle of a will the Kings be able to retain Domantas Sabonis this summer conversation. They were able to give him a pay increase, and then they were able to extend him out, and he's going to be your Sacramento Kings center for the next 5 years at a minimum. It's really, really like that's something that would have completely derailed this season. If you were having this up and down season and Sabonis was a potential free agent this summer, look at how much different this season would look.
Oh my God. It would be a day in, day out conversation for us.
Yeah. Brutal.
But alas, it's not. All right. Let's start looking ahead. We got Kings-Spurs tonight. We'll continue our big picture look, but we got to look ahead to tonight's game against the San Antonio Spurs. And then we will also we need to take a look around the West as well, because the West is going to be really, really tight down the stretch. And where do the Kings fit into that big picture? We will discuss that coming up on the Insiders. We're hanging out with you till 2 today. We're handing it off to D'Lo and Casey right here on ESPN 1320.
How much time do we have?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Can I go get coffee?
Mhm.
All right, I'll be right back. Hopefully this doesn't mess up everything like it did yesterday.
Fingers crossed. Oh yeah, no, we already talked. Oh yeah, no. We talked about this, David. I'm gonna be there with a press credentials, so I'll get to bop around and see if why is it going into my headphones? Weird. Anyways, I'm gonna just turn it down. I get to bop around and ask questions of people. I'm pretty excited about that. I'm gonna try and see if I can get to the bottom of which sponsors got asked to pull out, but didn't. I think somebody's calling James. Oh boy. Hey, what's up, everybody? Everybody in here, if you could head down to the thumbs up and give us a like on YouTube, that would be dope. Appreciate everybody checking us out. I'm Kyle. If you're not familiar, me and James Hammer sitting in for D'Lo and KC, who will be here at 2:00. They have a prior engagement. It's wrong, David. You're not. I'm not punch you in the face, though. I'm not a big J. Cole guy, but I'll definitely check it out. I'm really excited for Schoolboy Q's new album. I pre-ordered it. I've never pre-ordered a hard copy of an album before, but I pre-ordered Blue Lips is what it's called. What's up, Michigan? Appreciate you, dog. I'm a little bit concerned about same. I'm a little bit concerned that it's going to be because I'm a big story of how I got to like Schoolboy Q. I knew like his hits off of Oxymoron, right? But I had never given Oxymoron like a start to finish listen, and so I spun that one day when I lived down in Arizona. I spun that one day, just start to finish, and was like, "Oh my god, this is an incredible album." Well, in my brain, it happened the next day. It was probably a few days later, but shortly after that, Blank Face came out, and Blank Face is unbelievable. I was just listening to it this morning, start to finish, incredible. And so, I got really into Schoolboy Q at that point, and a little late, but got on that train. And then Crash Talk came out, his third album, and I was so fired up for it, and it was bad. I did not like it. So it's a little bit of a risk to pre-order his new one, Blue Lips, but I'm doing it. I took that dive. I did like Forest Hill Drive. I think I agree with this. Yeah, no, I can't. I wish all of my friends who I share musical taste with love J. Cole. I don't like there's something I just don't vibe with it. I don't know. Like it's
Me
not.
either,
I'm not.
Kyle.
I'm not. I know you're a big anti J. Cole guy. It's not like I'm anti. I don't turn it off if a J. Cole song comes on.
I do. I hit skip.
I just don't. I don't desperately seek out new J. Cole music. I do love Absol and J Rock are both great for sure. Anyone TDE, honestly. Hey, that's it. Basically all of TD. Isaiah Rashad's so underrated. In fact, I might listen to him on the way home. I think it's going to be the move. Oh, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hello, welcome back into the Insiders. I forgot to put us in program 1. That makes it go out over the air. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. If you're looking for D'Lo and Casey, they will be here at 2 o'clock. This is not a permanent thing. James and I are 10 to noon, but we're holding it down from noon to 2 today. D'Lo and Casey are in the lab grinding film, getting ready for the second half of the Kings season. So that's what's going on. Appreciate you guys for hanging out with us.
Yes.
Kings-Spurs tonight. We will dive into that in a bit as I continue to botch that, but it's fine. I go back to the Domantas Sabonis discussion we were just having. And it's one of the, I don't want to say, like, I get not issues. It's not an issue. It's one of my concerns about the team long-term is that, or this group of players long-term, because you have a player that I regardless of what the last month or two has looked like, I'm still a firm believer in De'Aaron Fox as a one on a title team.
Mm-hmm.
I'm there. I'm on board. Domantas Sabonis is as good of a number 2 on a title team as you're going to find. And the fact that I say number 2 on a title team is like second best player, not necessarily number 2 scorer. I think that's where that typically goes. So when you say, oh, that guy's a 2 on a title, that's like the second score. I don't think that's going to be Domas' role. But anyway, second best player. Okay. That foundation in its second full season together has begotten a lateral move at best and a backward step at worst in year 2 together. Not necessarily those two, but this group of players, I mean. That tells me there's something like fundamentally wrong with the roster.
Okay, so I understand where you're going because, I mean, it's something that we talk about all the time. I think there are so many different ways you can build a roster around Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox, especially if both of those players like magically wave a wand and fix their two issue. They both have the same issue that you worried about if they're playing together. It's that neither one of them were great 3-point shooters. Now, all of a sudden, Domantas is shooting 42 point something and De'Aaron Fox is shooting 38% from 3. That's just not a conversation anymore. So we've talked about this a little bit in the past, like building a team around LeBron James and Anthony Davis. It should be simple and the Lakers can't figure it out. Building a roster around Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving is like nearly impossible. I mean, building a full rotation around Luka is by itself, not even with Kyrie. And Kyrie is the wrong fit to go with him. But it's just really, really difficult. But you can fully see the path forward with Domantas and with De'Aaron. You just need tweaks. And it's a way that basketball works. Right? The team that you start with is not the team that you get to the championship with. Rarely do you draft, let's say, 7 guys, 8 guys over a 3-year period, and that becomes like your championship team and no one else is part of it. That's your core and that's it. Like I would say even the Golden State Warriors championship, their dynasty, because it was a full-fledged dynasty, in my opinion. Anytime you win 4 championships over like a 6-year, 7-year window, you're a dynasty in my book, right?
Okay.
The fact that they were able to build it with Steph, with Clay, with Draymond is incredible, and the, even some of the other guys that they brought along, like Looney, like these aren't guys that they drafted, that they helped build, right? But in order for them to have a couple of those championships, they did have to go dabble in a totally different world with bringing in Kevin Durant. Like that's what it takes to go from great to dynasty. So the Kings are still trying to get from good to great, and they're on that path. But you can see that the path here it doesn't just like go straight up the hill. It's going to have some zigs and some zags, and you got to figure it out. And that's why, like, sometimes I am harsh on the fact that they didn't make a splash in the offseason. They didn't make a splash at the deadline. People can say, well, you're not giving them enough time. And it's like, well, yeah, that's true. I'm not. But at the same time, I'm a guy who talks on the radio and who writes and who watches a lot of basketball. I can tell you that this team is flawed. I could tell you that they were flawed last year, and I could at the deadline, and I could tell you that they were flawed walking into this season. And there's certain things that you have to have for this team to take the next step. And now we're starting to hear, okay, like this is where we're going. If we're going to take the next step, the Kings are going to focus not on another scorer. They're going to focus on more defensive-minded players, more 3-and-D type players. Okay. That was always the path. It was always the path forward. And unfortunately, that means that there's some people who are part of the organization right now, part of this rotation, part of the core of the team, won't be part of the core down the road, whether it's this summer or it's a trade deadline the next year or after that. But that doesn't change the fact that I think that you have at least 3 of your main pieces of what could be a championship contending team.
Yeah.
You just need the other pieces. And that's not easy. And that's why not everyone gets to draft the number 1 pick in the draft who ends up being a superstar. And, not everybody gets a Victor Wembanyama on their roster.
Boy.
So you got to build around however you got to build around it. And look what the Spurs get to do again. Like they're just an example. The Spurs get Victor Wembanyama this year, but now they're still bad. So when you get a superstar, everyone in the league, everyone in the world knows that Wembanyama is going to be like a generational talent superstar. But you also are going to be bad this year, and you're probably going to be bad next year. And in that time, you're going to add maybe the other 2 pieces that you need to put this thing together. And you can have guys like Keldon Johnson and guys like Devin Vassell on the team now. But when Victor Wembanyama wins championships, those guys may be like long gone from this picture. And that's just the dynamics of basketball. The fact that the Kings are building, they're a little bit further along in their build, and as far as age, with Fox being 26 and Sabonis almost being 28, that just means that your timeline is different, and the Kings need to build for now. They don't get to wait to develop these players. They've got to move forward, and that's why they also have only worked on developing realistically Keegan Murray over the last couple of years.
I want to put a pin in the Wembanyama and Spurs stuff. We'll talk about them in a second. But I almost think that it is more difficult to do. We always talk about going good to great, right? And how hard that step is versus bad to good. I think that also goes for roster construction. I almost think it's more difficult if you're Sacramento. If you're the Lakers, or I know the Knicks have had their struggles, but the Knicks or the Celtics or one of these big market teams, I think it's a little different. And in recent years,
or even
the Warriors,
like a Miami,
another one.
Yeah.
Where players are like, yeah, I want to go play there. If you're Sacramento, and there's more teams like Sacramento than not in the league when it comes to this, but it's almost like the act of building your core was, okay, you get De'Aaron Fox with the 5th pick, and then you get Tyrese Halliburton, and you hit on that pick, but then trade him for a more complimentary piece to Fox. And then you have another, what was Keegan Murray, 5? 4? 4. Murray goes 4, and now you have your core. But now building around that is where this becomes, I think, more difficult. Because as we sit here and we talk about Okay, what do they need? We've talked about Domantas Sabonis and how do you build around him? Okay, De'Aaron Fox, he's going to be your offensive focal point. Okay, he's going to have the ball in his hands a lot. Keegan Murray, is he going to be that defensive stopper and wing three, or is he going to be that secondary creator? And now you're trying to fix and add pieces while they're trying to figure out exactly what Keegan Murray is and exactly does Kevin Huerter fit and does Harrison Barnes fit and is Malik Monk a long-term piece for this team. It's like trying to figure out the build around that is more difficult or will be more difficult for Sacramento than the actual building of that foundation.
Okay, I don't know that that's the case. I mean,
Okay.
To take them to the next level, to take them to a championship level, yeah, right.
I say this because I didn't get where I wanted to go. I'm sorry. That's my fault. I talked myself in a circle because it feels like their means of acquiring a player or two that is going to be like, hey, that's that dude, is either a player like Kessler Edwards who they get for nothing, who just develops, or they hit on a late draft pick, or they finagle some other trade.
No, the path forward for the Kings is always trading.
Yeah,
that's always a path forward.
That's where I think it's going to be really difficult to supplement this group.
Okay, so I don't fully agree because here's the thing. Like we've talked about this so many times, right? I was such an advocate for the Kings going out and getting Matisse Thybulle at the deadline last year. And I believe that Matisse Thybulle is a guy that would have been there to help defend Steph in Game 7 and right. But in all honesty, I don't think that, like, if you're building a championship roster and you have the pieces that you have in place right now, like Matisse Thybulle is not good enough to take you to the next level.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. You need 3-and-D guys, but you need better 3-and-D players than that. Like Thybulle's a nice player to have, but Thybulle's a 8, 9, 10 on a championship roster. He's not a 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't, if he's,
I think he can be an 8.
Okay, maybe.
But your point is well taken.
And so you got to find players that are better than that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not easy.
Really tough.
No, it is tough. And that's why the Kings went and chased a Pascal Siakam or an OG Anunoby, because those are players that fit in and instantly make you a better team.
Mm-hmm.
But I still think that the flexibility of the roster, the way that they've built this roster where, again, Keegan Murray can play the 3 or the 4, and Malik Monk can be your 1 or your 2 off the bench. They have flexibility with like sort of who their core guys are, that you can go out in this offseason, and I've talked about it. Like the player they're missing right now, it's not Peja Stojakovic, that's Keegan Murray. It's not Chris Webber, because Chris Webber on this team it's De'Aaron Fox. It's not Vlade Divac, that player is Domantas Sabonis. It's the Doug Christies of the world.
Right.
It's the guys who come in and glue it all together and piece the whole thing together. And it's not a knock on Kevin Huerter or on Harrison Barnes. They just aren't that player. They're versions of, they can do things that matter and that help this team win. But at the end of the day, they aren't the players that you need to tie everything. I always like with baseball, you're always looking for a catalyst player.
Yeah.
Like for me, Jose Altuve is the best catalyst player that we've seen, well, probably since Derek Jeter. And I'm not a Derek Jeter fan, but Derek Jeter, you put in the middle of that lineup and he can do anything. He's going to be solid at everything, but he's a guy that ties the whole offense together, ties the whole defense. It's the same thing with Altuve. The Kings need that type of player that ties it all together. And realistically, you gave it a shot with Chris Duarte. Chris Duarte has some of the skills that you're looking for. That's not the guy. So the goal moving forward is to keep searching for guys like that and keep building this thing out. And then it's a bunch of 3-and-D guys. That's it. Just as many 3-and-D guys. And we could talk about, like, if they could get Mikal Bridges, okay. Yeah. That's not happening.
Right. That'd be the ultimate, but I don't think that's
It's
I don't
not.
think that's happening.
No, it's not happening. They're not giving him away. And that's just not happening.
as badly as I want to dive into the baseball catalyst conversation that you just brought up,
Yeah.
I'm gonna not.
Okay.
All right. We'll put a pin in that for another day. That's James. I'm Kyle. Let's talk Kings-Spurs. Tip-off is at 7 tonight. The Kings back at home after the All-Star break. The All-Star week off. The week
Something
away.
like that.
The All-Star week away. I'm calling it the All-Star break's a baseball thing. So I'm calling it the All-Star week off. The All-Star vacation.
I've always called it the All-Star break, but I'm here for it, Kyle.
It is a break for All-Star festivities. So by definition, it is an All-Star break.
We need to like brainstorm this, we storyboard it and find a way to create a new term for the NBA All-Star. I mean, because they used to call it All-Star weekend, but now it's bigger than a weekend.
Right.
So
Domantas Sabonis doubtful with an illness. De'Aaron Fox not on the injury report. Kind of feels like Sabonis is going to play.
There's rumor that he was at shoot around this morning and that he went through shoot around, and that's a good sign.
That's a really good sign. If you're sick and you're at shoot around, I can't imagine that he wouldn't play at that point.
Well, it's just a matter of like, what does he look like after shoot around, and how does he respond? And like knowing Sabonis, number one, he hasn't missed a game all season,
right?
And what he missed last year, 1 or 2, and that's despite the fact of having an avulsion fracture in his right thumb. And the fact that he can get out of bed and get in there into the gym is a big deal. But also, Sabonis is a notorious napper. And
who among us?
I'm a big time napper too. I love a good nap in the afternoon. But my point is kind of that he's going to know a lot more. He's going to wake up from his nap and he'll know right away if he's going to be able to go or not. Like
I feel that in my bones, dude.
Yeah,
I'm gonna wake up from this nap and let you know if hey, Kyle, we're going out tonight. You gonna come?
Give me
Let me hit this nap.
Let me hit this nap.
I'll hit you. I'll circle back.
That's right.
Let me circle back after 20 minutes down. Victor Wembanyama coming to town. Zach Golden won Saturday night. Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah, hang on. I do want to note that Sabonis has been upgraded to questionable from doubtful.
Great.
On the injury report. And of course, Sacha Vezenkov is out.
Right. I'd be shocked if he didn't play.
I would be too.
Victor Wembanyama, 20.5 points, 10 rebounds, 3.2 assists, 3.2 blocks, and 1.1 steals per game as a 20-year-old rookie. Can I run through something real quick?
Yep.
While we talk about Victor Wembanyama. Every player who's ever averaged 20 points, 10 boards, and 3 blocks in a season, even once, is in the Hall of Fame.
Wow.
Yeah. It is Hakeem Olajuwon, who did it like 9 times. David Robinson, Kareem, Alonzo Mourning, Patrick Ewing, Shaquille O'Neal, Elvin Hayes, Bob Lanier, and Bob McAdoo. Those are the only players who have done what Victor Wembanyama is doing this year as a 20-year-old rookie. I know the hype isn't probably the same as when LeBron James made his NBA debut in Sacramento. Like that was a event.
Yes.
And Victor Wembanyama has played more than half a season and the team is 11-44. And so some of the hype has kind of died. But the Victor Wembanyama thing is very, very, very real.
Oh, man.
He is outstanding.
He's a unicorn. Like
he's
a one of one.
Yes.
Yes.
Everything he was supposed to be, he just is. And he's not, I mean, his shooting percentages are not good. He's shooting 46.8% from the field, which is fine, but he's 32% from 3. He's 81.1% from the free throw line. I think there was an expectation that he would fill it up from 3 a little more consistently. And I think we'll see that as he learns the game.
It's getting stronger. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah, he's just,
you got to remember that they did not have him lift weights at all. Like growing up, he is not right now is when he's starting to get into, I would assume, where they're starting to push him and have him start getting stronger in a way in US basketball way. Up until this point, like it's been stretching, it's been yoga, it's been calisthenics. Like they've really worked to take him because they knew from the time he was very young that he was special. And they're like, okay, no. We're going to build you the right way, right? To make sure your body mechanics are right before we start having you try to gain a bunch of weight, hitting the weight room. Yeah. So I love what they're doing. And I love that he's already this good, but they have him on a path and it's a very strict path.
Mhm.
And I can't wait to see what he looks like in like 3 years.
Oh my gosh. It's just, I don't even know how to project out because 2010 3-3 is nuts.
Oh, it's
Like
crazy.
that by itself is really, really good. And he's 20.
Yeah.
I'm fascinated to see not only to see him in person at Golden One Center, but I'm also fascinated to see over the next just couple of years how he continues to develop. And is it one of those things where, yeah, he kind of hit a ceiling in his rookie year and he was really good the rest of his career? Or is he going to wind up as a 30 and 15 and 6 with 4 blocks a game guy, which I feel like is on the table.
I fully feel like that's on the table.
So
No, I mean, I feel like it's on the table. Like, just project him out. I mean, Kyle, his per 36 numbers as a rookie,
what are they?
26, 12.7, 4 assists, 1.4 steals, and 4 blocks.
Chet Holmgren right now is 17. I'm going to round up a little bit because he's 16.7. 17 points, 8 boards, 3 assists, and 2.5 blocks a game.
And how old is
that?
Chet?
Chet's 21.
Yeah.
That in any other year is like, wow, runaway rookie of the year.
Yes.
What a player.
Yep.
And he's just an afterthought.
Well, and this guy's living up to it. He is.
That's the crazy thing.
He's living up to it, Kyle. And that's why I love it.
I'm really excited to watch.
And I'll keep saying this. People out there, if you're hanging out and you're looking at this evening and you think, you know what, I could probably break away.
Yeah.
I could probably take my kid to a game tonight. Take your kid to go see Victor Wembanyama in his rookie season.
Yep.
Because what he's going to be and what he is today, holy cow, man.
Yeah.
This is going to be one of the legends of the game, barring some catastrophic injury, some failure of the body. He is going to be one of the greatest players we've ever seen.
Yes.
And again, a straight up unicorn, a one of one, something that we have not ever seen before.
That's it. Go see him in his rookie year. And cherish that memory forever.
Keep your tickets
a
up.
little different. It'll be something a little different. Anybody else on the Spurs worth watching?
Yeah, I mean, I like Devin Vassell as a player.
Devin Vassell can play.
Okay, and
He's
do like
19-4-4 this year.
I like Keldon Johnson.
He's okay. Keldon Johnson feels like the kind of player the Kings are going to have.
Well, Keldon Johnson feels like a young Harrison Barnes. I mean, that's
not as good of a shooter, but yeah.
No, he's not as good a shooter, but that's what he kind of feels like. Outside of that, Sohan is really, really interesting to me. He's kind of one of those glue guys, those catalyst guys that we talk about. I don't know if it's going to work there or he'll have to, find a new spot to actually figure it all out.
Yeah.
And then the guy that everybody I think loves to hate, which I think you even hate him as well.
Oh, say it.
Yeah, you Zach Collins.
Just want a knuckle sandwich right in the chin.
He's going to come in though, and he's going to give Sabonis a little bit of
work.
Plays
his ass off.
He does. He plays hard, and he's a guy who struggled with injuries early in his career, and he's kind of figured it out. I like their team. I don't think that they're good, but I also like some of the guys that they've developed because we get to see these guys at the California Classic every year, and I like the Malachi Branhams of the world. I like Julian Champagny. I like Dominic Barlow. These are guys where you're like, hey, they may have some other things hiding there on the bench that if they don't work out there, that other teams would be like, hey, they learn the Spurs way, which means they're smart basketball players. They know how to fit into a system, that kind of stuff.
Marcus Morris is technically on their roster, but outside of that, the Spurs don't have a player. If we remove Marcus Morris from the conversation, they don't have a player born before 1995.
Wow.
That is crazy. That's hard to digest.
I don't even want to talk about that.
That's a lot. That they are a young up and coming team with a heck of a coach in Greg Popovich, and maybe the foundational building block that you would want if you're a team in the NBA right now with Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah, I can almost assure if you polled all executive in the NBA right now and said, who is it that you would build a team around? It is Victor Wembanyama.
I'm inclined to agree with you.
Yep.
All right. we got to hit a break. How do the Kings beat the Spurs? This 11-44 Spurs team. We'll talk about that and more coming up next on ESPN 1320. I got to turn the mics off for 2 seconds so I can fix something. No.
Yo. Yeah, someone in the chat brought up GG Jackson, how good he is already. I'm really impressed by GG Jackson. And he's super young. Super young.
I rock with GG because did you see the clip when he had that great game against the Warriors when Memphis beat Golden State and he talked to Shaq afterwards on the TNT broadcast?
No.
And just fanboyed for a second over the fact that he was talking to Shaq.
Oh.
It was really cool. It was really
that's
cool.
awesome.
And I appreciate players who were like
respectful.
Like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Respectful of
legends.
Yeah. Jesus, man. I went to go look at what GG Jackson's doing. And again, take whatever he's doing as like a grain of salt, right? Because the fact that he's averaging 11 points already, 41.2%. But remember that like their entire team is out. And that's like one of the most jarring things I've ever seen to look at a team. So he's only played in the last 2 months and he's averaging 19.5 and 10.6 points in the month of January. And February he's averaging 16.9. Check out this list though. The injury report for the Memphis Grizzlies.
20 seconds.
Desmond Bane out. I don't think I can do this in 20 seconds. Brandon Clark out. Jaren Jackson.
Let's just pick it up. Let's just pick it up here.
All right.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
So the Victor Wembanyama conversation led to a other NBA rookie conversation.
Yeah.
At the break. And if you want to hang out with us during the break, you can. YouTube.com/ESPN1320, Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. That is where we are live and we hang out here through the breaks. So feel free to hop in there. If you're looking for D'Lo and KC, they will be here at 2:00. They had a prior engagement today, so they will be here 2 to 4, and then back on a normal schedule tomorrow where James and I will be 10 to noon, and D'Lo and KC will be noon to 4. So thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us in here. We appreciate it very, very much. We were talking about rookies at the break because we're talking about Victor Wembanyama and how good he's been, and somebody in the chat brought up GG Jackson from Memphis.
Mm-hmm.
Heck of a player. If you're not paying attention to Memphis, which like I don't blame you, but pay a little bit of attention to GG Jackson. He can hoop, man.
He can hoop. He's super young. Like he just turned 19.
Yeah, like in the last couple of months turned 19.
Yeah. I think it was last month he turned 19.
December, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's a 2004 birth. A 2000 oh my gosh. That's crazy. So check this out. Their injury report. This is why you're not watching Memphis and you're not seeing Memphis anywhere, and why GG Jackson also is having this opportunity. Desmond Bane is out with an ankle injury long term. Brandon Clark is out with Achilles injury. I'm going to skip the guys who are day to day and come back to them. Jake LaRavia is out with an ankle injury. John Morant out for the season. Scottie Pippen Jr. out with a back injury. Marcus Smart out long term. And then on top of that, we've got Jaren Jackson, who's day-to-day, Luke Kennard, who's day-to-day, John Concar is day-to-day, and Derrick Rose, who's day-to-day. That's the craziest thing I've ever seen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 players on your injury report, including all 5 of your starters. It's just wild. So good for Gigi for getting an opportunity. I think this draft class is going to be pretty decent at the end of the day.
I do too.
Yeah.
Especially once Colby Jones breaks through and is a perennial All-NBA guy.
There it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Gigi Jackson, as it pertains to the Kings, because I don't want to dive into Memphis Grizzlies talk, but he is the exact type of player that when we talk about the Kings building around this Sabonis, Murray, Fox core and how they do that without being able to just go sign free agents. Finding a player like Gigi Jackson with the 45th overall pick is one of the ways you can do that.
Yeah, and like to stay in that sort of line of thinking.
Yeah.
They have to find a way with the 28th pick in the 2020 NBA draft. The Los Angeles Lakers drafted Jaden McDaniels for the Minnesota Timberwolves. Like that's what you have. You have to find a Herb Williams. You have to find a Jaden McDaniel. You have to find a young and inexpensive. Herb Jones. What did I say?
Herb Williams.
Herb Williams. Yeah, great. Great center for the Knicks. You have to find one of these guys late in the draft, whether it's in the late first or the early second, in order to build this thing out. I agree with you. That's where you find your straight 3-and-D guys.
Yep.
But they're always young guys with potential that you have no idea, and sometimes they're flawed prospects. So, like again, Jaden McDaniels coming into the league, flawed prospect. Like there were a lot of people around the league who were like, whatever happened in Washington was not good, and we don't want we're not going to go that way.
Yeah.
And they avoided him. But like if you're a team like Minnesota, you take a gamble on a guy. It was a low risk gamble, a 28th pick. Then you have to put the time and the energy into that player. And so that's where I think the Kings are just at a different place, and they need to find these guys, but they also might need to go pay for one of them.
If the Kings draft a player this year, they wind up having their own pick, or if some deal happens on draft night where they pick a couple of times late, if they acquire, I'm going to say acquire, however they do it, a player who is below 6 feet 6 inches tall, I'm flipping the spread. If that player isn't 6'6" and above and a heck of a defender, spread's going up.
Yeah.
I don't need a 6'4" guard. I don't need any of that.
I think though,
I need Kessler Edwards a bunch of times.
They need to do that a bunch of times and sift through them and hope that one of them turns out, right?
Right. Yeah.
But I also think
the skill level of guys is good enough now that you should be able to do that and find a good player somewhere.
Yeah, but I also think that finding a 6'2", 6'3", 6'4", you also needed that. So the fact that you have a Keon Ellis and you have a Colby Jones, it's not working today, and maybe he'll Keon will play, maybe he won't. Colby is with the G League squad, but you also need one of those guys to develop and be your backup point guard, or you need those guys to develop and potentially be a replacement in case for some reason you do lose Malik Monk this offseason. So I think that there is a lot of team building isn't easy. And sometimes finding a guy in the mid second round or the early second round, like if you're weighing 2 guys and you think one of them can actually make it to the NBA, but one of them happens to be 6'8" with a huge wingspan and you have no idea, like it's tough. You have to you've got to make difficult decisions. And I would say even like a guy like Colby Jones, he's got a lot of that quality that I keep talking about, that catalyst type player quality.
Just knows how to play.
He does. He just has a good feel for the game, and he can plug a lot of holes on a team. You know, he can play the 1, he can play the 2, he can play the 3. He's a solid defender. He fights hard through screens. He's a good shooter. He's a good passer. He's an excellent rebounder. He's a hustle player. Like all of these things, they could translate into a player, but you're gonna have to wait for it. You're gonna have to develop it, and whether that's happening or not, we'll have to see.
So there's two questions in the chatty house that I want to get to, or two things in the chatty house. Mondo said, I had high hopes for Colby. Don't punt yet.
No.
Don't punt on Colby Jones just yet. Wait till he gets a real opportunity. And then Gilbert asks, and these guys will help more than the guys we currently have. Yes.
Okay, well,
I mean, if you find a player like Jaden McDaniels or like Herb Jones, then yes.
Yes.
That player will help more than Harrison Barnes.
Or Kevin Herter.
Right.
Like there's potential for them to help more.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
And for the beginning stages of this build out, you need Kevin Herter. You need an elite 3-point shooter alongside De'Aaron Fox. But again, De'Aaron Fox became a better 3-point shooter.
Right.
Domantas Sabonis became a better 3-point shooter. And you start to see like where you might need to change things up a little bit and go a different direction down the road. And that's not today, but certainly in the future, this team will look a lot different. And the other thing about finding players like this is they're cheap.
Yes.
So when you have
That's huge,
a $30 million De'Aaron Fox and a $36 million Domantas Sabonis, and then you're going to have to pay Keegan Murray, and he's going to get up there as far as salary, and then Fox is going to hit the next contract, and you're looking at 50 to 60. Like, you have to find ways to plug in affordable players and to develop affordable players.
Yeah.
To bring in guys are on a 4-year deal as a like early second round pick or a late first round pick that make league minimum or right around it. Like Colby Jones is so cheap for and so same with Keon Ellis. They make $1 million or $1.5 million or $1.8 million. Like they at their peak will make like $2.3 million. That's how you counterweight some of the bigger salaries that you have. And so yes, these players do matter. It's just you have to sift through them, like what we were talking about. You've got to draft multiple and hope that one or two of them develop into actual players.
Why isn't Colby Jones playing more, do you think? That's another question in the chatty house, and I think it's a good one.
No, I get it. I get it. But I think it's that the Kings believe that Keon Ellis is further along in his development, that they were trying to at least keep up some value in a guy like Davion Mitchell. They had to test and see what they had in Chris Duarte because they like what he brings to the table, right? So there are these reasons why. And like it's his second round pick. Like, we hope that he can develop into something.
Yeah.
But as of right now, Colby's better served by playing 35 minutes a game for the G League affiliate and learning how to play at that level. And then on top of that, people need to remember that Keon Ellis came into the NBA and could not be a lead ball handler at all. They worked with him. They had him be a lead guard at times for Stockton last year. Now he's never going to be a true point guard, but what he can do is he can now bring the ball up where he couldn't last year.
Yeah.
And those are things that you're trying to build players, and it's the identity of the G League for me. If you can start building specific types of players, then you can be successful there.
Sass brings up a player we haven't talked about. Sass in the chatty house mentioned Sasha Vezenkov, and we've already discussed that he may or may not return this season as a grade 3 ankle sprain. That means he's reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks. What that means for his timeline for return, TBD. So that's all. That maybe he plays again this year, maybe he doesn't. But does he fit in long term at all to you here? Like as the kind of player that we're talking about, where you're going, hey, that is a difference maker that they did not have.
I mean, maybe my problem with him is number one, he's 28.
Right. That's exactly.
And you thought you were getting a player that would step in and actually be able to like function very quickly. Like he's a really good shooter and he's really sneaky. And I like a lot of the things that Sasha does, but at the same time, he's sort of redundant with Trey Lyles. And that's a problem. Like I don't think you can play Sasha and Trey together for tremendous amounts of minutes. I haven't looked at what their 2-man splits are and stuff like that. But like there comes a point where you can't have the same exact player out on the court, just like your defensive liabilities and, you know, like the limitations of both players. Like one of them, you can deal with some of the limitations of one of them. You can't deal with the combined limitations of both.
Yeah.
and that's always going to be a problem for me.
I think the fact that, and this is where I think my hang up with Sasha is what you just said about his age and that he's 28.
Mm-hmm.
And that to me means, okay, yeah, he might still be figuring out the NBA, but the ceiling is not much higher than where he's at.
Yeah, I mean, the ceiling, he might be 11 points, 12 points a game if he got a whole bunch of minutes, and like the ceiling might be that.
Right.
But that's realistically, it's Trey Lyles' ceiling as well.
Yeah, and I would way prefer what Trey Lyles gives the Kings.
Yeah, I mean, I just think Trey Lyles is a bigger, stronger version.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I really like what Sasha can be, but I don't think like it's not. He doesn't project as a starter or anything.
Yeah, no, and that's where so much of this, like Keon Ellis, you talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he plays more over these next 28 games. I'm going to say in the second half. I'm just going to say in the second half. I mean, after the
stretch run,
maybe it's more Keon Ellis. And maybe it is more Alex Len instead of JaVale McGee. That's a conversation we've had on this show. And maybe Sasha Vezenkov does come back. But none of these, I don't think anybody that we're talking about here for this season, and this goes back to kind of what I was saying at the beginning of the show, where I feel good about where the Kings are at, despite the fact they've had their ups and downs. There's a good team in there. We know there's a team that competes night in and night out in there. But I think that as we talk about potential fixes this year, it's just, Keon Ellis, he's a fine player, but that's not moving the needle that much for me. And neither is more Alex Len. Like, these are little ways on the margins that the Kings can get better, but there's not, I don't see on this roster this year, and this is something you mentioned earlier, and I don't think anybody has any delusions that this is a team that, yeah, hey, this year it's ready to win a title right now. But when we talk about in the second half, hey, how do they get better? It's like, I guess Alex Len, I guess Keon Ellis, it's just all,
it's got to be the 7 guys that play all the minutes, that take the step and that find themselves and that move forward. And maybe it's the 8th if you want to count Davion Mitchell. If this team is going to become competitive, super competitive, and be a 4 or 5 seed going into the playoffs and be a team that can actually perform in the playoffs, it's going to be De'Aaron Fox. Yep. It's going to be the guys that you count on.
Yep, that's it.
And they've got to be more of guys that you can count on in the second in the stretch than they were before the All-Star break.
I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. Kings-Spurs tonight at 7. They start the second half of their season against an 11-44 Spurs team. We have talked about on our show, The Insiders, 10 to noon, Monday through Friday. We have talked about not slipping up in these games, taking on a team that you are better than. The Kings are better than the Spurs by a lot, and they should be on most nights. The problem is through the first 54 games, we saw too many nights where the Kings were worse than a team they should have been better than. And I think this is such a tone-setting game for the rest of the second half, because we can talk about the rotations, we can talk about the depth, we can talk about what's the core look like now, but for this year, for the 2023-2024 season, if the Kings are going to make some kind of run, it has to start with just beating teams like this on their schedule.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those games that you can't slip up.
No, not at all.
You can't let this game go by, and it's a tone setter. You got a bit of a break. I mean, you finish the pre-All-Star break schedule with 2 extremely tough games on the road, maybe even 3 really tough games on the road, with OKC and then, of course, Phoenix and Denver on the back-to-back. You fought through. You lost to the Suns, but you played a good game. You fought through where you couldn't make shots, and you battled through and beat a really good Denver Nuggets team.
Yep.
Now you have a little bit of momentum. Can that carry through? Because after this game, schedule gets much tougher for the next 4 or 5, and you're going to be in a battle. And this is where the real teams in the NBA stand up in the post All-Star game schedule.
Yep.
And we did not think that the Sacramento Kings would be one of those teams last year. I thought that they would fade and they'd probably end up around a 6 seed.
Mhm.
That's not what happened. This year, they're coming out of the break at the 8 seed, but with virtually the same record.
Mhm.
Now it's time for them to show that they can turn it up and be the team that they were last year, but better.
Yep.
And I'm not sure that they can do that, but this is the first test and you can't slip up.
All right, let's talk about some keys to victory for the Sacramento Kings against the San Antonio Spurs at Golden One Center tonight. James, what is your first? Oh, hang on. I got buttons. What is your first key to victory for the Sacramento Kings against the San Antonio Spurs?
Stop talking. Start doing.
Me or them?
Them.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to hear any more about the 3-point shooting defense. I don't want to hear about getting more paint touches or getting to the free throw line or how many more free throws you can make. I don't care about what you think about your pace. Whatever it is you have to do, stop talking about and just do it and fix it.
That's it. That's not necessarily a point of frustration, but you're right. At some point, like you just got to do stuff.
Yeah.
That's
You got to win games, man.
and that's what Mike Brown has talked about. And we know what we're supposed to do. We're coaching it, and you just got to execute it.
Yes.
And then we'll see how that goes. Mine ties in a little bit with this. They have to set a tone for the second half tonight. They have to go out and play like their hair's on fire. I want to see a Kings team. I mean, whether they hit a bunch of shots or don't, I don't. That matters less to me than going out and asserting their will on this game.
Yes.
And that is if they can do that tonight, and I think if they do that, they win comfortably. If they go out tonight and win 131 to 110, I feel so much better about the next couple of games and so much better about the idea that they're picking up where they left off in the couple of games before the break.
I totally agree with you. And I'd even point out, like, look, this is a team that you didn't put away earlier in the season. This is a team that you were tied at half. You were up 1 at the end of 3 quarters, and then you ended up beating by a total of 129 to 120.
Mm-hmm.
That's not good enough tonight.
Nope.
Tonight, it's dropping the hammer on a bad team and showing them who you are and who you're going to be for the rest of the season.
Yep.
Set that tone.
1,000%. Number 2.
Trust your defensive principles. And I know we've talked a lot about how Mike Brown and his group, like, they're very concerned about their 3-point defense. This is the worst 3-point shooting team in the league. Let them shoot their threes.
Boy.
Let them shoot. Follow your principles. Go show that you can show on the perimeter that you're getting into guys that are shooting threes. But whatever it is, this team will not beat you from 3. They can beat you inside. They'll beat you because they out-hustle you. They'll beat you because they've got a 7'4" Victor Wembanyama.
Mm-hmm.
But if you really, really get down to it, this is the worst 3-point shooting team in the league. They shoot 33%. Let them shoot.
That is also my second key. The 3-point defense thing needs to start tonight. You cannot let a team that is 11th in the league in attempts and 30th in percentage go hit 43% of their threes, which is what teams are hitting against the Kings the last 2 months. 42.7% the last 2 months. That's nuts.
Crazy.
That is way too high. This is a bad team. And if somebody does happen to get hot, if Devin Vassell starts 4 or 5, I would like to see the adjustment.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see them get in his hip pocket, contest the way that Mike Brown talks about. If the Spurs shoot it at 40+% tonight, I'm giving up. I'm giving up on the idea that there's some turnaround in 3-point defense and that this is just what the Kings are. That's it.
Okay.
Show me tonight the 3-point defense has changed. Number 3.
For me, score 130 plus. The Spurs are a bad defensive team, but they also like to run. Just make them pay. You should be better at running and better at scoring than they are because they aren't very good and they're young and they've got a bunch of holes in their roster. Go out there, push the tempo. If they make shots, get the ball out of the basket and down the court like you did last year, like you have shown a couple of times. Push the pace, push the tempo, crush this team.
They are third in the NBA in pace at 101.5. That is possessions per 48 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I almost said possessions per 100 possessions. That's not right. Possessions per 48 minutes. 101.5 is a lot. They are also 24th in defensive rating and 26th in net rating. So this is a team that likes to run and is bad at it. I totally agree with you. The Kings need to get out and run, and I think the way they do that hits my third key, and that is your stars need to be stars. That's it. The Kings have there's Victor Wembanyama, but the Kings have the 2 best players in this game, and then probably 6 of the best 7 players in this game.
Yes.
7 of the best 8. I'm not going to go through both rosters and figure that out. But Victor Wembanyama is up there for San Antonio, and I like Devin Vassell as a player, but he's not like the Spurs just do not have enough. The Kings just need you need De'Aaron Fox to be good. You need Domantas Sabonis to be good. I want to see a good Keegan Murray game. I want to see a good, if their stars play well, the Spurs have 0 chance. I don't think there's a path to victory for San Antonio where we come in and you go, man, the Kings played really well offensively, but the Spurs just outscored them. That's not in the cards.
I agree. Yeah, this is a game that you got to go out and get and stop talking, just go out and play it.
I'm excited to watch Victor Wembanyama though. I know we talked about that a little bit earlier, but man, somebody in the chatty house mentioned this earlier. And if you're not in on the bit from the insiders, which James and I host from 10 to noon, Monday through Friday, right here on ESPN 1320. If you're not familiar with the bit, I've never seen the beam lit in person because when I stay the whole game, they lose.
You're a jinx, Kyle.
It is uncanny how often this happens. And so I'm staying the whole game tonight. But somebody earlier in the day suggested that maybe I go for pregame, take some video and photos of Victor Wembanyama warming up, and then I can just leave. Which may be the move.
That might be the move.
But then I don't get to watch.
But Kyle, you're also talking to a guy who's through his first 12 seasons covering this team was 240 games under 500.
So it's your fault.
It might be my fault. Maybe we're both the jinx. Maybe we both need to leave.
Hey, Michael, sit us. Michael's a Kings PR guy. He does a great job. Michael, sit us separately. Maybe it's because we're sitting next to each other that it's just too powerful.
But I like sitting by you.
No, I know we have a great time, and I'm very much looking forward to that. And I hope you are as well. Kings-Spurs, 7:00 tonight. If you can make it out, please do. If you're there, hit us up. Come say hi. James and I are approachable. So come say what's up to your boys out at Golden One Center. Cannot wait for that one. We got some more stuff coming up on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
You okay if I run to the restroom? Hold down the fort.
Oh gosh, sorry guys, hang on. James left me. All right, that's gonna have to wait. Chatty House, what's really good? John gets it. Oh, I like the prediction. I love Mad Props. I got to bring it back. I mean, maybe. I have a hard time predicting anything with the Kings because they're just so like up and down. Is this somebody said it's possible the Spurs shoot the lights out? Like, yeah, I guess. I mean, but I'm not necessarily going to predict that because they've been so bad this year from three. San Antonio has. I think I've not been to a lot of NBA arenas, but Golden One is pretty sick, man. It's I love that you walk in and it is so very clear what you're doing there. It's like you walk in and it's like, boom, hey, there's a basketball court. You're ready to watch some damn basketball. I like that it's easy to find your seat. I like that you can see the court from basically everywhere on the concourse. Chase Center is state of the art. It's incredible. It's a really cool building, but it is impossible to like hang out on the concourse and watch. My buddy and I went to a game last year, and it was like, you have to, if you're standing in line, you have to find a TV to watch because you can't just like turn around and there's the court. So I also don't like that you have to find like portals to find your seats. It's just a
Chase.
it's just very cumbersome. It's not bad. I don't think it's like, I think it's a bad arena. It's just, I like the way Golden One is set up.
We got a couple of things in the NBA. Isaiah Stewart has been suspended 3 games by the league for punching
Hilarious.
Drew Eubanks in the face on December 14th. He did that on Valentine's Day. What an ass. Like, come on, man. Drew Eubanks got to look good out there for his lady afterwards.
Crazy.
It's horrible.
Talk to the folks. I got to do a thing.
Okay. And then the second thing, this is a super long break, right?
We have about a minute and a half left.
Okay.
But I also need to turn your mic off for 10 seconds.
Right now?
Yes, if that's okay.
Okay, go for it. We're back. The second NBA thing I'll bring up right now is that Lindsey Harding is stepping away from the Stockton Kings for a couple of games due to a death in the family. So sending love out to Lindsey Harding. She's expected to miss the upcoming games against the Texas Legends on the 23rd and 24th, the Salt Lake City Stars on March 2nd following the death of a family member. So associate head coach Will Scott will fulfill duties during Harding's absence.
Oh my gosh.
What are you, oh my gosh?
Sorry, I didn't mean to. Oh, never mind. Sorry, I thought I messed something up.
Oh.
We're okay. That's going to be. All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Final segment for us. D'Lo and KC going to start up here at 2 o'clock. That is not a permanent change. D'Lo and KC will be back in noon to 4. Appreciate everybody who is rocking with me and James today. We really, really appreciate it. If you are on YouTube, please head down to that thumbs up button and hit that for us. We would, you would have our undying gratitude if you did that. We were talking about something earlier about the Kings and their roster and just kind of the vibe of the team this year. And I kind of wonder too, because you were talking about the players who maybe struggled because they were viewed as run it back pieces, but then were involved in every trade rumor regarding the Kings going up to the trade deadline. I kind of want to flip that on its side a little bit.
Okay.
And view this from the De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis perspective. And less Domas and not less. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to sugarcoat this. Do you think there's any chance that even Keegan Murray is kind of looking down the bench and being like, we're not going to win a title this year. Like the rise was so meteoric last year that they go into the playoffs as the 3 seed, and it's like, yo, running it back, going to be easy, figured the league out. The next step is title contention. And then they get into this year, and it's just kind of become apparent, like, ooh, maybe not. And maybe that's why we see some of the up and down nature of the team this year.
Yeah, Kyle, in all honesty, I agree with you. I think that there are plenty of times this season where I think you can look at how well the starting 5 has played, or how well specific players have played, and they're looking around like, where are you guys? Why are you not the same player you were last year? I'm better than I was last year, but you're not. And you're worse than you were last year, and I don't understand it. I think that there's been a lot of like, I think like I call them like coming to Jesus moments, where you're looking over like I don't know how we get better. How do we do this? What happens here? Like, where you're honest with yourself and honest with the team and honest with like the future and look over. I don't think Sabonis has those moments. I think Sabonis is so head down, charging forward, ready to run through a brick wall. And like his mentality is super type A on the court. Like, I've got to do this. He's so laser focused. But I do think that for me, in my opinion, maybe I'm off base, but I think there have been those moments for De'Aaron Fox for sure, where he's looking over like, okay, is this it?
Yeah.
Is this who we are again?
Yeah.
And I think part of that is residuals from 5 years of dysfunction before this all happened, where Domantas Sabonis walked in the door, Mike Brown walked in the door, Malik Monk, Keegan Murray, all Kevin Huerter, before they walked in the door, where you start having the, oh no, here we go again moment. And I could see that happening for both Fox and for Harrison Barnes, because they've been through it. And, you're as a human, you usually, whatever you try to be and try to go do great things, you usually come back to who you are. You come back to center at some point. And I think it's really hard for some of these guys to look around and be like, how do we take a leap forward with this group? And how do we go through a 7-game series, a battle, 7-game series where, again, Domantas Sabonis is going out there with a broken bone in his hand.
Yeah.
And De'Aaron Fox is going out there with a jacked up index finger on his primary hand, his left hand. And you're fighting so hard, and you're like, we need more. We need more to get through. And if we do bust through, then like we're going to need more in the next round. And then you come into the season and that more wasn't brought in.
Well, that's right. And that's the most logical explanation to me for the kind of highs and lows of this year, because the energy is not the same. And I don't think it's not the players' personalities didn't change over the summer. So what the heck happened? And that to me is it. Like, they've gotten into this year, and it's just kind of like, man, it's hard to go perform your best when you're pulling up to work and you're like, hey, we don't have we have 28 games left. And I shouldn't say that, because maybe something changed at the All-Star break and their new mindset. I don't know. But when you're 30 games into the year and you're like, man, we got 50 plus games left, and we've hit a ceiling. It's so hard to go out and be an MVP caliber player. If you're De'Aaron Fox, you're like, yeah, I'm busting my ass on the defensive end. I'm busting my ass on the offensive end. And I'm averaging 30 a game. And wait, we're not significantly better than last year? Like there's just a human nature, and this is not a knock on De'Aaron Fox. I think it's just I say De'Aaron because that's the example. It's not a knock on anybody on the Kings.
Yeah.
If they're pulling up and going, just don't have it today.
Well, I also think, Kyle, there comes a point too where you've carried it. Like you've carried a team for so long, and then you're looking around and saying, "Man, I'm beat up today, and I don't have my A+,
Mm-hmm.
and I need somebody else to pick me up,"
Mm-hmm.
and they don't.
Yes,
And that's when I think that we start to see, again, we can look at a couple of games this season, but the Kings win 6 in a row early in the season. In the last 2 games, you got Fox scoring 43 and 30. The next game after that, and he was just coming back off an injury, he scores 14 against the Pelicans. Nobody picked him up and they got clubbed. The team lost by 36.
Yeah.
Right. So you see these moments throughout the season where, it's like, how many games do I have to carry? How many games do I have to be that guy? And then when I'm not, we just take a dive. And that's, I think for me, that's where you start to get a little discouraged if you're De'Aaron Fox, a little in your head.
Yeah.
And you start looking at this like, okay, like how do we get better? And I want to be one of those guys over there that like everything is moving the right way the whole time. But like, I don't know. It's a hard discussion, right?
Yeah.
And it's something that he needs to fight through and realize that sometimes, and maybe he does, but that sometimes that's how the process works. That it's just not a vertical climb to the top.
Yeah.
And
no doubt
you can't just be the belle of the ball like you were last year, like everyone, like the Kings were. That's not every year. They forget about you. They get bored with you. They move on to something new.
Yeah.
And you have to find a way to stay relevant. And you've got to find a way to keep pushing and being that team and that player. And I don't know. I think it's tough, but I also think that they're
super hard.
Yeah, there's a point in this season where it probably got a little disheartening for some of these guys where it's like, look, man, if I don't have it, I need somebody else to be the guy.
Can you imagine jumping on the radio and you're going to do a radio show and and maybe you do feel this way. And if you do, let me know. I give this example and you're like, well, we gotta have a talk.
Yeah.
No, but if I came in here and I try really hard not to, but I know there's days where I'm not on and that happens sometimes. But if I came in here and 3 days out of 5, I just didn't have anything for you. I was just like, yeah, no, I didn't watch a Kings game. Didn't watch any basketball. I got no Niner stuff. I just, What do you want to say? Like that would suck.
Yeah.
If you knew that, hey, every day I might come in here and I may or may not get something from the person who's supposed to be helping me do this show.
Yeah.
Like I said, if you do feel that way, let me know off air and we can
talk. We're good, Kyle. We're good. No, I mean, I think that goes for anyone that in any line of work. There are moments where you're looking around and you're like, man, like, and I don't even think it's that. It's everything. I mean, I'm sure there, like at home, there are people that there are wives that are like, why is it me that always has to put the new toilet paper roll on the toilet paper?
Okay, now this is a direct attack, and I will not. This is crazy.
It's one of the.
Are you at my house?
You know what I mean? It's like, why is it always me? Yeah. And I think that's just human nature. And you can't let yourself get bogged down into it if you're an an NBA player, because like an 82 game schedule, we say this all the time. It's the biggest grind there is.
It's really tough.
Even Major League Baseball, like 162 games, like there's a lot of standing around. There's a lot of chilling and hanging out. Like a baseball day, like, yeah, it's a grind. You're there every day. But when you're talking about the NBA, it's just one place to the next. The travel's crazy. Everything is crazy. And sure, you're staying in 5-star hotels, and you've got great food, and you're traveling with like a really expensive jet that takes you everywhere. But that doesn't change the fact that you have to be on all the time, and you've got to be what's next with the next game. And you can have a really tough loss, and you can't let that carry over to the next game. And like a lot of things can get you down. It's a tough sport. because of just the daily grind that they go through.
Speaking of daily grinds, having nothing to do with the Kings, do you see LeBron James isn't playing tonight?
Yeah, it's interesting.
Because of an ongoing ankle injury?
Yeah.
Didn't he just play? Like in the All-Star game?
I think he did, Kyle. Yeah.
Interesting.
Mm.
Yeah. No LeBron James tonight for the Lakers against the Warriors, if that matters to anybody. Fascinating. If I told you, let's in fact, you know what? Here. If I told you that one of the Lakers or Warriors was going to make some kind of run here in the second half, I don't think it's going to, but if I told you it did, hypothetically, which team would you be more worried about matching up against?
Warriors.
Why?
Because I think the Warriors always have your number. Like the Kings have got over the hump here and there.
Yeah.
But they've also, like, if the Warriors do piece it together again, Chris Paul will have eventually come back. Chris Paul is also a guy who's always got under your skin, has always been able to get over on you.
On every team.
Yes. Yeah.
Chris Paul's just a pain in the ass.
No, he is, but I think specifically if you put that team against the Kings, I think the Kings can beat them. I'm not saying that they can't, but the Kings like routinely beat LeBron James and Anthony Davis and Los Angeles Lakers. It doesn't matter how many points Anthony Davis puts up, the Kings still beat him.
Yeah.
And so I don't fear that Lakers team as much. I don't care who
I think
the guy is, they bring it. Like they're again, I've said this, I don't think that they have winning players outside of LeBron.
And that's the thing that jumps out to me, because I look at LeBron and AD and I'm like, man, if those two are good in a series, they are a really hard team to beat. But that requires 7 games of a 39-year-old LeBron in April or May being really good. And then 7 games of Anthony Davis in April or May being really good. And then the supporting cast is a huge question mark, whereas you see Golden State and it's like, okay, maybe Klay Thompson gets hot for a game. Jonathan Kuminga is starting to come around. You already mentioned Chris Paul. It's like, it feels like there are more ways that they could swing an upset in that series versus the Lakers, where it's like, maybe LeBron and AD carry it, maybe they don't, but that's their only hope.
Yeah, I mean, and the fact is that you have LeBron averaging 24.8 points, 7.8 assists, 7.2 rebounds. You've got Anthony Davis averaging 24.9, 3.8, 12.2 rebounds, and 2.5 blocks.
Man.
And you're mid.
Yeah, they sure are.
I mean, you're 30 and 26 on the season. You're over 500, but at the same time, like this whole, they figured it out. Oh, like what? Figure what out?
Yeah.
Like you got a bunch of other players who aren't very good and who aren't winners. And so maybe they make a run. And again, they've won 6 out of 7. But like, it wasn't that long ago, the Kings just went out on the road and won 5 out of 7.
Right.
That 6 out of 7, that's fine. But, again, who did you beat? And, there's a Charlotte in there. There's a Detroit Pistons in there. There's a Utah Jazz thrown in there. You beat the Pelicans, you beat the Knicks, but the Knicks are beat up. You beat the Celtics, which is a surprise. But overall, like, what are we talking about here?
Yeah. Yeah, the Lakers currently 2 back of the Kings. They're the 9 seed. The Warriors, the 10 seed. 3.5 back of the Kings. Quick math. The West is nuts, man.
Yeah.
Between what did I say earlier? 4 and 8. It's separated by 4.5 games.
That's wild.
5 and 8 is 1.5 games.
5 and 8 is 1.5 games. Yeah.
Man.
No, I mean,
it's right there, dude.
It is right there for the taking.
That's the thing, is after all of this, and I think that's why we go back to the very top of the show. And I was like, I feel like I'm getting bamboozled.
Yeah.
But the flip side of me saying, well, we have 54 games of knowing what this team is. And now we're banking on 28 of them being the opposite of that, or a different version of that. I think part of that stems from this. It's like, if they get hot for a little bit, they're comfortably in a playoff spot.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, kind of what I keep going back to. But at the same time, if they're just kind of what they are, and they finish the season 8 games over 500, or even 10 over 500, what's that? What's 10 over? Help me.
46.
46 and 35?
No, 46 and 36.
46 and 36. Thank you. Math. If you're 46 and 36, you're probably in the play-in.
Yeah.
Like that's so they.
I mean, you're in the play-in. I would just say
they're not falling out.
Yeah, you're not going to fall out. You're going to be in the play-in.
There are 6 games up on the Jazz who are not going the right way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's a world where the Kings wind up not at least in the play-in. If that winds up happening, how do you ultimately view this season?
If they're in the play-in?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Does it come down to whether they eventually make the playoffs?
Yes.
Like that's
if you miss the playoffs, it's a huge step back.
Mm-hmm.
It's a major step back. Kyle.
Is it a step back or is it just a greater lesson about what the team needs to be moving forward? Because we talk about Keegan Murray and Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox. The only way to me this season is like, man, huge step back is if you exit this year going like, oh, I have doubts about Keegan as the third guy. That's the only way to me that this is like, oh man, panic button.
Okay. No, I get you, but I would say you could get to this offseason and you could lose Malik Monk. And now how do you not only get better, but get better while taking a step backwards at a primary position? And so that's like, man, building something isn't easy. Mm-hmm. It's not, like I think that there are so many steps that you have to, like, you don't want missteps, right? Mm-hmm. You don't want to take the gigantic step backwards, mm-hmm. which at this point, like, look, the Kings haven't taken a step backwards as far as like who they are as of right now. Right now, they aren't, we can say they aren't as good as they were last year, mm-hmm. but it's almost like how we compare the defensive coordinator.
Sure.
It is for the 49ers. It's that you put the two things right next to each other. You put D'Amico Ryans and you put Steve Wilkes next to each other, and you look at the stats, and the stats say the same thing. Mm-hmm. They do, but everyone feels like the one year was better mm-hmm. than the next. Mm-hmm. That's kind of what I feel right now. Like they're almost identical.
It's like when you're a free throw away from winning $2,000 in prize picks and you win $200 instead.
Yes.
Like you still like the $200,
but it's not
the same.
It's not the same. No, I totally.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is one of those things where you've got to figure out a way to take a step forward, and you can still maintain and improve in this season.
Mm-hmm.
You can.
Yeah.
But you got 28 games to do it.
Yes.
And that's why we talk about stop talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Just go and do it.
Yes.
Stop being this inconsistent team.
Mm-hmm.
Find your consistency. Find your voice. Find who you are as a group. And, whatever you have to have, these tough conversations you have to have about players fitting into specific roles and what you need from somebody on each given night.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we're at. Like, you need to have those conversations because, like, look, there is no guarantee that you make the playoffs. There is no guarantee that this is the beginning of a playoff run. Like, a playoff run has to be more than one season, and we haven't got there yet.
No.
So, like, this is one of those things where I think that it's going to get, if they don't make the playoffs, this will be one of the most uncomfortable off seasons that we've seen in a long time. Because I just don't think that, like, you gave not only your fan base, but your ownership group a taste of what the playoffs look like.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't want to go backwards. They were waiting a decade for this.
Yeah. And I guess like that makes sense logic. Like I don't doubt that vibe and that feeling.
Yeah.
But I think long term, to me, if they finish as the 7th seed right now they're the 8. If they finish as let's say is the 8, because I don't want to say that they lost a play-in at home.
Okay.
But if you're the 8th seed and you go to Dallas and you lose a play-in to Luka Doncic in the Dallas Mavericks, and then you have to go to or you host Golden State in the next play-in game, and you fall to Golden State. Like that to me isn't, I don't know, that's tough. Now that I say that out loud,
that's your program taking a step backwards.
That is, no, you know what? You're right. I just talked myself into your point.
Yeah, because this year
you're right. That would
suck.
That'd be hard to swallow.
I think a lot of people keep thinking that this season, like, success wasn't just making the playoffs and just getting bounced in the first round again.
Mhm.
Success was making it to the second round. That's how you build.
Sure.
And that doesn't always happen. And to me, that would not be success. I mean, that wouldn't be a failure if they get, again, take a team to 7 games or 6 games and they lose in the first round.
Okay. Back on my own point again.
Yeah.
What's the difference if they play the Mavs? They're the 8 seed. They go to Dallas. They beat the Mavericks. There's the 7 seed. They play Oklahoma City. They lose to Oklahoma City in 6 games in the first round.
What's the difference between that and not making the play-in?
Or losing in the play-in? Like what off-season moves are different? Because I feel like in both scenarios, you go into the offseason needing the same thing, needing to make the same changes.
Okay, it's very simple. The difference between losing in the play-in and losing in the first round of the playoffs is if you lose in the first round of the playoffs, your first round pick goes to the Atlanta Hawks. And you don't have a first round pick this year, but July 1st.
Oh, if you lose in the play-in.
No. If you lose in the playoffs, your first round pick goes to the Atlanta Hawks. If you lose in the play-in, you're not a playoff team. You're a lottery team. And you have to keep your 2024 pick. And that's a big deal because that means July 1st this year, the Kings will have their 2025, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 31 first round picks to play with if they make the playoffs. If they don't make the playoffs, their 2025, 26, and 27 are still tied up in the Kevin Huerter deal.
Oh, no.
And so 28, 29, 30, 31 are there.
Oh, no.
But that's the difference, Kyle.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Because if you make the playoffs, you give up your 2024 first round pick, which is not a good pick.
Right.
Atlanta's not going to deal with you. If you call Atlanta and say, hey, can we pull the pick protections off our 2024 and you just take it? They'll be like, nope, we're good.
Yeah.
You guys just missed the playoffs. You could be worse next year.
Right.
Like, why would we don't want this pick in this draft? Like, no chance they're taking that pick.
Although if you say the right words in the right combination, you might just be able to trick the Hawks into doing it.
These are not
that
the
is
picks
a
you're
that is
looking
a
for.
makeshift front office.
These are not the picks you're looking for.
I can call Grant Liffman personally.
And tell him, take it. Take this.
Come on, Grant.
Come on, Grant. Do it. Take it for the team.
I love Grant. No, they're
but you understand what I'm saying. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Like
no, I did not. You are right. I did not factor that into my thinking.
Yes. And that's why I say, like, this offseason becomes a lot crazier. It becomes a lot crazier. If you're bounced, then you don't have the ammunition that you need or that you might need. We don't know that a player is going to come up that the Kings would be able to go all in on anyways. But the fact is, you can't offer a team your 2025 pick or your 26 pick or even your 27. You can offer your 27, but it will be a conditional 27, which again limits you. Like a conditional 27, if it doesn't convey in 25, then you lose your 26. Like it's just a big mess. So yeah, it's not good. So yes, there are.
Okay, you're right.
Yeah,
that's fair.
You got a lot riding on this last 28 games, Kyle.
I was just thinking from like a development and like long term, it's like it's still Sabonis, it's still Fox, it's still Murray. At least I think it's still Murray, and then everything else beyond that, to me, is kind of up in the air. Regardless of, so let's take the play-in aspect out of this because you're right, that's a disaster. From just a picks and maneuverability standpoint.
I mean, it might be that you have the 23rd, the 22nd, the 12th, the 13th, the 14th pick in the draft. Maybe you find a player right there. Maybe it's not a horrible thing. Maybe like this draft is not as bad as everyone thinks. I mean, there have been plenty of drafts that people think are the worst drafts ever, and then they don't end up being the worst draft ever. They end up being a good draft.
Yeah.
And a lot of times it's around 12, 13, 14, 15 that you find that.
It is.
But
that is one of my, not to change the subject, but that is one of my favorite NBA draft things is people just decide, people just decide in December, like, bad draft this year. Like what? What?
I always like asking Sam Vecini from The Athletic that how many man draft is this? And he goes, well, what do you mean how many man? Like
Really,
Like you know what I'm
dudes?
saying.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying. How many man draft is this?
Yeah.
Is it 5? Is it 12?
Mhm.
Like, is this a great draft? Is it like, and that's how I usually judge it.
We're calling an audible. We're gonna break right now. D'Lo and KC coming up at 2:15-ish.
Oh,
So stay locked in. We're gonna break now, and then we will be on a normal break schedule with D'Lo and KC. Let's continue talking about this because I want to talk about the whole idea of a good draft versus a bad draft. It's coming up next on the Insiders. Filling in for D'Lo and KC, at least for the time being. D'Lo and KC starting in about half an hour right here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader.
yeah, I've got like the draft to point to.
I will be right back.
All right.
Have, one, two. Oh, dang. I only have like 2.5. Okay. Be right back.
Run, Forrest, run.
No. God, my legs are so sore.
Oh yeah.
My exercise.
What's going on, friends? Anything happening out there in the chatty house? Aldrin J. I don't disagree with this. And then this, people on social media. I think what social media is, it's given so many more people a voice to voice their panic, and not only a voice to put it they're crazy out there, but at the same time being anonymous. So I think that's where like there's an anonymity to social media, especially Twitter, Threads, like all that stuff, Instagram. It's not like Facebook where you're literally your person. You are who you are, sort of. I don't know. It's different. That's changed a lot. Even like while I've covered the Kings, it's changed a ton. Like the direct nature that people have to you, the line they have to you. Yeah, this is funny. Monty wants offense firepower first. Y'all heard his trade deadline interview. The guy came from D'Antoni team that had success. I agree, but then all of a sudden it's like this shift, like, oh no, the Kings want this and this and this. You know, they want defensive minded players. They want 3-and-D guys. They want guys like, but I think a lot of that is there's always going to be an internal battle between, you know, a coach that's a defensive minded coach and a GM that's an offensive minded guy. And this is always factual right here. Always. It's that if that's even his name.
Who, what?
Kyle Renata said that it's all John Bull's fault. And I said, facts.
I used to say that John Bull was the Kings Twitter MVP.
Really?
He has been usurped.
Well, because he doesn't do Twitter anymore.
Well, yeah, no, that's true. The Kings social media MVP.
Yeah.
Is a better. Jill Adge has taken that mantle in my book.
Yeah. No, Jill's great on social media. The guy before, like Kevin Fippen used to be really, really good on King's social media.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right, little audible. D'Lo and KC got stuck in the lab, grinding their Kings film, getting ready for the second half of the season. So he said, hey, we got you. So we're taking you up to 2:15-ish.
I was not consulted in any of this. I was not consulted.
Well, because I was doing this on the fly. I'm trying to figure this out. And then I didn't want,
I have this great exchange on social media, since we have been talking about social media during the break, that I would like to read for you.
Please.
From Casey Pratt. I am in contact with the A's organization, and they insist they didn't have anything to do with Drake's Beer pulling out a Fans Fest, at the last minute. And then Ben Ross, our friend from former
Big Ben
NBC
Ross guy.
Yep. Ben Ross responded to Casey. Luckily, they have proven, the A's is who we're talking about, to be very trustworthy, so we can believe them.
Great point.
Yes.
It turns out, shout out to Fieldwork Brewing and Altamont Brewing. They have stepped in as sponsors at the last second.
Yes.
Incredible.
Who are these people, and where do we send people to buy stuff?
It's Fieldwork Brewing.
All
There's
right.
one in Berkeley. I think there's a Fieldwork in Sacramento.
Oh.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm almost certain there's a Fieldwork Brewing here in Sac. Nope, there's not.
No.
Well,
Okay.
No, Fieldwork Brewing and then Altamont Brewing. Altamont Brewing is out in Livermore. It is in this. So there's this. I'm a big wine guy.
Yep.
And there's a. I cosplay as a wine guy. There's actual wine guy, like big wine people. I just like wine a lot. And there's this place in Livermore called The Block, and it's in this underrated wine country, Livermore, by the way. It is in this section of like industrial buildings, and you can walk like 0.2 of a mile just around this corner, and there are like 6 wineries within this little walking distance. And in the middle of all this is Altamont Brewing.
Okay.
And it is just a great time. If you're looking for something to do that's not super far, what's Livermore from here? Hour and a half or so?
Something like that.
Not super far. Head down there. Make sure you have a driver. You can park and you just walk around all day and have a great time if that's your bag. So shout out to Altamont Brewing and Fieldwork, who have stepped in and sponsored for A's Fans Fest, which is this Saturday out in Oakland. I will be covering it. I'm hoping to get some good sound that we can use on the show.
Okay. You're going to be there.
I am.
And you're going to partake in these.
I'm doing Big J journalism.
Okay. I'm all over it. I'm there. I'm here for you.
The Big J journalism thing is like
yeah.
But the thing is if I can get somebody on the record, like giving me something, I'm going to handle it responsibly.
Yeah.
But I'm also not going to go with like, I'm not going to look like a journalist, quote unquote.
You're going to wear your sweatshirt.
Yeah. ShopDeloandCasey.com.
Yeah.
If you want to find the A's related sweatshirt I'm wearing.
Yeah. That's amazing.
Like I'm pulling it, like I'll be in that. But I mean, I'm not trying to give the idea that I'm impartial in some way. Okay. I'm very much not.
Yeah.
It's just,
well, no. And it's funny because when we talk about sports, like the one thing I have not allowed is my fandom of the A's to go away.
Yeah.
Right. Because that was my first true love. And so when you cover a team, you can't be a fan. Mm-hmm. Like that, your fandom is over if you ever were a fan of the team. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, like, I'll just bring up Jason Jones, for instance. Like a lot of people were always hard on Jason Jones because Jason Jones is a Laker fan. When Jason's on the job, Jason's not a fan. And I know it's sort of like a running gag that Jason is a Laker fan, whatever. But you lose all fandom when you do this job. Like there's no way to be a fan.
Yes.
And I also hear people go, oh, well, James was a fan first, so, he's got our back. It's like, no, I've been impartial the entire time. I'm hard on the franchise when they need to be hard, when we need to be hard on them. I'm like, when they do something great, you praise it. Like, especially like a playoff run or whatever, like you have to keep objectivity, but I refuse to do that when it comes to the A's. Like I'm an A's fan. I've covered the A's a couple of times in my past, but I'm not going to cover the A's again. And this is one of those times where you're looking at it like, okay, like I don't have to be impartial. I can be a voice that talks on the radio and talks about how god awful Rob Manfred is as a commissioner and how bad ownership and management is of the A's, and I'm not wrong. I mean, this is just like a travesty.
Yeah. Real quick, correction to my earlier thing. Fieldwork does have a location in Sacramento.
By Zocalo. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, shout out to Fieldwork if you're looking for a place to grab beer.
Yeah. Okay.
Big Fieldwork guy. I've been to the Berkeley location several times.
Okay.
I've
I haven't been to
I don't-
Berkeley
I don't
since I
think-
lived there. I don't think.
I've been to the one in Sacramento.
I lived in Berkeley a long time ago, and I don't think I've been back.
Yeah.
I don't.
Smart.
Well, maybe once. I don't particularly love Berkeley.
Okay.
Wasn't a great place to live. Just saying.
NBA. That's what we're talking about. Did the Timberwolves finish the year as the number 1 seed in the West?
No.
I'm gonna go rapid fire on
No.
this. Just Oklahoma City.
No.
Who wins the West
Clippers.
in the regular season? You think the Clippers keep climbing?
Yeah, Clippers or I don't think it's going to be the Nuggets either. I don't have a lot of faith in what's happening right now just because the Nuggets.
It's a weird vibe with the Nuggets. I did not expect them to be a team and they're 36-19. It's not like they've been bad.
No, but they're slow playing this.
Yes, and I didn't think they would do that.
No, Michael Malone's slow playing it. You can see he's reserving guys. I mean, look what they did against the Kings. Last game before they'd had a couple of days off, and last game before the All-Star break, and you decided to sit Jamal Murray and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope against the Kings. Like he's playing this thing the right way. He's not playing for regular season victories. He's playing for a championship. Yeah. And hey, maybe the Kings are doing the same thing.
That's the other, like, I don't think that's what's happening, but that's, I think, another reason, again, going back to the very top of the show, I think that's another reason that I'm anchoring to this idea that there's a run here in the Kings. Because so many of their games have looked non-competitive in the way that they all went. And maybe it's what we talked about earlier. Maybe it's their top guys kind of looking down the bench and like, hey man, this is not it. Like I just can't. And that emotional energy isn't there. But maybe the emotional energy isn't there because they've gone, hey man, we know the keys. We know that this is a grind into April, hopefully into May, and if everything goes right into June. So save the legs. Don't gash yourself early and start playing your best basketball at the right time. Maybe that's what it is.
You know what it kind of feels like, Kyle?
I don't think it is for what it's worth, but go on.
You know, when you're driving down the freeway and you want to drive fast, but there's some guy in front of you in the fast lane with like a Corvette that's driving like 63.
The worst.
And you're just sitting there like you want to smack your head against the steering wheel. And you're just like, come on, bro. It kind of feels like the Kings are a fast car that doesn't want to drive fast right now. And maybe they'll figure it out and decide to drive fast. But it's also possible that someone opened up the hood of that Corvette and put in a Pinto motor and they ain't got no fast left. Like, I'm not sure. And that's what I need to find out in the final 28 games.
Yeah.
Like, are you a team that just hasn't hit the gas yet? And you will, and you're just going to race right back up to the 4 seed or the 5 seed and, get into a first round matchup with a team that maybe you can beat. Maybe it's a OKC team that you've had their number a good portion of the year. Maybe that's what happens. Or maybe you don't have it. Like there's nothing hiding down in the pedal. Like when you stomp on that gas, it's not there.
That's where we talk about 5-game stretches and breaking the season down to these 5-game increments. We're going to learn the answer to this exact question in the next 5 games. Probably. Like that's going to be it.
But I would also caution, I agree, but I'm not saying if they go 2-3 that they're done.
No, but it's the manner
how
that
they
playing.
do it.
Yes.
Yeah. You have to beat the Spurs tonight handily. You've got to give more of an effort against the Clippers on Sunday.
Yep.
The second night of a back-to-back, you've got to find a way to beat the Miami Heat. They're not a great team.
That's it.
That's on Monday.
Yep.
And then you get to Minnesota and it's a coin flip as long as you're close and the game ends up being
it's Denver first.
It's Denver first. And like, look, you could lose to Denver. They could throttle up because they're already 3-0 down to you on the season and say, hey, look, we can't give them any sort of false hope,
Right.
especially since Denver could be a 4 seed and you could be a 5
That
seed.
very, very easily could be a first round matchup for the Kings.
Yeah. And so that's one of those things where I could easily see the Kings, even they could make it all the way up to like the 3rd seed or the 2nd seed, and you could be the 7th seed or the 6th seed. So like there's a good possibility there, but Denver's not going to want that out there that you beat them every
Got swept by the Kings.
Yeah, but at least make the games competitive and close. Like if they go 2-3 over this stretch, but there's not a blowout in there, and the worst loss is maybe by 12 to a good team, and you picked up 2 nice wins, one against a team you had to beat in the Spurs, and then another against one of these other groups of teams that like are good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If they lose like they did to Phoenix in Phoenix on February 13th,
that's fun.
Where, man, you played well. Phoenix hit some shots down the stretch. What are you going to do? I will live with that 10 days out of 10. But it's if they beat the Spurs, but they beat them by 4, and then they go to LA and they get smoked, and then they beat Miami, but it's just kind of.
Or you lose to Miami and say, oh, well, it's the second night of a back-to-back.
It's even worse. I mean, that's where it's like, okay, well, it wasn't just a flip the switch.
No.
But they go 3-2. They're competitive in the games they lose. Then maybe you're going, okay, switch flipped. Let's see. If I give you 3-2 right now in the next 5, would you take it?
Yeah.
I think I would too.
No question.
Hmm.
As long as
I think it depends a little bit on what the wins are.
No, I don't. I think it depends on how the wins look, not who they are. Like all of those teams are like they present their own problems for the Kings. 2 of those teams, like the Timberwolves and the Clippers, are horrific matchups for you because of their length and athleticism.
Yeah.
Like those are 2
That's
teams,
true.
and you got 1 win against Minnesota on the road, but again, those are tough wins right there.
Yeah, Minnesota's not a pushover.
No.
Mm.
And where is the Minnesota game? Is it in Minnesota?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes
Denver,
it even worse.
Denver Wednesday, day off Thursday, Minnesota Friday.
Yeah. But then that next set of games, you got to go 7-3.
Oh yeah, you have after Minnesota, you have 8 games, 7 of which are at home. You have the Lakers twice. You have Memphis in there. You have Chicago, San Antonio. Like that stretch of 7 is where.
Yeah, I count like 11 games. You got the Bulls, Lakers, Spurs, Rockets, Bucks, Lakers, Knicks, Grizzlies, Raptors, Wizards, Magic. That group of 11 games, if you go and realistically, the Kings need to go 8-3 in that group.
Yeah.
And that's possible. You put that together with the 3-2 from the other stretch. Now you got 11 wins and you're 11-5, and you go into the final whatever games of the season knowing that you gotta buckle down. You got to get there.
The other key thing as we talk about where the Kings are in the standings, are sitting at 8. They're behind Dallas, and they have 2 games against Dallas left.
Yeah, they got 2 games at home against Dallas. They're
oh wow, that's a weird schedule.
That's a weird schedule.
Dallas home Tuesday and then Dallas home Friday.
Well, the first game is a back-to-back, so you play the at home on Monday, Tuesday. You've got the 76ers on Monday, the Mavericks on Tuesday, and then the Mavericks have to stick around in Sacramento and play again on Friday. That's wild.
What a strange thing.
Yeah, that's a very strange scheduling anomaly.
But you have a couple games against Dallas. You've got another one against the Thunder coming up. You've got a couple against the Clippers. Like those are the games that they have a real chance, despite the fact they're sitting at 8 right now. If there is some switch that they're going to flip here in the next 28, there is a massive, massive chance to make headway on the teams in front of them.
Yeah.
And that's what's, I think, can ultimately decide the season. The thing that I don't foresee is, you said last year was like the last 3 games where it was just.
Oh, they coasted in?
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
I don't think there's any of that this year.
No.
Especially because it's New Orleans on April 11th, Phoenix on April 12th. That might be legit for playoff seeding. And April 9th, you have Oklahoma City at Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
to end a 4-game. Oh my God.
You got a back-to-back at home against
Oh.
New Orleans and Phoenix.
But that's
as game 80 and 81.
game 76 at Knicks, game 77 at Celtics on a back-to-back.
On a back-to-back. Yeah. Hey man, I could easily see them
If they
like,
make
looking at this, like if you're tabulating it, I could see 15 and 13.
like honestly, that is
I could see 14 and 14 if they don't get the 3 and 2 to start, and I could easily like this is tough. I don't see any of these teams cashing it in, and the like especially the last like from game 71 to game 82. How many are going to be cashing it in? The Jazz, the Nets, and the Blazers. Three teams that are like, yep, white flag, we're done.
Yeah,
that's tough. Not good.
Yeah, even the Rockets.
Yeah, I think they
still kind of hanging around. They're only 3.5 back of the Warriors. I think they're going the wrong way though.
Yeah, I think they are too.
Yeah, they're just, man. This is brutal. Monday, March 4th. That show will revisit this and determine what we think they're going to go the rest of the way.
Okay.
But we're going to learn, I think we'll learn a lot tonight and certainly over the next 5 about where this team sits. I got sidetracked going through this. So you think the Clippers win the West? My only hang up with that is the health stuff. I know they've been pretty healthy this year and they've been playing games and everything is working, and maybe this is the year that they kind of put it all together. And that'd be, I mean, frankly, for basketball, I think that'd be great. I think it'd be a lot of fun. But that's my one hold up with them. But if you told me that they're going to stay as healthy as they are, then yeah, I'm buying it. I'm in.
Yeah.
They're so freaking good.
I think we are down to, in my opinion, at this point, 2 teams that I think can win the West.
Who is it?
I think it's the Clippers and it's the Nuggets.
Win the West, like out of the playoffs?
Yes.
Like represent? Okay.
Yeah.
Clippers and the Nuggets.
I mean, but things can go wrong for both of those. Minnesota, OKC, too young.
See, Minnesota gave Denver their best series last year, quote unquote. But I think Minnesota is I think I agree that the Clippers and the Nuggets are in a tier by themselves. But then I think Minnesota is in a tier with Phoenix.
Okay. And OKC?
Nah, OKC's in the same. I think OKC's in the same spot the Kings were in last year.
Okay. Yeah, I could see like OKC,
if OKC,
Pelicans, Kings, Dallas, all like in the same tier.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I'm so fascinated by Oklahoma City because they I think ultimately run into the same youth problem that the Kings had last year. But if they played the Mavericks in the first round, I don't think the Mavericks are going in and beating Oklahoma City in a playoff series.
Oklahoma. Maybe. I don't know.
I really don't buy Dallas.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll be better.
You don't think the Mavericks are going to beat OKC? Is that what you said?
In a playoff series. I would have a hard time picking them.
You would until Kyrie starts going Kyrie and Lucas starts getting every call. And then you're like, oh, wait, I forgot. The NBA would really like to see this. Yeah.
I don't know. I just don't want to see the Lakers in the playoffs. I don't want to watch them bumble around for 6 games or whatever it's going to be. Yeah, I think the Clippers are the Nuggets out of the West. Is anybody beating Boston in the East?
No, I don't think so.
I don't either.
No, I mean, I think Milwaukee can piece it back together. They could also fall apart like they did last year. I think the Embiid issue is not gonna fix itself. Like that's a problem for
the Knicks are interesting if they're healthy, but again, they're
gonna get healthy, but they're gonna get healthy and not have any time to piece it together, like to put it all because they acquired OG and they've made other moves that like it's all coming together. But like if you haven't given those guys time with Julius Randle and everything else, I have a hard time believing that they're going to be able to just all of a sudden turn it on and be that team.
Are you buying the Cavs at all? They are still scorching hot, by the way.
I think the Cavs, I look at the Cavs the same way I look at Minnesota OKC. I just put them in the same bracket.
Okay.
Kings last year, Minnesota, KC. The Kings aren't in that bracket right now.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
I'm trying to come up with some kind of compelling argument for any of these other teams, but I don't trust New Orleans.
No.
Phoenix is
Yeah.
yeah.
I know.
Maybe they have enough depth to make a run in a playoff series.
Who, Phoenix?
Yeah.
They can win a playoff series, but can they win multiple? I don't know. The fact
Who
that
would they-
Katie has played so much, man.
Their first round series right now, if the season ended today. That's the phrase I hate the most that I say the most.
Yeah, if the season
I
ended today.
hate the phrase if the season ended today.
Okay.
Because it doesn't. But also, that's the only way to convey what I'm trying to say. If the standings stay the same through the rest of the year, Phoenix would play the Clippers in the first round. And that's tough. I don't think Phoenix wins that one.
No, Phoenix not winning that.
But if Phoenix winds up as the 4 playing the Pelicans, or vice versa, if they wind up as the 5 and the Pelicans are the 4, I think I'm taking Phoenix. I think.
Wow.
Maybe.
Here's a crazy stat for you. Who do you think the top 5 in minutes per game this season are?
Minutes per game?
NBA, minutes per game.
Oh, God. 5 Knicks under Tom Thibodeau.
No Knicks under Tom Thibodeau.
Wow.
Number 9 is Jalen Brunson.
Okay. Who are they?
DeMar DeRozan, number 1, who's
sure.
36, 35,
Sure.
36. Luka Doncic, number 2.
Okay.
Tyrese Maxey, number 3, 37.2 minutes per game.
That makes sense.
There's a reason why I'm asking you this
Okay.
question. Number 4, number 5 are tied. Miles Bridges at 37 minutes per game.
Okay.
Tied with Kevin Durant at 37
Oof.
minutes per game at age 36.
You know what's super funny about this? I should have known when you asked me the question, but when you asked me that, I went, okay, let's rule out all the old guys.
That's what your thought was, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then
Kevin Durant playing. Oh my God.
this is crazy. So Domantas is 12th at 35.7, tied with Anthony Davis. The player right below Sabonis is De'Aaron Fox at 35.6. They don't play all the time together, which is interesting. Scotty Barnes,
The face of the NBA.
he's number 18. 35.
This is completely BS. It's a complete crap.
That's right.
Yeah, it is.
Amazing.
I was trying to go. Is Kevin Durant leading? Oh my God. Kevin Durant is leading the Suns in minutes.
Of course he is. Yeah, it's wild.
Kevin Durant, 37, Devin Booker, 35.5, and then Grayson Allen at 32.9.
Oh,
You know what? I take it back. I don't believe in the Suns at all. What am I doing?
he's one of those hot guys, though.
Josh Okogie and Royce O'Neal are gonna. Oh no!
Yeah,
chance,
there you
dude.
go.
Get this out of my face. I
That's
think
tough.
Durant and Booker alone give you a shot in any series, right? And I think that's what I'm leaning on. But
Well, Bradley Beal, like he's gonna. Yeah, is he gonna be able to play at all? I mean, Bradley Beal.
I don't buy it.
He was ineligible for postseason awards like by game 25.
We have to get out of here. Can I make one prediction?
Yes.
Before we go, real quick. We were talking about LeBron James earlier. Missing. LeBron James is going to play exactly 65 games.
Oh, you think so?
Book that.
Book it.
He's not having an ongoing ankle injury. He is calculating how many games he can miss. So he is going to take whatever days he can get and get exactly 65.
Like today.
He might do 66, so it's not exactly 65, but I think that this is a scheduled day off. I don't think it's an ongoing injury. Damian Barling is in the building. Here we go. Air horns for Damian Barling. We've got applause, and we've got to go. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. D'Lo and Casey coming up next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Thanks, everybody.
I'm going to get out of here quick, everybody. Bye, guys. You got it, dog. Happy to do it.
We just kind of had it.
Sounds like a great day.
It's gonna dive into 14-1. That's gonna be all year.
Until the playoffs.
This is going to be the worst baseball season.
Until the playoffs.
So, Henry, I think they might even get it this year.
Kyle, are you staying in Sac tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
Technically rules.
In Roseville.
I will see you guys at the arena.
Okay.
Sweet.
Thank you, bro.
You got it. Anything else you
Appreciate you
need?
guys, man.
Nah, we're set. Yeah, we're set. Thank you.
And you guys are here tonight, right?
Yeah.
You have a good time?
Yeah, it was good. It was good.
Did you take the board out alive?
I didn't do anything.
Thank you, sir.
Your cord was here.
Thank you very much.
We have OE quality.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're still doing this or not.
Don't do that. Don't do that, Jazzy 510.
Why is that logo still there?
Oh.
There it is. Yeah, Alex, it was a bit snug on the way back. Bit snug.
I agree, Collins. I agree. It was great stuff, actually. This is.
We hitting the intro? What are we doing?
I mean, we can hit the intro. The intro has not been hit yet.
Okay, hit the intro then. This is
I did
ridiculous.
hit the ultimate needle mover and acknowledge me.
Very nice. That's good. I like
James
it.
went, hi.
That's good. That checks out with what James would do.
This is going to be the worst baseball season probably in the last 50 years. Nobody's beating the Dodgers, man. This is bullshit.
Okay, just tell me when we're ready.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey! They're not always there when you call. One day he'll get.
Don't do it. No, don't do it. No, don't do it.
All right.
Don't do that, man. Come on.
What? What? What are you gonna do? Nothing.
See how he started. Go.
Hey.
Must have been a good couple hours or something.
I was just man. Wow.
Wait, how's it go? How's it go?
I'm Damian Boiling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Man, we in here. Shout out to Kyle and James for holding things down for us a little bit longer than we anticipated. Shout out to the Sacramento Kings, Kendra Montgomery Block, Beyond Black.
Yeah,
what was
Shout
that?
out to
Will's
my girl
squad?
V too. Shout
Black
out
and
my girl
Beyond.
V.
No, it's Black and Beyond. Will's crew.
Oh yeah. Black and Beyond. Yeah,
we bringing that to Odyssey. Black and Beyond.
absolutely.
An
Shout
amazing,
out to my girl V, man. V the truth, man. She do her thing out there with the Kings as well.
shout out to Dr. Flo. She gonna come hang
Dr.
out.
Flo
with
in
us
the building as well.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Man, we had a tremendous time at a Black History Month lunch that the Sacramento Kings hosted and had us out. I'm still confused. Are we working tonight? Did you hear what?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
we heard it multiple times too.
We were asked multiple times today if we're MC. You guys are MCing tonight, right? If we can,
All right.
Yeah,
All right.
Somebody forgot to relay that message
We were
to us.
supposed
If
to.
we are,
Well, the original plan we were supposed to talk to Miss Spellman, who was
Yeah, we
very
was-
impressive. The youth is in good hands.
we
man.
were supposed to
She got
talk
a
to
good
Miss
head on her
Spellman
shoulders.
and Laney, and yet here we are, all alone. We do have Will Z joining us. We should have Matt George. Matt George is dealing with a couple of things, but I think we'll have Matt George in the final hour.
Shout
of
out
the show.
to that juice too. Ooh.
What was that called again?
I don't know. I forgot.
Hey, I don't know. Hey, what was that juice called again? Just tell it. Hey, say what the juice was called. Yo, we had peach cobbler, we had banana pudding, and what was the juice that we had next to the ice water?
What was it? I think it was a freedom cocktail.
It was a freedom mocktail. That's what it was.
It was bomb though. It was bomb.
Still got a long way to go. Yeah, we had a great time, man. We try not to miss the show too often, but thankfully James and Kyle were here to take care of things, and that was an event we didn't want to miss, as it's HBCU night at the Golden One Center as the Sacramento Kings return to basketball.
Yes.
This evening.
And they need this one tonight, dog.
Kind of sounds like Domas is a go. He was at practice. Shoot around. It's a full.
I'm surprised to hear that. To be honest with you.
Yeah, me too. I'd
already mentally prepared for it ain't happening. Domas Bryant, we'll see him on Sunday.
Yeah, Sean tweeted this morning he was upgraded, and then he was a full participant at shoot around. I can't imagine, like, we're not talking an injury here, we're talking an illness.
Right.
If he's participating in practice, shoot around, sorry. I gotta imagine that's a pretty good sign for tonight. He went from doubtful, I think, last night to questionable this morning.
Yeah, it's I would say a great sign, as long as he doesn't feel worse after the shoot around or anything. I'd expect him to play, but
Domas ain't trying to miss no games.
No, he
ain't missed a game this year, has he?
No, I don't think so.
Him and HB?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Harrison, there we go.
And no shade to Harrison, but that's impressive with Domas because he plays such a physical style of basketball.
But yeah, he gets the crap kicked out of him on the night.
Well, and then he's dipping the shoulder every time around.
I'm sorry?
He's dipping the shoulder.
The shoulder.
Yeah.
Shout out to our boy, Butcher Boy Joe
Much love,
Shasky.
big dog. Much love.
Send you some love. And hey, while we're here, congrats to Bonte.
Yeah.
Had no idea Bonte wasn't married. No clue that he was on that Kenny Caraway plan. They posted some pictures on IG this morning, and I was like, oh, this is a Throwback Thursday? It's like, that looks like Bonte now. Oh, all right.
Hey, did you peep his shirt in the
I saw it.
Come on,
I saw it. You got that from you?
No, did he get it from you?
Can't get it from me.
Man,
Bay Area Bonte.
Man, I'm telling you, bro, it's a whole nother level. It's a whole nother level for guys like D'Lo and Bonte.
Black and Beyond coming to Odyssey here soon. Anyway.
But yeah,
shout out to Sasha. We saw Sasha too.
We did see Sasha.
I
was like, hey, get well soon.
Hey, okay, jackass, keep it moving. Yeah. Sasha just looked at him. Oh, okay.
This is a shoot. We really saw Sasha.
We did. We was walking
and I really told him to get well soon. And he was like, thanks.
Yeah, whatever. Out of my face. All right.
Oh, man. But the original point, Domas looks to be back. And that's big, man. I was
yeah, I was like you. I was all right. It's fine. Like I mean, from a playmaking standpoint, it's fine.
Mhm.
Like De'Aaron, Malik, and I even think Harrison Barnes to a certain degree can do a lot of playmaking. It's fine. They can handle that part. They're going to miss the points, and these dudes are going to have to get active on the boards. Like they can't be passive when it comes to rebounding the basketball.
No, well, interesting enough, not that like I want Domas to miss or anything like that. We figure all things out with Domas Sabonis in the lineup. But part of me was like, all right, Domas is like 6'10". I wouldn't mind, maybe a little bit more than usual throwing Alex Lynn at him or even JaVale or something like that to try and match up size-wise. But the interesting thing is it doesn't feel like Wemby understands that he's 7'4" yet. He's still out here. He's still out here trying to be Kobe.
Yeah,
like you're 7'4", sir. So, maybe you can right now at this point in his career, you can kind of get away with maybe an undersized center or going small or something like that.
You hear
but he's a handful.
You hear variations of this phrase all of the time about guys might not understand their body yet, and I think in the league. Like, what exactly can I do with my frame? How do I know how my frame matches up against a certain, the group that I've been playing with when I was 15, 16, 17, 18. Like now, like how does my frame match up against these guys in the NBA? And I do think it takes time for guys like for young players, not guys like Victor Wembanyama, but young players to learn that. And then when you're talking about 19, 20, 21-year-olds, their frames are going to evolve.
Yeah, for sure. Like when the frame evolves, when he understands how to use it, it's crazy. It's going to be crazy.
It's going to be nuts.
It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, it's going to be nuts.
But I still feel even today, Coach Pop, as great as he is, 3 times a quarter. Hey, what's one of the on 2K they call like punch 5, where you just literally clear out one side, get your big man on the block, throw him the ball. Punch 5 to Victor at least 3 times a quarter. Get him the ball on the block. He's 7'4". Let him go to work. And we'll see if they do that. I haven't watched a whole lot of Spurs basketball, like the whole game. But we'll see if that's something that they incorporate. It doesn't feel like they do. Like when I watch the Spurs, he's not really on the block as much as you think he should be for being 7'4".
Can't believe you just said that. You don't know ball if you ain't been watching 11 and 44 Spurs this year.
I mean, they're on. I don't need League Pass to watch.
No, you don't need that. All you need is a television. There they are. And every once in a while, you tune into one of those what looks like a crappy game, and you see Victor Wembanyama do something sensational. It's like, all right, okay, maybe it's not so bad. Maybe it's not so bad. This is going to be a nerve-wracking stretch of the season for the Kings. This is not the position they were in last year, and more specifically, maybe less about the Sacramento Kings as they are in control of what happens to them, but more for the Sacramento Kings fan base. It was nerve-wracking in the sense of no one believed that they could hold on to the 3. There were people, if they finished top 6, boy, they did good, but gosh, there's no shame in the play-in. Right. That was the conversation this time last year, starting the second part of the season. Well, now they're in play-in territory. Granted, by a fraction, but that is where they are. And now, given there's Phoenix and there's, the Pelicans, there's the Lakers behind them. You still got the Warriors doing what they're doing. You've got a multitude of teams that you're watching. We're watching the scoreboard every night.
Yeah.
Like we're looking at matchups we got Dallas and Phoenix tonight. All right. Works for the Kings no matter what. Kings get a dub. Kings do what they're supposed to do. That matchup works for them. I think we got Houston and New Orleans as well. That's the other one. Like, hey, I'll root for the Rockets.
Hell, to be honest with you, Lakers, Warriors.
Yeah, and that was the other one.
I mean, like, no LeBron.
Tie. Both of you lose.
Or 7 overtimes.
No,
like
that's fine
UConn
too.
and Syracuse. But
LeBron's out. Yep.
I'm looking at those 2 teams. And I'm saying, if I'm the Kings, worst case scenario, let me stay in 8, and those 2 teams knock each other out in that first playing game. That to me, that's the worst case scenario would be just be 10, and you still have a chance. But I'd like to be 7-8.
Worst case scenario is 11.
Well, there's that too. But I think they're pretty
slightly
safe.
unlikely.
I feel like they're
slightly
safe for 11.
unlikely. Yeah.
But I want to have 2 chances at the
Yeah.
playoffs,
Yeah.
and guaranteed to have 1 at home in that situation as well. But you laid out the other games. I mean, Phoenix, Dallas.
Mhm.
If I had to choose, probably, because I don't necessarily believe in Dallas like that.
Mhm.
Go get that win tonight.
Mhm.
Get one on Phoenix.
Well, also, we only got the one against Phoenix at the end of the season.
Mhm.
Dallas, not because you can only control so much with Phoenix
Mhm.
because you missed a couple of opportunities, along the way with them to kind of not take them out of the equation.
Well,
but
they're 2-2, right?
and there's one left.
So you can still win that series.
Yeah, but it's the last game of the season.
Yeah.
So it may mean everything. It may mean nothing. But with Dallas gets the win tonight. You've got multiple games against Dallas.
Mhm.
We've talked about the importance of that Dallas at Sacramento stretch at the end of March.
Right.
But this is the nature of the next 27 games. This is D'Lo and KC now for the rest of the year. Hey, Kings got the Clippers this weekend. Okay, cool. Who else plays this weekend? We're coming back Monday. Hey, Clippers and Kings, blah, 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 blah. Okay, what else happened?
Mhm.
We start running through the rest of these results, and here's what it means. And Sacramento moved up. I mean, there was when they beat Denver, it couldn't have been Denver. Was it Denver? Maybe because they played before everyone else did. I feel like when they beat Denver, they moved back to 5 for a second.
For the
Kings did?
This last game against Denver?
Yeah. Maybe it was because they lost the game before Thunder. Maybe it was the other Nuggets win. I'm not sure. It might have been the other Nuggets
I think it was
win.
the one on a Friday night
After
at
the Pistons
crib,
game. Yeah, it might have been the other Nuggets win where they kind of was like, all right, they're back there at 5th, and they lost to Oklahoma City, and things kind of went the way that they did.
You just kind of broke it down a little bit, but they win tonight, and the Suns lose. They're a half game out of 5, maybe. Yeah, half game out of 5, and who knows who's in 5? Because I don't know the tiebreaker situation with Dallas and Phoenix. Dallas could move up to 5 with a win tonight against Phoenix because they may have the tiebreaker.
And they're currently in 7th.
Yeah, so a lot can change in 24 to 48 hours standing wise, and it's going to be that way. It feels like it's going to be that way for that whole second half.
Yeah, most definitely. And you talk about the Lakers and the Warriors tonight. The Lakers managed to get that one. You start factoring Utah back into this, like you should factor Utah into this period. But I think Golden State might have the opportunity to pull away from them.
Yeah, I think Utah's trending in the wrong direction.
They are. Yeah, they absolutely
They've struggled
are.
as of late.
So is Houston. Like those, that's why we're talking about worst case scenario is 11th, but that's probably not very likely because Utah, Houston, those are teams going in the opposite direction.
That would be, I'm knock on wood or whatever, but that'd be a collapse,
It's
an epic
catastrophic.
collapse.
Yep.
To fall out of that whole situation, and somebody have to get hot too.
Yeah, and it's likely only Utah or Houston, Memphis, Portland, and San Antonio. San Antonio's probably 2 or 3 games away from being eliminated from playoff contention at this point.
Pretty much.
I mean,
they got 11.
Detroit's knocking at the door.
Well, I don't know how they're not in the house. What mass?
Well, I can tell you. I can tell you why. Because your Atlanta Hawks are in the 10th spot at 24-31. That's why.
I guess there's more than 15 games left in the season.
That's it.
But
we're getting there.
Jeez. The Pistons should have their feet up on the couch and everything.
They'll be rooted out by St. Patrick's Day.
And Washington right there.
Well,
too.
right there too. Right there
Washington
too.
Holding a 1-game lead over Detroit. That is crazy.
And how many games in a row did Detroit lose? It was 20 something. Was it 27?
Was it? Yeah, I think it was 27.
27 games in a row, and Washington is exactly 1 game better.
Wow. Well,
Jesse, 28.
It's 28 games.
28.
In a row.
You guys gave him way too much credit.
Was that the record? Or did they tie the
I
record?
thought they broke the record. I thought they broke it.
They lost
by a game or two.
They lost.
They tied the 76ers continuous record because I think that Philly did it over the course of 2 seasons. So they tied Philly's record.
Okay.
I feel like Philly lost like the first 2 games of the following season or something like that. Something crazy.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Trust the process.
But I mean, the whole point of this is you talk about San Antonio. I mean, it's the game you got to have tonight, man. No messing around. We know the Kings have been prone to that this year a couple of different times. Can't have that tonight, man. And you know, I'm not, you know, I'm always leery about the must wins and all this other stuff because there's still 27 games left. If you lost tonight, it doesn't mean that you can't achieve your goals. But man, you want to win this game. Come on, man. There ain't no mess. And you want to do it fairly comfortable. I'm not saying you got to blow them out, but we shouldn't be sweating this out. Yeah, we shouldn't be sweating this out with under a minute to go.
Hey,
in this game,
those are NBA players too.
Mm-hmm.
This is an 11-win basketball.
They got
team.
players I like. I like
is
Devin Vassell. I like Keldon Johnson. Keldon Johnson. I like Wemby, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Trey Jones still over there? I think Trey Jones over there. Yeah,
this
I like
is
him too.
An 11, and you can name the whole roster if you want to. It's an 11 and 44 team.
Let's say the Kings do come out flat or whatever, and say they do lose to the Spurs. Does that affect how you guys are thinking the rest of the season? You guys just like, you know what? They're not. It's like, it's just like, this is who the Kings are. I'm not even going to be hopeful they'll turn it around.
Part of me, Jesse, would be like, it's par for the course. Like, part of me would, I don't like living like this, but part of me would be like, they'll probably beat the Clippers on Sunday. Like it would be par for the course. And what we're looking for, I think, is not par for the course.
Yeah.
We want to see a little different,
be better
than what we've seen before.
Yeah. Be better.
It'd be extremely it would be maybe even more disappointing and upsetting than the Detroit loss.
Yeah, no, I think it would.
Because you finished the way you did, playing well. I know you went 1-1, but you finished.
You beat Denver.
You beat
your
Denver.
last impression is them beating Denver.
Yeah, you had all this time.
You got the
off.
rest. No All-Stars. De'Aaron wasn't in Indiana. Domas wasn't in Indiana.
That'd be upsetting.
Yeah, it'd suck.
I feel like whatever hope that fans have built up or whatever we've expected to see like going forward, I feel like they would just take all the wind out of the cell.
Oh, 100%.
Like it's just all that's just gone now. It's just all right. We'll see how it goes then.
Yeah, that'd be a kick to the stomach.
Yeah,
that'd be a kick to the stomach.
Yeah. So I mean, like I would say here, lock in on some of the things that you're trying to do on the defensive end. I know you're not a defense team, but let that get your feet wet. Get back into the groove of playing basketball. Start that on the defensive end. You'll find your way offensively, and try and put some of that stuff to use that you've talked about. You know, since you came back for practice.
Mm-hmm.
You know, guarding at 3 and using your defense to create offense. Try and put some of that to work.
Malik said yesterday, I think there's so much validity in this. Malik said yesterday, he wasn't asked about the team winning or losing. It was more about like the break.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, yeah, we got tired of each other. You're on these long road trips. You're around each other all of the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think there is a certain level of get out of my face. Like, leave me alone. I don't want to be around you anymore. Mm-hmm. And that could be like, that could be Malik to De'Aaron. That could be Malik to Mike. That could be Mike to Domantas. Like that's all of them. Mm-hmm. You're around these dudes all of the time. And they had that long ass road trip together, came back, immediately had to play a bunch of games, then go travel to a couple of more cities. Mm-hmm. And I can't stress enough how much I believe in that. Sometimes a day off from practice isn't just a day off from practice and like the physicality and the up and down and all of that. It's getting away from each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
I mean,
Malik said it twice, so he was really sick of someone on that team. I don't know who, but he was really tired of somebody.
Well, look, you know, you my guy, you my dog, but that's what the weekends are for.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? Like we
do not hang out on the weekends.
We don't talk on the weekends. We don't hang out on the weekends. We completely decompress and meet back up on Monday. And
the 50 hours we spend together during the week is more than enough.
So yeah, that happens. But what Malik is also saying is also a product of, and I kind of feel like we overlook this just as a media and as a collective, that schedule they had for about a month and a half, 2 months. It's a lot of road games. A
Yep.
lot of road games. And this finishing up February and going into March, it's going to be almost the complete opposite. A lot of home games, not too many road games. And they've got to take advantage of that as well. Do you think Kings are 15-9 at home? They're not the Celtics, but they're well above 500. They played better at home than they did last year, I think, at this point. Do you think we've kind of glossed over the fact that they haven't been home for almost 2 months consistently? When we talk about like their struggles and they don't look right, all this other stuff, even with all that, they still maintain to be 2 games over 500 on the road.
Yeah. No, I don't think we glossed over it. I think I don't know, man. It's not that I think sticks out in people's head. It's the Detroit stuff, the Charlottes, the Portland, like that.
First game.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
It was the first game after a long road trip.
Schedule loss, damn, schedule loss.
It still felt like the road trip. It did.
Everyone knows the first game back from a road trip is the toughest game of the road trip. Everyone knows this.
Hey, and look, I'm a little tongue-in-cheek, but I think Charlotte was off a road trip too. It was.
Everyone knows that's the second hardest game of a road trip.
Charlotte was off the road trip, first game back. I wonder what the record is on the first game back this year.
You guys are idiots. First game back.
Third game's tough because you've been on the road trip for so long. It's already tired.
Well,
Hey, they lost to Indiana first game on a road trip. These people are speaking gospel. They speaking gospel.
Hey, maybe if you stop speaking it, it'll stop happening. How about that? Stop telling everyone it's going to happen, and maybe it'll actually stop happening.
Oh man, I think they're like 500 first game off a road trip this year.
There is you can't get comfortable on the road because we look at it as like you're on the road, like it's one giant road trip. Yeah, but you're in 6 different spots. Like you're sleeping here one night, and then you're playing your game, hopping on the flight, going to another spot. You can get comfortable at home, right? Like you can settle in and get into your routine. And the game in the middle of a homestand, that's not a big deal. Like you're comfortable, right? And then even the Kings, I don't know that this is the case. I don't know if they have a stretch like this. I don't even think they play the Warriors again. But how many times have we seen like the Kings play 5 games at home to start the season, and then they have a couple of road games, but the road games are against the Warriors, the Lakers, and the Clippers, and they come back home, and then they got another road game. It's like in Phoenix, and then they're back home.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's not flying to Minnesota or Utah. Or that's not flying, any of these East Coast trips.
That's what is about to happen. I mean, they're Spurs at home, at the Clippers on Sunday, back home for Miami on Monday. So
it's a road game, and you gotta move around for it, but it's a lot different feel than that other stuff.
We joke a little bit about it, and I don't think they should buy into it or nothing. But it is. I can imagine you play a 5-game road trip. You come home for that first game, and especially the way the Kings' schedule has been set up, it's not even like you're back at home. It's like a pit stop.
Yeah,
because you're off on the road. You come home to play a game. Maybe you're home for a practice, another game, and then you back out for another week.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So it doesn't. You talk about getting comfortable. They probably couldn't even get comfortable when they got back home. It was just like a pit stop. So it's been a
change
your
weird, bags,
exactly,
swap out your luggage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's been a wild little like I said, that month and a half, 2 months with January and much of February has been I can understand where it might have been a little rough.
Okay. Well, now you're home.
Now you got to handle business.
Come out and make a statement against the bad basketball team.
Got to handle business tonight.
Will Z will break this game down by the numbers when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Wednesday, March 13th. Lakers at home. ESPN is in the house.
Wednesday, March 13th. Lakers, you said?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to throw back D'Lo and Casey today, just 2 hours.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Did you maybe it's a 102.5 for tomorrow. No, did you see the tweet that I had earlier today?
I have not been on Twitter at all
until
right now.
Top 10 is a bold claim, if that's the one you're talking about.
Yeah, man. So I was
Thug Motivation.
Yeah.
I actually, I did see that.
Top 10 is like really, music is really subjective, right? But like, for instance, there'll be some people in hip hop who will say like, man, no, this De La Soul album is top 10 of all time. It's not to me.
Okay.
This Tribe album, top 10 of all time. It's really not to me. Like I have no feelings about those. And I probably feel about Thug Motivation the way them people feel about this Tribe album.
Thug Motivation's a really, really good album.
I think it's for sure top 25 album ever.
I think that's easy.
I think
top
it can
25
sneak
is
into the
probably
top
easy.
10.
That you
because it might be
probably
the
have
greatest
some
album
convincing-
in Atlanta, like outside of Outkast.
But Outkast probably gonna have like 2 or 3.
Outkast has, they might have 3.
Are you putting both of Big's albums in the top 10?
Yeah.
And then All Eyes on Me is in there, so that's 3.
Yeah.
And then Reasonable Doubt Blueprint, I would put in there as
4
well.
or 5.
You got I Am. Like it's
We already got a
tough.
5 now.
Yeah,
I don't think I'm putting
like
I Am
9.
in the top 10.
What I say? I meant Reasonable Doubt Blueprint.
It was
and then,
it was Illmatic.
Illmatic. No, I Am's not top 10. No, Illmatic. So we're at like 8 now already.
Yeah.
And we haven't talked about the Chronic. We haven't talked about Dog.
Chronic's in there. Yeah.
But yeah, that's outside of Outkast, I think that's the best album to come out of the South. And
What about the Brat? Functified. Ain't getting no.
No.
William.
Love the Brat, but
What's
no.
up, you guys?
What's up, man?
Not too much. The amount of times where I'm waiting to come on and you guys are talking about either hip hop or wrestling, and I feel like I have nothing to add to the conversation.
That's fine.
That's what we do.
Well, Thug Motivation by the numbers. Go ahead.
Ooh, 2 clicks.
No, you're good.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Pino. I think he's saying 1, or are you saying it's 1 to 10? Because Pino, you can take the question mark off of that. Life After Death, absolutely. Life After Death is the best double disc ever made. Nobody's been able to make a double disc like Life After Death. So it's top 10 album.
That's facts.
Midnight Marauders. That's what they always talk about. Yeah. De La and Tribe. It's just me. I'm a one-man wolf pack. They wouldn't have anything in my personal top 25, let alone top 10. That's just me.
I don't think, going back to your tweet, I don't think that was a crazy take, though. Like, that wasn't insane.
It was a take. Once you break it down, it's more of a take. Like, I don't think it could be top 10, but damn, top 25 for sure.
We'll write that over at willzstats.com.
You got it. Man, it's been a while. I missed you guys.
No, man. How you been? How was the break for you?
It was nice. It was nice to get away. I did like nothing related to basketball. So kind of a nice recharge. Get ready for the final stretch.
All-star break for everybody. I love it.
Yep.
Love it. We're coming back. Well, hang on. All right, back here with our man Will Z. Matt George going to join us in the final hour of the show as we get ready for the return of Kings basketball. The Sacramento Kings at the Sacramento Kings take on the San Antonio Spurs at the Golden One Center. One little note for those going to the game last night. If you want to cop that actively black Sacramento Kings hoodie we've been sharing across social media, they got 150.
Oh.
And they're in the store.
And I'm going to tell y'all something right now. I get there early. I'm getting at least 2. So there's 148. y'all better get in
Y'all
those,
better
get in
figure that
there
out.
and get those and celebrate our man Laney Smith, former Sacramento King.
Yeah, man.
Our man Laney Smith. Man.
Hell of a
Great to hear him
story
say.
too.
Yep, incredible.
Story. Hopefully, we get to bring that to our airways soon. That's the
Yeah, I
plan.
hope so.
That's awesome.
We don't have any middle people anymore that we got to go through. We've got to connect straight to Laney so we can make all of that happen. And we got to connect directly to Will Z here as we get ready for the Sacramento Kings and the San Antonio Spurs tonight. William, we can do whatever we want with this.
Yep.
This is an 11-44 Spurs basketball team. Their direction is clear. Let's get this young generational star ready to be a young generational star and take this team where it has to go. There was an article I read this morning, I think it was in the Athletic, that the goal for San Antonio is simple. They just want to finish strong. It doesn't mean they want to go out there and win the next 27 games. It means they want to go out there, they want to play well, they want to look good. The Sacramento Kings, they've used up their oops, they got us.
Yep.
They might have borrowed a couple as well. What do the numbers tell us about the San Antonio Spurs and this matchup with Sacramento?
It's all about Wemby, and I think, like you said, they just play the right way, and finishing strong for them, I think, is just continuing to develop that style of play as a team, which they do a really good job of. They just don't have the talent to kind of bring it home. But you look at Wembanyama, and he's averaging 20.5 points, 10 rebounds, 3.2 assists, 3.2 blocks, and 1.1 steals per game. His three-point shooting is on the rise as of late, and he just does a little bit of everything. It feels like he's starting to figure out how to impact the game in a bigger way. It's just not impacting winning. So they've lost 8 of their last 9 leading into the All-Star break, and it seems like they don't really care about winning. Not in a bad way. Again, it's just his good play doesn't result in the Spurs winning, which is, I think, fine for them where they're at in their development as an individual for him and as a team.
One of the things that we've talked about, media's talked about, the Kings have talked about since they've come back from the All-Star break is defending the three-point line.
Mm-hmm.
What do the numbers say about San Antonio shooting the three? I could be wrong, but I feel like Pop traditionally doesn't shoot the three that much. The Spurs teams don't shoot the three that much, but what's the number we're looking for to make sure they stay below this time and they don't go above like everybody else has so far?
So it really couldn't be a better setup for that discussion leading into tonight. The Spurs are last in the league with 33.9% from beyond the arc this year. The Kings, as everyone knows, are last in the league. Opponents shoot 39.7% against them. That's not only the worst this year, that's the third worst clip in the history of the NBA. So historically bad. We've risen from 4th to 3rd.
Why does something with Sacramento always have to be historically bad?
I don't know.
Like, even when things are good, there's got to be some historically bad in there somewhere.
It just feels fitting. But
we just have a normal season for once.
I wish. There are teams where I'm looking and it's like, oh, they're average everywhere. Kings are there's no real average for the Kings, it seems like. But the Spurs, their three-point volume is higher than I thought. 36.5 attempts per game. That's 11th in the league.
Wow.
So they get up a decent amount. For reference, Kings were at 3rd with 40 per game. So they get up a decent amount. They don't make them. And especially with Doug McDermott gone, that's one of their best three-point shooters in terms of volume and accuracy that they had. He was shooting 43.9%, so you take that away. And their next leading three-point shooter, C.D. Osman, is he still with them?
I think so.
I don't remember if he got traded.
No, I think you said Cedi Osman, right? Cleveland,
yeah.
I think he's still with him.
Yeah. He's at 37.7%, and that kind of leads the team. 3.2 attempts per game. Vassell, 36.9%. So they just don't have the high volume, high percentage shooters to kind of take them home on any given night from three.
He mentioned Doug McDermott, and I was like, didn't he destroy the Kings last year at the end of the season? He did. 30 off the bench for McDermott, followed by Champagne's 26 off the bench.
Oh, I remember
in their
that.
late March loss
Iconic.
at home.
Yeah.
That
a
that loss
classic.
put the Kings at 47-31.
Okay.
They were 16 games over 500 with a chance to go 17 games. That's crazy. I wish we can get back to that.
Wild.
Yeah. I wish we can get back to that too.
This would put them 9 or 10 if they won
This
tonight.
would put them, they're 31-23 right now.
Okay, put them 9 over. Okay.
They got to get the job done first.
Yeah.
In order for them to get to 16, 17, 18 games over 500 or whatever, 3-point defense obviously is going to be something everyone's talking about. Something everybody has been talking about. It's something they've been talking about. They're going to have to be better at. Is there another statistic that you're watching here this second part of the season besides 3-point defense, Will?
Yeah, I think as boring as it is, and it's the other hot topic right now is free throws. So the Kings, again, everyone knows it, but they are last in the league. They shoot 73.2% from the free throw line. Next closest is the Raptors at 74.8, so it's not even close for them being last. And it's really difficult because I don't see a way that they will get better as a free throw shooting team. They're just a collection of average free throw shooters. Like there's no one that's terrible, like in the low 60s. It's just Fox and Sabonis are their two high volume free throw shooters, and they're just kind of average. I think that they could increase a little bit, but they'd have to increase pretty drastically. Even getting back to what last year they were at would be nice. But unless you see Harrison Barnes attack the rim another 3 or 4 times a night, I think that's the only way you're going to see the team free throw percentage really take a rise. But I don't know, maybe it's something where everyone just gets a little bit better. I just don't see them becoming a 80% free throw shooting team or anything like that for the last stretch. So it's just a continuation of, can they make the free throws when it matters to me?
You know, I look at this team a lot of the times and I say, man, I don't feel like they're far away from being the type of team that we thought we saw last year and even being a little bit better. Little tweak here, this a little more consistency, getting everybody playing well at the same time. Those little things like that. I don't think it's a situation where they're devoid of talent or devoid of being able to do it. They just haven't been able to get it all clicking at the same time. Are the numbers kind of supporting that? Like, are you looking at the numbers and being like, there's room for improvement? Like you just talked about free throw shooting, but you know, my beloved wide open threes, you're getting great wide open looks, but you're hitting below the number that you hit last year. Like you can get a couple percentage points higher, and maybe that changes your fortunes this year. Are the numbers bearing out like kind of what I'm feeling as far as there's room for improvement and they don't need a whole lot of improvement to get better as a team, if that makes any sense?
Yeah, it definitely does. I think there is. So looking at the wide open threes, they're averaging 22 per game. That's down to 4th in the league. Still a great number. 38.8%, which is good, but it's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11th worst in the league. So they still have that big room for growth there in terms of just knock those down at a little bit higher of a clip.
What's the league leaders percentage?
Yeah. Timberwolves 42.1, and that's on 17.8 attempts per game. So if you go by like just straight made, if you take out percent attempts, Kings are 3rd with 8.5 made per game, which is good, but again, they're taking more shots to get there.
What did you say the Kings number was?
38.8%.
Okay. And you want it at 40.
Yeah, I want it at 40.
Okay.
I think they can get to 40. I think Kevin Huerter could shoot the ball better. I
Well,
think Keegan could shoot the ball a little bit better. That gets you to 40.
It feels like
Okay.
if they can just shift that and their 3-point defense just a little, because 3-point make or miss league right now is such a huge factor, where if you can kind of flip the script just by a few percentage points, you make a few more, maybe raise it from 38 to 40, like you said, Kenny, and drop the opponent wide open looks down to 38%. That'd be it's a huge impact. We're talking 5-point swing, 5 to 8-point swing, maybe just with that.
Yeah.
So it feels like it's doable.
Will, got a swing stat for tonight?
Yeah, it's made free throws. So both teams are pretty bad at their made free throws per game. Kings make 15.9 per game. That's 25th in the league. And the Spurs are at 15.7 per game, 27th in the league. So something where I think the Kings will have the advantage with the volume. They get to the line more, but the Spurs shoot it better. So how's that going to even out throughout the game? Again, it might not be close enough where it matters, and the Kings could win with less made free throws just because of the 3-point discrepancy, but it's just something I'll be keeping an eye on.
All right, we're locked in. Head over to willzstats.com. Check out the great work he does each game, each time the Sacramento Kings play. He has an article posted. Again, that's willzstats.com. Will, we appreciate you, and we'll connect next week, my man.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, guys.
Yes,
Man,
sir.
Will Z. Again, willzstats.com. Head over and check that out. You love that 3-point stat, man.
do.
That wide open 3-point stat.
Dude, keep generating them and then hit them at a higher clip. If you can continue to generate them, I think the percentage will go up.
And that's kind of been the talk of the last week, at least from me. It feels like if we're talking about a Sacramento King who's been up and down, right? Whether we're talking about Harrison. In Harrison's case, it wasn't necessarily his shooting was up and down. It was just he was either shooting or he wasn't. Like that's what he was doing.
Yeah.
With Herter, it was a little bit different.
Yeah.
Herter's shot was kind of all over the place, but really it always boils down to the 3-point shot. That's what we're talking about. If Kevin Herter went 1 for 10 during a game, but went 0 for 1 for 3, people would be looking at like he only shot 1 3. Like that's what people would be looking at more than the 1 for 10.
Right.
On where the hell did those other shots come from? Right. Like we're so. I think the league as a whole is 3-point focused.
Yeah.
Sacramento, because the way this offense runs, we're really 3-point focused also. And man, there's such a hyper attention. Like, listen, think about what we just talked about. We're talking about 3-point defense, right? And then that went into the discussion of the Kings hitting wide open threes.
Yeah.
And can Herter or Harrison hit at a higher clip at the same time De'Aaron's playing close to a 30-point per game guy? At the same time, Malik Monk is playing like a 6th man of the year in the NBA. And at the same time, Domas just continues to wreak havoc.
Yeah. It's something that I know I personally stay focused on because it's, they're not the best 3-point shooting team in the league, but it is essentially, one of their superpowers, part of their superpower, which is their offense. That's this team, the way they're constructed. That's how they're going to be most successful. If they're scoring a high number of points and if that 3 ball is dropping, that's their keys to victory. It's a dangerous way to live. I'm not saying that's necessarily how I'd build a team or like the right way to go about it. I just know that's the way that this team has to go about it and it's not just do that and don't do anything else. I think it fuels everything that they're trying to do, which is also kind of backwards. You would want your defense to fuel everything because you got more control over your defense than whether or not your jump shots fall or not. But just for seeing this team and the way they play for the last season and a half now, that's when they're at their best. When they're scoring high, they're getting the threes up, they're hitting the 3 ball, and that's when they're most dangerous. So that's the blueprint. Find a way to, once again, keep generating those looks. Now hit a couple more a game. And I think you'll find yourself getting a couple more wins than what you did in the first half.
Turning it around real quick, how do we explain them being historically bad, like guarding the 3-point line? Because Kyle just came in here right now and told me too, like the last 2 months, I think teams are shooting 42.5% against them from the 3-point line. Like, is that like how that's insane, honestly.
I don't know personally, because like the one I think about is like Orlando. Orlando stinks from beyond the arc, and they not only were they hitting, they couldn't miss.
They were laughing it up.
And that's the thing too. It's not just like these teams that are like hot from three come in against the Kings and just blow them up. It's the whole league. So it's just like I don't get what the disconnect is with them.
I don't know, and that's where we go back to what Mike, in to a certain degree, De'Aaron talked about the other day. They really made it sound like it's a simple fix. But what Mike say? We got to close out. We got to close out better. We got to close out with more urgency. He made it sound so simple. He didn't say, well, and maybe this is probably not something he'd say in a media scrum anyways, though I always feel like Mike is pretty honest when it comes to demonstrating stuff or explaining stuff. But it's not like he was, well, schematically, we just think we got guys all over the place. Malik's over there. Harrison's over there. Keegan's looking at the lights. Like, it's just, we're all wrong. Jay's got guys in the wrong place. It was nothing. We got to close out better, and we got to close out with more urgency. Pressed on what urgency means, he said, a guy has to feel you. He has to not feel you in the sense of physically, like he's got to know that you're coming to block this shot. That you're coming to disrupt what he's doing. We don't do that enough. And it leads to what we've seen. Again, they made it sound so simple.
So if it's that simple, are we talking about effort again with these guys? As far as closing out and stuff, like Mike Brown's saying, like it's not schematically, just we need to close out better. I'm not trying to say like they're not trying or whatever, but like just what is it then? Here's
where Mike and that whole thing kind of missed me. And I don't mean to be a broken record with this, but it was the TJ McConnell game. You had Mike Bibby on television while it's happening, talking about what he would do. Mike Brown, immediately after the game, said the same exact thing, damn near verbatim, as if he was listening to Mike Bibby in his ear when he said it, which leads me to believe Mike Brown said that while they were on the floor, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it,
and that's the killer. And in the chat, Miles he says, Casey, is there anything different schematically as a coach that you could do? And they know what they need to do more than I do. They watch the film. They're the coaches. They're there every day. If they say closeouts, then closeouts is what it should be. I look at this from my seat, and I say I would roll it back a little bit and say we need to keep guys in front of us. Because one of the reasons why you have to close out is because people are getting beat off the bounce so much. TJ McConnell was a perfect example. You let him get to the paint at will, whether he was scoring or dishing out to others. Keep the guys in front of you. Do a better job. When you talk about they need to fill you, that needs to be at the original point of attack. They need to do a better job of keeping the guys in front of them, playing defense early in the defensive possession, so there isn't as much scrambling around and having to close out and do all that stuff and letting these guys get these wide open looks. So I'm sure Mike Brown has talked about that as well, but I know their emphasis was on the closeouts. I would roll it back a little bit and say, like, we got to do a better job of guarding the basketball and keeping guys in front of us off the bounce.
Okay.
That'd be my thought. But to your other point, I'm pretty sure he's saying that.
Which is why
sure he was saying it before too.
Which is why tonight's game feels like it's going to have such a hyper analysis to it. Because what's the excuse? Right? They're rested. Guys didn't go to the All-Star break. You have verbally to your media contingent addressed the issue. Okay. Are you going to do it?
Yeah.
And I'm not are you going to do it for the next 20 games? Nope. Are you going to do it tonight? Because if you do it tonight, I believe you could do it on Sunday. I don't care how good the Clippers are.
Mhm.
If you're playing the same way, you're going to give yourself, doesn't mean you're going to beat them. It means you're going to give yourself a better chance to beat them.
Yeah.
So game to game, are they going to be able to do it tonight? I think that's why everyone's kind of, and of course there's the memories of losing to bad teams, right? This is an 11-44 team. There's a chance that Victor Wembanyama could do something great. Victor Wembanyama gets triple doubles in 27 minutes, like 30 point, like massive triple doubles in 27 minutes. All right. Is that going to lead to a Spurs win? Are the Spurs going to shoot 42% from three, 43% from three? Because I think when you talk about, when Jesse asked a minute ago, what's this game do? What is it if they lose? It's all like there's we talk about the sense of change with the draft and free agency and the trade deadline. It's change. This isn't necessarily change, but it's new. Kings are refreshed. All right. They're focused. They know what it takes. Now that wasn't Vince. That wasn't Vince.
It's not Vince. It's redacted.
It's redacted.
It's always redacted from now on.
Mr. Redacted.
It's CEO person.
It's
like that's what it is.
CEO major company. That's all it is. But it's they're rejuvenated.
Yeah.
All right. Last year, this exact time, everyone to T said you weren't going to make it. And you did. Best team in the league for a stretch. I think that sits in everyone's mind too. Okay. It's sure as hell sitting in mine. Y'all did it last year.
Do it again.
I'm going to need to see you do it again.
Yeah, you can do it.
And you had 2 All-Stars last year. Like 2 guys who actually had to go to the game last year. You had 2 guys who didn't have a break last year. 3, 4, counting Keegan and Kevin Huerter. None of that. They didn't even invite poor Kevin back.
Poor Kevin.
No, we'll just get some G League guys to fill your spot here, buddy. Didn't even invite Kevin back to redeem himself. Everybody got to stay home or go do what they do. Everybody got to have a true break. All right. We was talking about albums during that commercial break a few minutes ago. All eyes on me. All eyes on them tonight.
That's right. I know, and I understand. I'm not saying anybody's wrong, but I know there's always the thought that even though the records are the same or close to it, this year's team is not the same as last year's team, right? But we romanticize who they were last year and that team and all this other stuff. At the All-Star break, they were 32-25. They were 7 games over 500. They turned up, like, to people talking about they finished 14 games over and all this other stuff. You just broke it down. They turned up.
Yep.
After the All-Star break.
Yep.
They turned up. It wasn't like they weren't like 12 games over for the entire season and just kind of coasted to that 14. They were +7 on their record after the All-Star break.
Yeah.
Can this team do something like that? I don't know. But the groundwork has been laid for them to repeat what they did last year after the break. I think this team is focused. I think they'll be ready to go. Last time I said, they'll win. That was like before the Pistons game. They lost. So I'm not going to say that again. But I think they're ready to play good basketball in the second half.
That's what I want to see. I want to see them play good basketball. I want to see them, and that's, and let me use the term again, and I'm sorry. I want to see them set the tone tonight. Set the tone for the game. Set the tone for the next 27. That's what I want to see.
I'm drawing more similarities. First game back, a Thursday, at home against a lonely Western Conference foe. This was the Portland Trail Blazers. Beat the brakes off them. The second game back, down in Los Angeles to play the Clippers. 176, 175.
Well, Kenny just called it. It's going to be the All-Star game on Sunday. 200 points. We'll come back. We'll go commercial free till the top of the 4 o'clock hour. Matt George is going to join us at some point during that stretch. We'll talk Kings basketball. We'll get you all set. Steeler and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I love that. I glanced over, see the commercials, and like the 4th commercial is another casino.
Oh.
The hell are you doing here?
Kings losing today would be like cashing in Money in the Bank and losing that.
Oh yeah, that'd be tough. That'd be tough. All right, Casey's getting out of here.
I got a little appointment. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Kings win. If you're coming to the game, we'll be out there, man. Say what's up.
Be out there. Be out there.
That's crazy.
I'll be playing wingman.
This is great. Like, knowing there's one segment left is crazy. We used to do a 2-hour show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, even got like all ready to go.
Yeah, if you want to. Yeah. Like you said, you're already working on it? Yeah, it's fine. All right. Yeah, for sure. I'll see you this evening. Of course, it's like the one time ever Matt's got to be late. Yeah, well, we got it. D'Lo in the chatty house. I hate when the background isn't clean. It drives me nuts. Me in the insane asylum. Welcome.
At least you got that cool picture behind you.
Well, I do. The one pair of jeans I actually have, occasionally wear. And then there was just me, man. That's pretty funny. Going to see his boy Draymond. His big boy Draymond. That's it. Appreciate you, Zell. Appreciate you, my brother. Yes, sir. Man, I don't know how many more they could give him, Dr. David. I don't know. Y'all could call if you want to. Shit, open up the phone lines. Unblock those. Get cooking. Oh, man. Mix is off, D-Lo. What's that? Mix is off. What mix? Oh, my mic is on. Who? I don't think my mic is off. Y'all got me?
I got you. Jaylen Brown has 1 year to win 5 rings.
Oh, that's the best. That is the best. I fell out when I saw that.
See if he gets
I was like, oh man.
If he gets married, wins a title, and wins a summer league title next in the summer, that's 3.
The bullshit that is going to be told to those two women. Who y'all got winning Elimination Chamber? It feels like Drew McIntyre. Yeah, it feels like Drew McIntyre.
Yeah, I think that's the easy choice right now.
I'm gonna try to avoid spoilers so I can watch it. Like,
are we all waking up at 2 a.m. as a class?
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not waking up at 2 a.m. I ain't doing that. Bruh, the amount of guys that have shot their shot. Goodness gracious. Getting them up.
Was Ja I'm fine in the West? Was that with Malika Andrews or was that Taylor Rooks too?
I think it was Taylor. I think the only one who didn't lie to Malika was Steph.
What did Steph say?
Nothing. That's what I'm saying. I think he's the only one that didn't lie to her.
Genius.
Steph out here talking about, I'm going to win 7 more titles. That'd be a lie. No, he ain't telling no lie. Oh, it was Malika with Ja? Okay. Who lied to Taylor then? Someone lied to Taylor. I thought it was Ja. Allison don't know who Drew McIntyre is. That's all right, Allison. He's not my favorite. All right, back here riding solo for a few minutes. Matt George will join us closer to the bottom of the hour. He's headed into, I think he said he's headed into the ABC 10 studios. And KC stepped out a little early. He's gonna go be Coach Dad here for a little bit, and then we'll make our way out to the Golden One Center for the Kings and the Spurs tonight. Of course, we get into our KSFM show with a little magic. I'll be live over there for a little bit, but a little radio magic is going to allow us to spend some time at the arena. I don't even remember the last game I was at. This 2-station schedule can be like a bit of an animal. So sometimes we don't get out of here till, well past 7, 8 o'clock. And it's just like, I ain't going to drive all of the arena. Just got to get to the house and see what's going on. I haven't been to a game in a little bit, so I'm excited we get the opportunity to go tonight, especially on HBCU night, how hard some of our people who work behind the scenes there for the Sacramento Kings work to put this night together. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
Is there any excitement going to see Wemby tonight? Because he's kind of like that phenom player. Like,
absolutely.
Like just kind of like that up and coming. Like you got a lot of excitement to see him?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's part of the reason I want to get there early. Like, I want to see him on the floor. Like, I want to see this young man in person. Like, I remember it's always a blessing to go to these games, but I remember the first time I saw LeBron in person. Like, I remember up close and in person. I remember seeing Giannis in person thinking, this dude doesn't even look like human.
Yeah, you mentioned LeBron too, because I saw him. It was funny. I've seen him a couple of times. The last time I saw him was like in the preseason or whatever. And even though it's preseason, you watch him like, no, that's like LeBron James or whatever. You're just like, hey, like pay attention, like to the person next to you, like pay attention, like that's LeBron.
Yeah, it's incredible. I didn't get to see Jordan. Like, I didn't have I never had the means to see Chicago or Washington even when they were here. I never saw Jordan live, but I've got to see LeBron. I've seen LeBron score 55. Like, I got to see Kobe Bryant, Giannis. Like, yeah, that's a good point. And I think because it's so, like, we keep talking about the second part of the season. We keep talking about the final stretch of the season. I know I had to ask Kenny the other day. I was surprised. Like, I couldn't recall that this is the first time Vic's been here.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, and he'll be back pretty soon too, coming up after. I think the Spurs are right back.
Yeah, that's a really big deal. Victor Wembanyama's first trip to Sacramento. I'm very excited to see that young man. I mean, he's one of those guys, a lot like LeBron James, that we heard about for years upon years upon years upon years, and it was just waiting, the Victor draft. No, he's different. And a lot like LeBron, you see him for the first time and you realize, oh, they were right. Like, seeing LeBron for the first time was like, they were right. And that was, I think people like to gloss over the hype that was around Zion Williamson. There was massive, massive hype around Zion Williamson. And I don't know where like that balances out, because Zion's really, really good, but it was really, really loud around him. Like, the president of the United States is going to watch him. His shoe blowing up was one of the biggest things in sports media for like 6 days.
If he didn't get hurt, I think we'd be talking about him fulfilling his potential and all that. Like, if he wasn't always so hurt, because like when he plays, he's still putting up the points.
But see, and that's the thing. Like, he's not like Greg Oden. Like, Greg Oden was really good. Greg Oden it just never happened. Like, he couldn't stay healthy. Zion's not to that degree. Like, he plays enough to where you go like, whew, this boy is nasty. But then something happens and it's like, okay, he's out 20 games. And then he comes back and he plays another 20, 25 or whatever it may be. And you're reminded, oh, this dude is the truth.
And I think his off the court stuff also, like,
doesn't help.
That, yeah.
That doesn't help.
Like, it always puts someone in a certain mind,
He's got the nonsense chalkboard behind him. Like,
yeah.
How many days have we gone without Zion Williamson nonsense? But yeah, that's a great call, Jesse. I'm excited to see Victor Wembanyama. He's going to be like a focal point, obviously, for the San Antonio Spurs. But this team, they do have capable scorers, and that goes back to the Will Z conversation. That goes back to the dreaded 3-point defense. That goes back to what we've spent the last week talking about. What can this Sacramento Kings team do to be better? It goes back to that 3-point defense, because you don't always, it's TJ McConnell. It's a variety of different guys who come in here and go. I mean, they're fine players. Okay, wait a minute. Why is this fine ball player who's averaging 8.8 points per game coming in here and scoring 27 against Sacramento? Why is that so regularly happening? Willsey laid it out earlier. It's been laid out to death at this point. It's the Kings' inability to guard the three-point line. We talked about Keldon Johnson a minute ago. There's capable scorers on San Antonio. Very, very capable scorers. And we've seen San Antonio kind of have like some anti-pop games this year where they get up points. They just get sucked into the druthers of what the NBA is right now. Bucket, bucket, bucket. No defense. Bucket, bucket, bucket. Little bit of defense. Bucket, bucket, bucket. That's the entire freaking league right now. Shoot, Sacramento was historic last year. Now they're just whatever.
I don't want to give them too much of a pass, but how much of the league being that way do you think plays into their three-point defense being so bad? And it could be like none at all or whatever, but like I wonder about that because you just mentioned it right now. Like last year they were a historic offense, and now it's just kind of like, yeah, like everyone's a historic offense now.
Yeah, but it just happens too often against Sacramento. Like even Indiana, right? Indiana has the top offense in the league. Even Indiana has games that are like 110 to 101, 110 to 105. They have the it feels like Sacramento now. Don't take me too literally. Sacramento does have those. They just had one with Denver.
It's just a lot more rare.
That's it. It's a lot more rare, and I'm not gonna give the Sacramento Kings a pass for the way that they play defense.
Yeah.
But to your point, that's offense in the league now. That's just the way offense is. It's maddening because if the Sacramento Kings are playing that style of offense too, but it doesn't feel like they're shooting historical percentages against other basketball teams, whereas opponents are regularly doing it to Sacramento.
Yeah, because even the Spurs, I think they're 12th or 11th right now on like three-pointers attempted per game. Have the worst three-point percentage, but it's just like you said, it's the product of the league. Even teams like the Spurs now are just chugging them up.
Yeah, and that's it's. I don't know how that changes. I don't know how that changes. I don't know if that changes. I don't know any of that stuff. I don't know if it's a phase the NBA is going through, this three-point shot where, we're getting ready to see, I think, an evolution in the WNBA with Caitlin Clark, where we're going to start seeing. Now, you already in the WNBA see a lot more three-pointers being taken. Caitlin Clark enters the league next year, and some coach goes, "Oh no, we're going to utilize your strengths. We're going to see that shot get up." I don't envision it changing, especially now that what we refer to, or I think we kind of refer to as the Steph Curry generation. Like you have young players who grew up watching Steph Curry, like they want to play like him, they want to do what he does, and so that's what they mimic. Hopefully, that's what they practice. Hopefully that's what they get out there and do when they're not getting hit with the Patrick Ewing. Do you practice that? And
that's an all-time great clip.
It's phenomenal.
Well, you look at it too, because it's probably easier at this point now, just with the way guys play now. It's probably easier just to build a team that can probably get you 120 a game rather than a team that's going to hold you to like 105 or something like that. Like it's easier to find shooters rather than guys who can play defense and have a big impact, like how it used to be, I guess.
And so like when does that change though? Like, and that's the I think we're talking about the same thing in two very different ways. Does that change?
I don't think it does. I think it stays that way going forward for a while.
So those defenders, they're just gone.
I think so, honestly. Because like you said last year, like the Kings were one of like the best offenses of all time. Now it's just kind of like there's 10 of those now.
Yeah, there's
and I think that's the blueprint for other teams too. It's just like, yeah, we'll build a team that can put up 120, probably gonna have a better chance of winning than going the other way.
But still, I can't remember the number. Still, when it came down to it, it was Denver and Miami. And I don't know where Denver was with offense, but wasn't Denver, were they like 11th on defense? I know we did this exercise. We don't have to keep.
They were around the top 10 at least.
But they were in that vicinity.
Yeah.
I mean, Miami ain't rolling over.
See, that's the thing too. It's how much of it is sustainable in the regular season, how much of it's going to help you in the playoffs, I guess too. Because it's like last year, we saw the Kings is just kind of they had nothing to fall back on.
Well, and then it wasn't that, and then wasn't that that was the narrative leading into that playoff series was that Sacramento's going to have to learn how to play defense somehow. And then in the playoff series, they did. But that historic offense dwindled away a little bit.
Yeah.
And it's not funny. It sucks. That's why they lost.
Well, yeah, they lost because they weren't hitting shots.
And that's what Casey points out all of the time. Like they didn't lose because they didn't have a lockdown defender. They lost because if Harrison, if shots fall in game 7, Steph can go for 50. Like you can live off of that.
I think what it is, because like you mentioned Denver and all, you need a balance. You can't be so much one way and not the other.
Right.
Like how we saw,
and that's what Denver has. Denver has the balance of being able to go basket for basket with you, but in the final 7 minutes, 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, whatever, they have guys who will stick their chest out and play defense with pride. And I think Sacramento has that too. The problem is it just feels like, and this is the Detroit game, they got comfortable not playing defense. They either got comfortable not playing defense or they were completely thrown off by Jaden Ivey because they didn't seem to change what they were doing against Jaden in the fourth quarter.
Well, it's the thing, like they didn't change what they were doing, but that's just what they are.
That's exactly.
And it's just,
and that has to change.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is like we ask this question almost every week. It feels like just how, and I don't know if I don't want to say they're not capable of it or whatever, but it almost goes back to like Luke Walton wanting them to play defense for two dribbles, or we can't, like I can't like
I can't evaluate what
defensive
game
plan or whatever if they're not doing it.
Yeah.
And it's just like I don't know if it's a core thing or whatever or what, but it's just they haven't been able to figure it out.
I think it starts with playing and this is the tricky part. You got to play defense at the jump. You have to, and I'll steal Mike's words, you got to make them feel you. You got to play with like urgency, but you can't wait till the fourth quarter to do it when everybody is in a rhythm. It's a great attribute to have, by the way, to be able to turn it on, to be able to ramp up, to be able to get really, really good on the defensive end. That's awesome. It's a great trait to have. But if they didn't feel you in the first, second, or third quarter, why are they going to sweat you in the fourth? Like that, it's like this, the sense of urgency, the sense of lockdown, the sense of it's phony at that point. It's contrived until you can actually stop it, or perhaps more importantly in this situation, throw off their rhythm. Because guys will be in a rhythm by the time the fourth quarter comes around.
Well, you mentioned the fourth quarter too, and it's kind of like they play better on the road, but it's like taking it back to the home when we're playing at the Golden One Center or whatever. They kind of lean on the home crowd or whatever. Like they have the energy where like they're able to play a different, like another way. Whereas like, no, you're playing defense on the road or whatever. Just like you said, just start it from the beginning instead of using the crowd as a crutch or just kind of leaning on something else.
Which is probably the flip side of what Kenny was asking about earlier when he was talking about the home crowd. Like talking about, you know, did we discount the amount of games that this team played on the road and that impact that it might have had in the way that they played? Well, their numbers have been better defensively on the road. Okay, well, now they're at home. So what's that mean? They really just going to leave? We've talked for 20 minutes about 3-point defense, right? We talked for 20 minutes about defense in general. We talked with it with Will Z. We'll talk about it with Matt George when he joins us. You've got to do that at home now.
And you figure it'd be easier to do it at home too, just because like you do have that energy to play off the crowd. Is just kind of like that's where you should be playing your best at all times.
One thing that I find so fascinating about this team is they seem to be, and maybe this is most basketball teams and I just don't follow them the same way, but they seem to be very self-aware. They seem to be very aware of their faults, their issues, and what they're doing.
Because they're always saying the right things.
Always. Like, so there's always a discussion about how and why something happened. And we could discuss something to death. And the next day, Mike, Domas, Malik, they show up to talk to the media, De'Aaron, Harrison, whoever, And they say the same things that we just spent 4 hours the day before talking about. So clearly they're having those discussions in their locker room. They're having those discussions in the film room. Now are you going to go execute? And to your earlier point, your earlier question, what's the reaction if they don't beat the San Antonio Spurs tonight? Yeah, it's more of the same.
Yeah, if they lose tonight, like for me personally, they lose tonight, it's kind of like, because I'm giving them not the like, yeah, I guess you could say the benefit of the doubt with this All-Star break. All right, you guys got your break or whatever, some time to rest up, mentals are all good or whatever, physical, like whatever you needed. Like now it's time to like turn it up a bit. And if they come out flat again, it's just kind of like all right, like all those thoughts are just out. Now it's just let's see what the Kings are every night, whatever going forward.
You'd be tough to convince me. Like, I'd like to hear the argument that this team is anything other than a playing team if they lose tonight.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Because the Phoenix game kicked me in the face for whatever reason. They pulled me back a little bit with the Denver game, and now it's like, all right. Again, for me, it's like a lot of times, and Matt George will join us here soon. I go back to that, he was really upset after that Memphis game. I'm not really with this game tonight. A win is a win, and you're right. A win, it's a win in the win column. Boom, you're good. I want them to set the tone tonight. Show us that you can close out with some urgency on the defensive end.
What's the thing? You should be able to too, because like you guys were saying earlier, like the Spurs have like NBA players, like good players or whatever. They have Wemby, but it's like that's fine. They have Wemby. The Kings have Sabonis. They have Fox. They have Keegan Murray, Malik Monk. Like you have way more. Like no matter how good the players on the Spurs may be or whatever, looking at the NBA, they're not great as far as what's the 30 teams that are there. So you should be able to handle them.
Yeah, and that's I want them to set the tone defensively, offensively. I want to see them like take control of this game. But I also am trying to be like San Antonio's coming out of an all-star break too. They don't have the same type of aspirations like, hey guys, we're playing for a play-in. Hey guys, we're playing for a playoffs. But they know what they are. Everyone knows what they are. But that's not a team that's just going to roll over and die for the next 27 games so they can go on vacation. This is a team that is going to work to make sure that Victor Wembanyama has good habits moving forward. They're going to work to ensure that Victor Wembanyama is put in the best possible situation moving forward. And these guys are going to bust their ass. That's one thing that bothers me a little bit about this game tonight is I feel like if you ask me to put Kenny's money down to say what team is going to come out and play with urgency, what team is going to come out and play with a passion for the season, I'd take Kenny's money and I'd put it on San Antonio.
Well, why not? Because it's like looking at the Kings is like, and we say these things like coming out to All-Star break, like maybe they'll be able to turn it up. We have nothing to there's no factual evidence to base that the Kings are going to play better. There's nothing there. There's
just
more
last year.
Yes.
That's all we got.
There's more evidence that they are who they were in the first part of the season. It's kind of, I don't want to say throwing a penny in the wishing well or whatever you want to call it or whatever. It's kind of like, there's not really much to base it off of with this Kings team. It's kind of like a theory at this point.
It's 100% what it is.
And
it's a hope.
Yeah, that's all it is. And
it's a
like,
hope.
And like if they don't turn it up or whatever, it's just kind of like that's not on them. It's more so on us for having that because they already shown it's kind of who they are.
And the thing is, they're literally a game-to-game team. I don't know. Like one thing that I really appreciated about the Denver game is I thought the Kings stunk. I thought Denver stunk. I thought neither team wanted to be there. They just desperately wanted to get it over. Denver hit shots in the first half. Sacramento hit some shots in the second half. And when push came to shove, the Sacramento Kings, and particularly De'Aaron Fox, said, I got it. We're winning this game. I love the fact that in a situation like that, against a team like that, they were able to close out. That's to me, that Denver game is one of the more unique wins of the year.
I think a win like that shows like, I don't want to say maturity, but just kind of shows like where you're at this point in time, you know?
And it came right after you blew them out. Like you blew them out like a week prior. And it's like, okay, Denver's going to, and I know I thought it, Denver's going to come in feeling a certain way. They're going to want, okay, all right, this is going to be tough for Sacramento. Like The Kings are game to game with what you get from them.
Are the Kings their biggest, worst enemy?
Man, sometimes it feels like it.
Like obviously there's good
like
teams
it.
in the league. There's Minnesotas, there's Bostons and all that, where if you
Mhm.
put them up against the Kings, like they're probably going to win and all that. But like ideally, like over the 82 game season, like is this team just, are they their biggest obstacle?
See, and that's what makes them so baffling is one of their signature wins was being the first team to beat Minnesota at home.
See, that's the thing too. You beat OKC a couple times. You're 3-0 against the defending champs. It's like it's there. We know you guys can do it.
You can't beat the Eastern Conference teams.
Yeah, we'll deal with that when you get to the finals.
Yeah, we'll worry about that later. But yeah, they have moments where you're like, yo, this is really impressive. And it's why, like Kenny's talking about, this team comes out and looks bad tonight. All indications are they're probably going to look good Sunday.
That's the thing. I was going to say it too. Like if they lose today, I'm not going to go, oh, well, they're not beating the Clippers. It's like, no, they'll show up and we'll see what happens.
You just don't know. Let's bring in the very, very well dressed. Look at this guy. Matt George, ready for Kings basketball to return in his ABC 10 studios. What's up, buddy? No, that's good. No, that's great. That is tremendous insight, Matt. That's amazing. Matt, I don't know if Matt has any idea. We can't hear you.
Your window's muted, Matt.
I think you're no, just unmute your your window's muted. You got it. There you go. No, I think you're fine. Can you say hi? Say hi to us, Matt. No. Oh no. No, this is good. No, this is tune into the Locked On Kings podcast for this tremendous content.
This is my favorite silent film.
This is really funny for the stream, just not for the radio, because y'all can't see that Matt's like mouth is moving and he's trying to deliver a message. We cannot hear you.
I guess he can hear us though.
No, he can hear us, which is awesome. Maybe your mic's not connected. You're unmuted. Your mic is connected. Maybe we're just not destined to talk to each other today. Oh, he told me to hold on. All right. Well, I will continue. I think.
How about now?
I can hear you now.
Hey.
What's up, man?
Hey. Can we do that all over again? Can we start over? This isn't live, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, from the ABC 10 studios, very well dressed, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, our good friend, Matthew George.
Hello.
You wanted me to redo all of that just so you could say hello like that?
Yeah, top of the show. Let's just re-rack it. You'd be better off, honestly, putting Jesse back on the screen. And
Jesse just hit the dump button. We're fine. No one even knows anything happened.
That's fine.
It's all good, my friend. It is all good. Clearly, you're dressed as if you're ready for the return of Sacramento Kings basketball tonight. We were just talking about, and I really didn't think about this till earlier this week. This is Victor Wembanyama's first appearance here in Sacramento.
I'm very excited to see him in person, like just to see, because to me, the NBA has kind of killed the Wemby hype just by forcing the Spurs down our throats on just national television all year long. So to finally be able to actually see him in person for the just crazy athlete and like gifted freak of nature that he is. Like people were pointing out too that like I guess he was caught on camera talking to Shaq during All-Star Weekend, and he made Shaq look like short, which is just incredible. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing Wemby in person. That being said, I don't want to see a competitive basketball game tonight, and I know Domantas Sabonis is likely not playing because of the illness that he has. But I mean, I put it out there pretty clearly when I saw that report. Like, the Kings have used their get out of jail free cards. The Kings have used up their wiggle room when it comes to not just losses against bad teams at home. Like they burnt that when they lost to Charlotte and they lost to Detroit a couple of weeks ago. They've used up their wiggle room to drop winnable games, especially at home, period, with this Western Conference race picking up. So I'm excited to see Victor Wembanyama in person. As soon as the game starts, I want him to look like a rookie against a playoff team. I'm excited to see who steps up for Domantas Sabonis, because Sabonis is consistently the guy that's bringing it every single night. Is it going to be De'Aaron? Is it going to be Malik? Is it going to be a rejuvenated entire Sacramento Kings team? All I know is the only expectation that I have is what you just said. The Kings set the tone, and the Sacramento Kings win this basketball game. And to me, there is a bad way to win this game, they all count the same towards the Kings making the playoffs. But I think tonight is also about sending a message the same way the Kings sent a message coming out of the All-Star break last year. They heard all the noise. They heard all the crap about, hey, this team is inexperienced and all these experienced playoff teams are gunning for them now. They have a target on their back. They made these moves at the trade deadline. The Kings came out of the All-Star break hotter than anybody else in the league and secured that third seed. You've been there, done that. Do it again. That's what I want to see.
If I were a Sacramento Kings skeptic, it's kind of what Jesse and I were just talking about right now. If I were a skeptic on the Sacramento Kings, be it a fan or a detractor or whatever, how would you sell me on, given the Kings season, the ups, the downs? I think you once had a tweet that I got a chuckle out of. Stop this roller coaster. I'm ready to get off. How would you sell to someone, nah, the Kings are going to be just fine this final 27 games of the season?
Boy, I'd be trying to sell it to myself too, honestly. I think I would lean back on last season's experience, and I would lean on the fact that I still don't think, with the exception of a handful of games, we still haven't seen this team at its best. Now, the counter to that would be, are they ever going to reach that best, right? Are they going to reach that potential? And the answer to that is I have no idea. But this Kings team is still, what are they, 7-8 games over 500, wherever they're at right now, and they have not looked like themselves offensively. The defense is slightly improved. I think you can make a case for, at one point or another throughout this entire season, at least one of the core four Kings players, being the big three and then Malik Monk, has been in a rut. At some point, whether it was Keegan starting off slow, having a really poor month of November, Domantas Sabonis was not necessarily, I mean, he's been playing fine, but he didn't have all the triple doubles and certainly wasn't scoring earlier in the season to the way that he's been scoring recently. Of course, while he's been scoring recently, De'Aaron Fox was in that little bit of a rut, and Fox is starting to climb out of it. Then Malik Monk went through like a 2-week stretch where he wasn't scoring. He's exploded out of it. Keegan Murray is back in a shooting slump, not to mention the disappearing act and appearance of two of your starters in Harrison Barnes and Kevin Huerter. Like, this Kings team has just not been able to get on the same page yet. But we've seen in games where they are. There was a game at home recently. It might have been the Orlando double overtime game. There was a victory at home where the Kings had 4 or 5 players finish with 20-plus points. The Kings consistently win games when they have 5 or 6 players scoring double figures. We haven't seen that as much this year as we saw last year. So the best version of the Kings, I still think, is still yet to come. However, time is running out.
It is. Why? We were just talking, Jesse and I were just talking, this team seems to be like so self-aware. And go back to the earlier media sessions this week with Mike Brown and De'Aaron Fox, and even, yesterday with Malik and HB as well. This team is aware of its faults. It's aware of its issues on the defensive end. It's aware of that like ridiculous 3-point defensive percentage stat that is out there, how they're one of the worst in history in terms of guarding the 3-point line. We have talked about the TJ McConnell defense soundbite from Mike Brown, how Mike Brown was talking about how to play defense on TJ McConnell, and it was the exact opposite way that the Sacramento Kings were actually playing defense in the game that just ended. This team seems so self-aware of its issues, but man, it feels like it has a really difficult time of executing what they're talking about.
Yeah, well, first, if I can flex on Sacramento a little bit, Sacramento's radio shows, Sacramento's podcasts, and most importantly, Sacramento's fan base knows ball. So we're clearly pointing out and seeing the same things that everybody else is seeing, and that the Sacramento Kings, their scouting department, their brilliant minds in that organization, plus head coach Mike Brown, and the players themselves are seeing too. So one, we know our team here in Sacramento. Number two is, it's like a glass half full, glass half empty way of looking at it, in my opinion. Like, the Kings have clear issues that we've identified. We know that if they fix those issues, they're probably well on their way to being a great basketball team. The problem is they have the same clear issues that they cannot seem to address fully. And I think that's kind of how Mike Brown feels to some extent too. I think Mike is also going like, hey guys, he's backed off on his early timeouts this year compared to last year. He's brought up many, many times how he wants to get to a point as a coach. And this is not laziness. This is just, in his experience, what it takes. He wants to get to a point as a coach where Steve Kerr was a handful of years ago, where he could sit back and kind of watch and allow the team to handle themselves, allow the team to handle timeouts. Mike has repeatedly taken opportunities to take a step back and allow a player voice to take over a timeout or take over a huddle. And we've seen he's also more than willing to pass off the mic or the torch to his assistant coaches when it's their opportunity or it's in their best interest to help the team at that point in time. So I think that's the thing. I think they know what's wrong. Like, we all can see what's wrong. It's just when they're in the trenches, when they're on the floor, when they're actively going through it, there's a disconnect of what they're seeing and strategically how to handle it, and actually applying what they've learned, actually applying like the things that you need to do. Now, I think it's a lot easier said than done from the fan perspective, but I think that ultimately speaks to the biggest problem with this Kings roster, and that's the roster. Like, this roster has just got its holes. It has its pitfalls. It is not built to fully play the way that Mike Brown and the Sacramento Kings want to play. It's just not. Like, this team struggles with perimeter defense, not because these players aren't smart enough to know how to rotate. It's physically, athletically, effort-wise, they're just not built to play that way. Like, I think sometimes it's a simple answer, and that's that Mike needs Monty to go out and get some of those guys to help him play the way he wants to play. But that's a problem for tomorrow, or that's a problem for this summer. That issue's over. Now you got to build and go with what you got, which is why I think we need to refocus on the offensive end and just live with what you're going to do on defense.
Yeah, I think that's the way a lot of Kings fans feel. And sometimes I wonder if that's the way based on, what was it? The post-trade deadline press conference? Is that when Monty talked? It felt like Monty was like, yeah, let's just get back to playing offense. Hey, I couldn't do anything for you on the defensive end, bro. Just get up and down. Get these dudes in a rhythm to hit a high clip of threes, and let's get to the top 6 and then see what we could do, defensively when we get to the playoffs. But I kind of get the sense that Monty was like, look, man, this is what we have. This is what we got. As a roster, this is what we have. Maybe it's not the defensive juggernaut that we all wanted, but we've got to get back to what we were offensively, because the league has surpassed us. We're not that much worse than we were offensively last year. It's just the league is significantly better. We've got to take a step forward in terms of what we do on the offensive end.
And I think the Kings can hang their hats a little bit more on how they performed in the playoffs defensively too. Like, that was a number 1 versus number 2 offense, and both teams defensively looked better than they were offensively. Sacramento makes the shots that they're used to making, or shoots the percentages that they've been shooting all during the regular season. The Kings win that series. So I think there's also an element maybe from Monty, and he might have let it slip with his, like, we just got to get to the playoffs comment, but like, get there and assume or hope or expect your offense to be better, while your defense has shown that it can step up and play hard enough and play well enough to be able to win you a series, or to be able to handle marquee, prolific offenses like the Golden State Warriors of last year. Now, of course, Steph Curry had the games that he had, and the 50-point game that he had, and there was one random game where Draymond beat you. So it's not like defensively the Kings were locked down that entire series. But we all know the Kings did enough defensively to win that series. They did. And offensively, that's what let them down. So I think with this team, you just kind of, like, you've made your bed, now lay in it. Like, you are an offensive-powered team. I know Mike doesn't want to be the Mike D'Antoni first or second round playoff exits for 4 straight years. Well, you know what? You've only been a playoff exit for 1 year. Make it to the playoffs again because of your offense. Maybe make some progress and get to the second series, the next round, because of your offense. And then when you get inevitably knocked out, which I think we all believe the Kings are, I would be shocked if the Kings made it past the second round. If they did, great, awesome. That's more fuel for your fire, and you have more context. But the whole point to me of this season now is, how are you going to perform in this Western Conference playoff race, where every single game has tremendous amount of meaning from here on out? And then when you hopefully get back to the playoffs and play in a series again, how much better do you look this year compared to last year? Find out who's for real and who's fallen behind, and you know who to replace this summer.
Yeah, I'm not going to put a ceiling on what Sacramento can do. I'm not going to predict them to win a series or the finals or anything of that sort, but I will say you got to get there.
Yep.
You got to get there. Missing the playoffs would be devastating for a variety of reasons. One, from a just kind of a morale standpoint, but more importantly, that draft pick, that stupid Atlanta Hawks draft pick will just continue to linger around this organization if they miss the playoffs. Just make the playoffs, put that stuff behind you, keep it moving. This is a very, very important offseason one way or another for Monty McNair coming up. But They have a 27-game stretch, as you pointed out, Matt. They excelled incredibly in the post All-Star game stretch last year, and it feels like this isn't the hottest take I'll ever have. Man, it might just center around De'Aaron Fox again. Like, Domas has been phenomenal. You're going to need something from multiple guys. Everybody can't keep disappearing at the same time, but it starts with De'Aaron Fox. And if he's closer to that 28, 29, 30-point per game score, I think the Sacramento Kings are in great shape. If he's closer to the 22, 23-point per game score, I think that's a tough tough gamble for Sacramento.
The Luke Walton saying lives on, the head of the snake. I mean, it's just who De'Aaron is and who he has to be for this team. There are good enough players, and this roster is talented enough to where De'Aaron doesn't have to be perfect every single night for the Kings to have a chance. That's the good news. The bad news is, like, the wiggle room for De'Aaron, just like the wiggle room for the Sacramento Kings, is cooked. Like, your safety net is cooked. De'Aaron has to be, hopefully, knock on wood, he doesn't get injured or anything like that, or have any more lingering injury issues than what he's already been battling with. But De'Aaron, he has to be the start of the season De'Aaron, in my opinion, for the Kings to make the playoffs, or just secure the playoffs outright. You want to avoid the play-in at all costs, because we all have the doomsday scenario in our head of a play-in game against the Golden State Warriors, where we're all literally going to throw up regardless of how that game goes. We're just not, nobody wants to see it. Literally nobody. I promise you the Warriors don't want to see it either. Like,
those games against the Warriors are vomit-inducing for sure.
So you want to avoid that at all costs, and you're absolutely right. It's going to be De'Aaron to take you there, but also, like, this team really doesn't make excuses. We try and come up with explanations that borderline excuse from time to time. I don't want to hear anything involving fatigue or mental fatigue, physical fatigue, nothing for the remainder of the season, and certainly nothing tonight. I think Jesse put it best before I hopped on. Like, there should be absolutely zero coming out flat for the Kings tonight against San Antonio. At home, you know what's at stake. Go out and send a message. Like, that is the most inexcusable thing that the Sacramento Kings can do, and I hope to God that this is the last we talk about it.
Confident they will?
Yes, I do. I believe in this team, and I believe that they recognize what's at stake, and this team typically performs when they're at stake. I'm looking forward to the pregame press conference too, because I'm going to ask Mike Brown about what he learned or what he remembers from how they came out of the All-Star break last season, and how they can replicate that, or what's different this time compared to that time. Because knowing Mike, he'll give an insightful answer. So we'll keep an eye out for that.
Matt George, know you had to scramble around a little bit to join us today, so appreciate you as always. Locked On Kings podcast, of course, ABC 10 as well. I'm going to head over to 102.5 for a little bit. You're welcome to join me. We'll run it back here next. More Kings coverage ahead on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Good stuff. Thanks, Matt.
Hey, sorry about that.
No, you're fine. You're fine. No problem at all.
Question for any mechanics out there: why are tires so expensive?
Oh,
Jesus! Had to get 4 tires done. It was over $800.
Yeah, that's a
Jesus.
monster. That's
Anyway.
a monster. All right, man. I'm gonna take care of my responsibilities over there, and I'll see you tonight. Actually.
Oh, sweet. See you there.
Guys, thanks for hanging out today. Sorry it was a little weird. Thanks for hanging with the insiders, and of course with me and KC and Matt. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Totally normal schedule tomorrow, beginning at 10 a.m. with the insiders. Hit the thumbs up before you go and light the beam.